Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32. Little Ken had no choice but to withdraw. He knew that once Lu Yin found out, he would lose his share. However, it was not a pity as he could not obtain the Yellow Springs water anyway. He did not know how much Yellow Springs water he would need to understand those carvings. The Wang family continent was under the supervision of the Lu family, and he would never be able to obtain even a little bit of the Yellow Springs water. In the entire universe, only Lu Yin could go there and see what the Yellow Springs water was. There was not much Yellow Springs water left behind by the Wang family, but when Little Ken saw it, he exclaimed that it was far more than what he had obtained. This was nonsense as he stole it bit by bit. With his strength, how much Yellow Springs water could he dig up? Not to mention stealing a little bit from the limited Yellow Springs water. What Lu Yin had was left behind by Wang Fan for the Wang family. Although it was far less than what Wang Fan had taken away, it was still quite a lot. It was enough for people like Little Ken to dig for thousands of years. Lu Yin asked the Lu family to collect the Yellow Springs water while he smelled the fragrance of the wisdom root fruit. He wanted to see what the Yellow Springs water was. Because of Lu Yin's order, the Wang family encountered another change. In the third extremity, Wang Jian's face was gloomy as an old woman from the Lu family stood in front of him. The old woman was calm. Hand it over. This is an order from Master Lu. If you go against it, no one will be able to save you. Wang Jian said, there is no more Yellow Springs water. Ever since the Lu family took over the Wang family continent, all the Yellow Springs water was handed over to them. The old woman sneered, Wang Jian, you are still alive thanks to Lady Wang Miao Miao. We know whether the Yellow Springs water you handed over was all or not. If not for Lady Miao Miao, do you think you could have guarded the third extremity? Wang Fan betrayed the human race and deserves to die. As the only remaining progenitor in the Wang family, you should know what will happen to you. Master Lu's order cannot be disobeyed. If you refuse, you will be killed. Wang Jian narrowed his eyes and wanted to say something, but Wang Miao Miao arrived and looked at Wang Jian. Father, hand over the Yellow Springs water. Wang Jian opened his mouth and looked at Wang Miao Miao. In the end, he could only sigh and pass the Yellow Springs water to the old woman. The old woman took it and looked at Wang Jian coldly. If anyone in the Wang family takes out the Yellow Springs water in the future and is punished for the crime of betraying humanity, there is no need for Master Lu to say anything. The Lu family will completely eradicate the Wang family. Wang Jian was furious. The old woman was merely a half-martial ancestor, yet she dared to threaten him. After the old lady left, she merely nodded at Wang Miao Miao. Regardless of whether Wang Miao Miao and Lu Qi ended up together in the end, Lu Yin was the one in charge of the current human race, and Lu Yin's orders were paramount. After the old woman left, Wang Miao Miao stared at Wang Jian and asked, why did you keep the Yellow Springs water? Wang Jian said bitterly, after all, it belongs to the Wang family. There's nothing left for the Wang family. No one can go against Master Lu's orders. No one is an exception, not even Lu Qi. This is the general trend of mankind, Wang Miao Miao chided. Wang Jian sighed, all right, I got it. Don't worry, there's no more underworld water, not even a drop. Wang Miao Miao believed Wang Jian's words, but the Lu family didn't. Therefore, the remaining members of the Wang family were captured and interrogated. Even the members of the Wang family who were imprisoned in the 100,000 waterways, from Wang Sun to a servant sweeping the floor, were all brought out for interrogation to ensure that there was no more underworld water. The Lu family also sent people to take over the Wang family's work and excavate the underworld water because Lu Yin might need it. 2 months passed by very quickly. Within these 2 months, Lu Yin had used up all the remaining underworld water before he walked out of the pond. Outside the pond civilization, Little Ken was waiting respectfully. Even though he didn't know the outcome, he still hoped that Lu Yin would be able to find the outcome, as it would be a consolation for their branch. Lu Yin looked at little Ken and said, "You have never done anything wrong to me, nor have you betrayed humanity. Furthermore, you are the descendant of ancestor Hui. I don't want to snatch this fruit of wisdom from you." Little Ken looked at Lu Yin in astonishment. The world of cultivation was very cruel. There was no such thing as snatching or not snatching. It was normal to be discovered and snatched away. He was already prepared to lose the fruit of wisdom. But what did Master Lu mean? Lu Yin said calmly, "I will give you two choices now. First, the fruit of wisdom is still yours, but you have to stay in Lu Tianjing. The Lu family will give you enough underworld water until you can analyze the origin of the underworld water. You have to tell the Lu family that this is not the result of snatching it from you, but to answer to the ancestors of humanity. I won't explain anything else to you. Second, take me as your teacher." Little Ken was shocked. "Take you as my teacher?" Lu Yin looked at little Ken. This person had relied on his weak cultivation to enter the battlefield at the back when the fruit of wisdom had borne fruit and needed the water of the underworld. He had schemed against the Wang family and successfully obtained the water of the underworld. Lu Yin believed that little Ken would definitely have a way to escape the Wang family's control, and he would definitely have a backup plan. This kind of scheming was indeed impressive. He was both brave and smart. This person was also the descendant of ancestor Hui. The fruit of wisdom was beneficial to humanity. Lu Yin was greatly indebted to him. Taking this person as his disciple was also something he thought of when he faced the fruit of wisdom in the Pond civilization. It could be considered as making up for the regret of snatching this person's fruit of wisdom. This is just a suggestion. If you reject it, you can choose the first option, Lu Yin said calmly. Little Ken bowed to Lu Yin without hesitation. This disciple is willing to take Master Lu as his teacher. Please grant my wish. He wasn't stupid. Between the fruit of wisdom and Lu Yin, he would naturally choose Lu Yin. Not to mention what the fruit of wisdom could bring him, even if it could raise his strength to the progenitor realm or even higher, so what? How could it compare to the status of Master Lu's disciple? Master Lu's disciple needed to read books, which directly caused the starter space. No, it caused the entire Six Directions Guild to have an additional occupation. Master Lu's disciple could be considered the top of the human race. How could he not know how to choose? Little Ken's choice was within Lu Yin's expectations. He looked at Little Ken deeply. Go to the above heaven sect and look for Tuolin. I will look for you. Little Ken was excited. Yes, Master. After he finished speaking, he headed towards the fifth mainland. Lu Yin looked at Little Ken's back. This disciple was far more scheming than Tuolin. He hoped that Little Ken wouldn't disappoint him. Palace? How did you know? Lu Yuan was surprised and looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin said, Primogenitor, do you really have a palace-type battle technique? Lu Yuan nodded and recalled, Master has an ultimate skill called the Blue Sky Heavenly Palace. Master would often carve in the Blue Sky Heavenly Palace, and his carvings would eventually become battle prowess. The condition for us 3 realms and 6 paths to complete our apprenticeship is to create the Blue Sky Heavenly Palace, and the inspiration for me to plant the God Investiture catalog in the fertile land came from the Blue Sky Heavenly Palace. How did you know? Did Master tell you? Lu Yin shook his head and pondered for a moment. Old ancestor, I think I know what the Yellow Springs water is. Lu Yuan's eyes lit up. What is it? Lu Yin looked at old ancestor Lu Yuan, the Blue Sky Palace. Lu Yuan blinked. The Blue Sky Palace is the Yellow Springs water. Are you kidding me? You must be joking. Lu Yin told Lu Yuan about Ancestor Hui's arrangement and what he saw when he watered the fruit of wisdom with the Yellow Springs water. Lu Yuan was stunned. If that's the case, the Yellow Springs water might really be the Blue Sky Palace. But, how? How did the blue sky palace turn into the yellow springs water? Lu Yuan was puzzled. Lu Yin didn't understand either. This was also the reason why he looked for old ancestor Lu Yuan. He wanted to find out the reason why the blue sky palace turned into the yellow springs water. But now, it seemed impossible. The two discussed for a while and even called Zhelan Jiluo over, but they still couldn't come to a conclusion. Hongyan Mavis and Wu Tian were guarding the land of disaster, surrounding the 6 paths of reincarnation world to prevent the eternal race's experts from escaping. Little 7, since you can see the carvings, can you learn the blue sky palace? Lu Yuan suddenly asked. Zhelan Jiluo looked at Lu Yin. If you can learn the blue sky palace, your strength will soar. Lu Yin was curious, is the blue sky palace very powerful? They were only focused on how to turn the blue sky palace into the yellow springs water and never talked about the blue sky palace's power. Looking at old ancestor Lu Yuan and Zhelan Jiluo's expressions, the blue sky palace seemed to be extraordinary. Old ancestor Lu Yuan's expression turned serious. It's not just powerful, it's very perverse. Zhelan Jiluo continued, our condition is to break out of the blue sky palace, but whether we fight alone or together, the final result will be the same. Failed? Lu Yin asked subconsciously. Zhelan Jiluo was dissatisfied. If we failed, where did the 3 realms 6 paths come from? Lu Yin was speechless. The tone just now clearly indicated that they had failed. I mean, one of us can break out of the blue sky palace, but barely. 9 of us together can also break out of the blue sky palace, but also barely. Zhelan Jiluo said. Lu Yin didn't believe it. 3 realms 6 paths. 9 of us together can barely break out of the blue sky palace. Then how can one of us do it alone? Lu Yuan said, this is the power of the blue sky palace. As long as we are in the sky palace, there is no such thing as energy consumption. Let's put it this way, a battle between progenitors will consume energy, their own strength, and even the power of the progenitor world, while the sequence rules will consume sequence particles. But for the person who uses the blue sky palace, nothing will be consumed. Even if the sequence particles are consumed, the blue sky palace can instantly form a battle force, so as long as it is used well, the attack of the blue sky palace is endless. The simplest example is, you can use Chu Haizi's left arm and Go Lian's full strength slash with death aura. If you learn the blue sky palace, then congratulations, you can use this slash countless times, and it will never be consumed. Lu Yin's eyes widened. There is such a thing. He thought about the scene of him being able to use the Grim Reapers slash countless times in the second battlefield of disaster. Not to mention Tian Feng, he could even slay Tian Ci, and the Dark Mother Tree, he could slowly saw through it. Was there really such a thing? Zhelan Jiluo sighed, this is the blue sky palace, one of Master's ultimate techniques. There is a limit to any power that anyone can use, but the blue sky palace doesn't. It turns quantity into infinity, but it doesn't affect quality. So we never understood how the 4 protectors could defeat Master even if they worked together. Only when I saw the 4 locks formation in the previous battle did I understand that Tian Feng must have used the blue sky palace as a lock to lock Master's hands, which is why Master lost. Otherwise, even if there were a few more primordial realm experts, they wouldn't have been able to defeat Master. They wouldn't have been able to break through the blue sky palace alone. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-33. Lu Yuan stared at Lu Yin. Little 7, is it possible for you to cultivate the sky palace? Lu Yin was excited, it's possible. Then go and cultivate it, it will definitely help you. Lu Yuan encouraged. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked at his hands. The 4 locks formation was still there, but it would not affect his cultivation of the sky palace. What he lacked was the yellow spring water. Although he could cultivate now, he was afraid that it would not go smoothly at a critical moment. With the yellow spring water, he could smell the fragrance of the wisdom root at any time. Yellow spring water, he needed a sufficient amount of yellow spring water. Not long after, Lu Yin, Lu Yuan, and Jialan Jiluo appeared on the Wang family continent. This time, they came not only for the yellow spring water, but also for the Four Locks formation. Since they knew that the Four Locks formation had sealed the progenitor's hands, they naturally had to find the Four Locks formation and find a way to undo it. This way, the progenitor's hands could return. Every time he thought of the progenitor biting the string of the sequence after losing his hands, Lu Yin felt terrible. That person should not have suffered such pain. He had once complained about the progenitor and the extremely brilliant era of the above heaven. He thought that if the progenitor had understood the threat of the Eternals correctly, none of this would have happened. This thought was the same as the Six Directions Society's thought of the Genesis space, but they treated it as the former above heaven. But now, he understood that there were some things that even the progenitor could not control. The past was not something they could easily see clearly now. What they needed to do now was to protect Immemorial City, defeat the Eternals, and the Guardians of the Four Directions, and return humanity to its former glory. Regardless of whether there was a limit to the universe, no matter what kind of existence would appear, they had to do it. Lu Yin thought of the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan's powerhouses had stepped out of the river of time and participated in the final battle. At that time, their feelings should be very similar to his now. Both of them disregarded everything. The Wang family continent trembled and slowly floated, rubble falling down. Lu Yuan took action and shattered a layer of rocks and various materials that had accumulated on the surface of the Wang family continent over countless years, finally revealing its true appearance. A huge palm surrounded the yellow spring and floated in the air. Lu Yin looked at it in a daze. The progenitor's body was not big, but its palm was so huge. It seemed like this was one of the progenitor's battle form. The progenitor could become gigantic. Let's go. Lu Yuan growled and led Lu Yin and Jialan Jiluo up onto the progenitor's palm. They easily found the Four Locks formation. In the past, even though Lu Yuan knew that the Wang family continent was the progenitor's palm, he thought that the progenitor was dead and the palm was broken here, so he never thought of checking it. This was what he regretted the most now. If he had thought of this earlier, regardless of whether he could solve the Four Locks formation or not, at the very least, the Wang clan would not have participated in the matter of exiling the Lu clan. As for the Wang clan itself, they didn't dare to restore the original appearance of the palm. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to keep it. At the very least, he couldn't protect the yellow springs. After countless years of mining, the Wang family had indeed lost more than half of the yellow springs, but there was still a small portion that circled around their hands. The three of them climbed up to the wrist, where the Four Locks formation was located. It was exactly the same as the Four Locks formation on Lu Yin's wrist, but it was much larger. Let me. Jialan Jiluo held his spear and stabbed towards the Four Locks formation. Lu Yuan and Lu Yin watched as the spear bounced off the Four Locks array, completely useless. Lu Yuan took a step forward. If it's that easy to break through the fourth layer, even Master wouldn't have acted like that. As he spoke, he struck the Four Lock formation with his palm. The palm strike was the same as Jialan Jiluo's. It was useless. Jialan Jiluo sneered, "Is that all you've broken through to the primordial realm?" Lu Yuan snorted coldly, "The greatest difference between the primordial realm is that step. It represents the right to reach eternal life. As for battle prowess, you can only experience it when you face cultivators." Jialan Jiluo did not refute that. The greatest advantage of the primordial realm in battle prowess was that laws could not allow them to get close. Experts of the laws of sequence could not use laws against primordial realm experts, which was equivalent to crippling most of their strength. On the other hand, primordial realm experts could use the laws of sequence fearlessly. That was a difference of 2 times. The only exception was Lu Yin. He relied on progenitor realm to forcefully defeat experts of the laws of sequence. He was the only existence who could fight against primordial realm experts without being suppressed. No one else could do that. As a result, Lu Yin could kill Di Qiong and Tian Feng. It was very difficult for others to do so. In the following time, Lu Yuan and Jiao Lanjiluo kept attacking. They even specially changed people to guard the 6 paths of reincarnation, letting Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis try. Unfortunately, no one could break the 4-lock formation. It's useless. This is using Master's power to trap himself. Tian Feng must be using Master's power to trap himself. If you want to break it, it's equivalent to breaking one of Master's ultimate skills. It should be the Azure Heaven Palace. Which one of you is confident that you can break Master's Azure Heaven Palace? Wu Tian sighed. Hongyan Mavis was helpless, the Azure Heaven Palace. How nostalgic. Back then, we all rushed to the Azure Heaven Palace one by one and fought our way out, making a name for ourselves as the 3 worlds and 6 paths. But actually, none of us could beat the Azure Heaven Palace. Lu Yuan frowned. Even if all 9 of us attack together, we still can't beat the Azure Heaven Palace. Master's ultimate skill is too abnormal. Is there no other way? Lu Yin could not help but ask. Wu Tian looked at Lu Yin's hands and feet. There is no other way. If you want to break it, only Master can do it himself or find a way to break it. You have never experienced the Azure Heaven Palace, so you will never understand how difficult it is to deal with the endless power. But, we can break your 4 locks formation. Do you want to try? Lu Yin rejected immediately. If he wanted to try, he would have asked Lu Yuan to do it. It was not that he did not trust them, but it was a matter of faith. Breaking the 4 locks formation was equivalent to breaking his 4 strongest powers. This would be detrimental to Lu Yin's future cultivation. It was like planting a seed that would lead to failure. Needless to say, the 4 locks formation disgusted everyone. This was the reason why Lu Yuan never took the initiative to say that he wanted to break Lu Yin's 4 locks formation. A strong person's faith was very important. He could only break it himself. Senior Wu Tian. Lu Yin opened his mouth but was interrupted. Call me Wu De. Lu Yin was stunned. Wu Tian looked at Lu Yin and smiled. You have met Master, so you should have a nickname. As soon as he said this, Jalan Jiluo looked over curiously. Lu Yin's face was calm. No. Jalan Jiluo sneered. Impossible, Master's habit will never change. Say it, don't be shy. This is a good thing, it means that Master acknowledges you. I really don't. Lu Yin was very serious. After he finished speaking, he glanced at Hongyan Mavis and Lu Yuan. Only they knew the name Zhu Zi. Lu Yin felt that it was not proper to say it out loud. Hongyan Mavis said, all right, don't make things difficult for him. Zhu Zi, what did you want to say? Zhu Zi. I see, it's a good name. Lu Yin was speechless and looked at Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis coughed. Sorry, it was a slip of the tongue. Lu Yuan laughed. All right, it's a small matter. Little 7, what did you want to say? Lu Yin was helpless and looked at Wu Tian. I wanted to ask why Senior did not leave the 3rd calamity region. What is this so-called fate? Lu Yuan and the rest were silent, their faces solemn. Wu Tian's expression changed. When the first mainland was destroyed and Master met with mishap, I was 1 step ahead of everyone and saw the final battle between Master and the 4 protectors. Master broke his own hands and defeated the 4 protectors. When he saw me, he gave me a warning. He looked at Lu Yin with a solemn face. Your guess is true. Lu Yin did not understand. Lu Yuan continued. Master once guessed that the extreme is evil. In the universe, anything that reaches its limit will turn into another species, a species that is not accepted by the universe but wants to monopolize the universe. Perhaps this is a realization that Master gained from crossing the calamity region. This new species could also be a type of event or a type of constellation in the universe. It is called fate. Wu Tian said in a low voice, if the speculation of fate is true, and the guardians of the four directions are secretly trying to kill Master, then either the guardians of the four directions have reached some kind of limit, or there is some kind of limit behind them. No matter what the reason is, I know that fate is true. I also felt a chill at that moment, as if something was watching me. At this point, his expression turned ugly. At that time, there was definitely something watching me, so I couldn't get close to Master. Master beat me up and I don't know what happened after that. How did Master go to Primordial City and what Primordial City is? I'm not sure. I only know that in the battles that followed, as more and more continents were destroyed, I could always feel that something was watching me. With the continents destroyed, I was powerless to reverse the situation. I also learned that the Eternal Race's battle of the Divine Commandment had reached its end, so I was captured by the Eternal Race and locked in the third calamity region to attract the attention of fate to the Eternal Race and not us humans. This is a secret that only the few of us know. Only Master can guess the existence of fate, Lu Yuan said. Lu Yin finally understood why Wu Tian was unwilling to leave the third calamity region. He had the ability to leave and could immediately recover his strength during the battle in the second calamity region. He did not need anyone's help from the start. So the reason you appeared in the second calamity region was because of the four protectors? Lu Yin asked. Wu Tian nodded. The four protectors represent fate. Since they have already declared war on the humans, there is no need for me to remain in the third calamity region. Do you feel the gaze of fate now? Lu Yin suddenly asked. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Zhelan Zhilua all stared at Wu Tian. This was a very important question. Wu Tian sighed, not at the moment. They all sighed in relief. However, when they looked at each other, they saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. So what if he could not feel it now? Fate would eventually appear, and only the primogenitors have been able to sense the existence of fate. Then, what about the future? Lu Yin was now very certain that there was an unimaginable existence in this universe, and everything that happened in the universe was related to this existence. The defeat of the above heaven sect, the weakening of the humans by the four protectors, and even the appearance of the eternal race could all be related to this existence. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-34. Lu Yin recalled what Grand Elder Shangu had said. The humans had won the final battle in their universe, but they had destroyed that omnipotent game and lost in the end. Then, could everything that was happening now also be some kind of game? Lu Yin didn't want what had happened in Grand Elder Shangu's universe to happen again in this universe. If there really was an omnipotent existence, then what was it? It was clearly a monster. Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis went to the 6 paths of reincarnation to continue guarding the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Yuan took the progenitor's palm to Lu Tianjing. Lu Yin took the remaining yellow springs with him, as he wanted to use it to cultivate the Sky Palace. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. If he wanted to cultivate, the time-stop space was the best choice. Of course, the 5 spirit races could do it as well, as the flow of time there was very different from normal. Lu Yin now controlled the resources of the entire universe, and he could use all sorts of methods to cultivate. In the end, he chose to roll his die, as that would not only give him the time-stop space, but also other points. Furthermore, he felt that only in the time-stop space would he not be seen by fate. This was just a form of psychological comfort. In the blink of an eye, 3 years passed in the real world. During these 3 years, the outside world had not changed much, as it had only been 3 years. Almost all of the Eternal Kingdom had been destroyed, and the people who had just been captured could return to their original places. Those who had been born in the eternal kingdom or had long since betrayed humanity were sent to other places. Tianxi and Tinan did not show up, and the Sky sect could not find them. Lu Yin had always been on guard against the universe behind Tianxi, but there was no movement either. The humans chased after the corpse kings everywhere, and the number of corpse kings in the eternal race's universe had rapidly decreased. The defeat in the 6 paths of reincarnation had caused the Eternals to lose their foundation, resulting in a one-sided defeat. The sole true God led the ancient gods and remained in the 6 paths of reincarnation, indifferent to the outside world. To them, it did not matter if the corpse kings were destroyed or not. As long as they won the war, they could create as many corpse kings as they wanted. As for the Sky sect, none of the sole true God and the others could escape. All of them would die. The 6 paths of reincarnation of the Grand Empyrean continuously wiped out the sole true God's power, but this was a long process. Perhaps even she herself did not know where the end point was. In the outer realms, countless parallel universes continued to draw closer to the sect above the heavens. In their eyes, the current sect above the heavens was extremely resplendent. Even though they had not seen the sect above the heavens in the past, the difference was not too great. It had been 3 years in the real world, but he had been cultivating in the time-stop space for 50 years. He had never cultivated for so long before. He had been cultivating the blue sky heavenly palace for 50 years, but unfortunately, he had not succeeded. However, he had a very deep understanding of the azure heavenly palace. He also knew that it was not easy to cultivate this unique skill. At least he could not do it now. Even if he broke the 4 locks formation, he could not do it. He needed an opportunity. An opportunity. That's right. How could Master's ultimate skill be so easy to cultivate? Although you're cultivating a star source, that kind of ultimate skill isn't something that a star source can decide. Lu Yuan sighed. Lu Yin asked, in the 3 realms and 6 paths, it seems like only Senior Wu Tian cultivated with astral sources while the others walked their own paths. Then, Forefather, your path is the God's sealing catalogue. Lu Yuan said, my path is a fertile land. From the beginning, we were all like this. We all used astral sources to cultivate, but gradually, everyone's path became different. No one even cultivated Master's consummate skill. Master only imparted one skill to us. The primogenitor scripture. Lu Yin asked. Lu Yuan nodded. Other than that, there was nothing else. Chuhai cultivated death chi, Nyonyo cultivated fate, and the others all had their own paths. My path was to cultivate the God's sealing catalogue in the fertile land. No matter what situation I was in, I would focus on the general platform and the God's sealing catalogue. But the God's sealing catalogue is not a cultivation power. The cultivation power does not represent the path one will take. Chuyi's path was the Tao of Tianyi. He also cultivated astral sources, but his path was not astral sources. The astral sources are vast, and regardless of whether it is Chuyi or me, we both walk the opposite path of astral sources. I specialize in big moves. Lu Yin said, then I'm also not walking the path of astral sources. Lu Yuan nodded, of course not, you haven't for a long time. When did you stop using astral sources in battle? Lu Yin thought about it for a long time, but he could not remember. None of the 4 inner worlds were powered by astral sources. The starry sky in his heart was also formed by astral sources, death chi, and other forces. He was no longer a pure astral sources cultivator. The path of martial arts universities is astral sources. With astral sources as the foundation, they can create weapons cultivation methods and educate all living beings. Only by cultivating astral sources can they educate all living beings in this primordial space. Lu Yuan was quite impressed. If they want, martial arts university can walk their own path, but he didn't. This is also why we all admire him. Speaking of which, it won't be easy for you to cultivate the Sky Palace, but I believe you can do it. Lu Yin also believed that he could do it. In fact, he already knew what the opportunity was, and now he was waiting for something very important. In the first zone of disaster, the Eternal Kingdom was completely in ruins. Many people used to live here, including the Corpse King, but now they were all gone. In the empty underground, stones fell and made soft sounds. A pair of eyes suddenly opened from the ground and looked outside. After a while, a hoarse voice said, "There's no one here. Move immediately." "I don't think we should move. This place is already in ruins. The sect above heaven won't notice here. It's safer to stay here," another voice said. The first voice said, "The sect above heaven won't just search once. They will search the Eternal Kingdom again and again until this place is completely destroyed. What you see is only ruins. What they want is dust. It's too dangerous to go out now. It's even more dangerous if we don't go out. It hasn't been long since the sect above heaven destroyed this place. This is their blind spot. Leave immediately." Not long after, the ground shook slightly. A pair of hands reached out from the ground and lifted the ground. An old man crawled out. The old man's face was thin, and his eyes were dim as if they could be extinguished at any time. However, there was an imperceptible cruelty in the depths of his eyes. He looked around carefully and said, "Let's go." Following that, one figure after another crawled out of the ground. These people's cultivations were not high, but they all had one thing in common. Their eyes were obviously dim, but they had the opposite sharpness. Their eyes were like those of vultures, and ordinary people did not dare to look them in the eye. These people walked along the ruins of the Eternal Kingdom, looking for something on the ground from time to time. "I don't know how long it'll take to search like this. What can we do? The Stargate has been destroyed. The only Corpse King with a Stargate is also in the Eternal Kingdom. Du died on the day he was destroyed. If he didn't die, we would have been discovered. We can't escape at all." "Shut up. We betrayed humanity long ago. Once we're discovered, there's no way out. There's no way out if we live underground. Why don't we take a risk? When the Eternal Kingdom comes back, we can use the 2 poisons to return. The race won't blame us." The atmosphere was silent. Only light footsteps could be heard. The group kept looking for a Stargate on the ground. They wanted to escape from the realm of disaster. On the Black Mother Tree, the one true God looked in their direction and frowned. A bunch of idiots. One's perspective was determined by one's size, and so was one's height. Ordinary people would never be able to understand what it was like for a cultivator to see the world with a single glance. It was like looking at a lower dimension from a higher dimension, where one could see every detail clearly. These people also had no way of understanding how laughable their actions were in the eyes of a progenitor. Destroying the Eternal Kingdom did not necessarily require the use of a progenitor, as the Limitless Empire's mechas were more than enough. Thus, the group escaped and avoided the mecha's detection. Although they could fight against a progenitor, they did not have the power of a progenitor. However, the moment they emerged from the ground, the human powerhouse that was circling the Black Mother Tree saw them clearly. Regardless of whether it was their expressions, movements, or words, they were all clearly seen. Very quickly, someone found them. A terrifying pressure made it difficult for them to breathe. These people were all enlighters, and they could at most be considered alive in the realm of disaster. It was impossible for them to live. When a progenitor's pressure appeared, they had no chance of resisting. It was Xia Zhen. Xia Zhen looked at the group's sorry state as they fled, and his gaze turned cold. He easily restrained them and appeared in front of the skinny old man. "Who are you people?" The skinny old man hurriedly knelt. "Sir, please take us away from this hell. We are just ordinary cultivators who were captured and brought to the eternal kingdom. We don't know anything. That's right, we don't know anything. Sir, please take us away. I beg you, my lord. Xiao Zhen was indifferent. What two poisons? The skinny old man's heart sank, and he was confused. What poisons? Xiao Zhen looked at him. The poison of time and the poison of life. Above the sky sect, Lu Yin was delighted. I've finally found them. The poison of time and the poison of life had been developed by the Eternals to deal with humans. Lu Yin had first encountered them on the Xinwu continent, where a short old man had threatened Ming Zhaoshu's maid and poisoned Ming Zhaoshu. He had then observed Ming Zhaoshu's reaction in order to determine when Ming Zhaoshu would die. Ever since then, the poison of life had continuously appeared, especially after Yen had swallowed it. If Mr. Mu had not appeared and used a secret technique to split Yen's personality, she would have died. As for the poison of time, it had caused the primordial space to descend into despair. Only after Lu Yin had restored the progenitor's sword and restored time to normal had the poison of time been dispelled. Both poisons were very powerful. After the Eternals had been defeated, Lu Yin had ordered a search. The poison of time was the antidote to the illusory poison, and each day that passed without finding it, the Moon Immortal, Ice Master, and the others would not be cured. Lu Yin also wanted to get rid of that illusory beast. It was only now that the poison of time had been found. The timing was perfect. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-35. Lu Yin thought of the opportunity to cultivate the Sky Palace, which was to break through the limitless inner world and become the limitless ancestors' world. He could then use the limitless ancestors' world to cover the starry sky in his heart and turn it into the Sky Palace. Breaking through the limitless ancestors' world was a necessary opportunity that could not be avoided. Lu Yin also needed an opportunity to break through the limitless ancestors' world, and this opportunity was fabrication. Fabrication was the strongest in the universe, and Lu Yin wanted to use it to break through and reach the ancestors' world. Now, the opportunity had come. Before that, Lu Yin had found the Moon Immortal with the poison of time. The Moon Immortal was the only one left in the Three Moons Alliance. She had died when the Eternals attacked with fabrication. Moon Ghost had died in the previous battle. I didn't expect to only find her now. If I had found her earlier, she wouldn't have died. Lu Yin handed the poison of time to the Moon Immortal. The Moon Immortal had a complicated expression. Everything is fate. Thank you, Headmaster. Lu Yin looked at the Moon Immortal. They had fought before when he was disguised as Yibwe. Even now, the Moon Immortal still did not know about this. Thinking of Yebwa's identity, Lu Yin did not know how to use it. First of all, the Eternals did not know that he was Yibwe. But now that the Eternals were trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, and there was no more divine power outside the realm, it seemed pointless to use Yebwa's identity. He could only think about it later. Next, Lu Yin gave the poison of time to Hoju and the Ice Master. He then went to Bing Exayan of the Ice Spirit Clan and looked at her in a daze. The longer two people were apart, the more unfamiliar they would feel. But Lu Yin treated Ming Yen differently. When he looked at Bing Exayan, he did not feel unfamiliar. Instead, he felt warmth. He knew that there was always someone who needed him, someone who supported him, and someone who was waiting for him to return. It was a very comfortable feeling. Lu Yin did not stay for long and left. Fabrication's starry sky was deeper than the 5th mainlands, perhaps because there were not many stars. The huge fabrication lay across the starry sky. It was a colossus, and Lu Yin was about to face this colossus. I don't know why you're here, but I must warn you that fabrication's power is terrifying. Even Hong Yen and Lu Yuan from the primordial space can't compare. Be careful, Black Wushan reminded him. Lu Yuan walked out from behind. Little 7, is this your opportunity? Lu Yin nodded. I want to use fabrications to break through the limitless inner worlds. In the words of ordinary people, you are playing with fire, He Wushan said. Lu Yin did not hesitate and walked towards Su Wang. Su Wang could devour energy, and no living creature dared to get close. Even great elder Shan Gu had to rely on limitless empire's mecha to get close, and divine punishment was blocked by Su Wang. If not for Lu Yin's scheme, Elder Gu would not have been affected by the heaven's punishment if he had stayed behind. Lu Yin was now facing Su Wang alone, and he also had the 4 locks array on him, which was very dangerous. Su Wang was in a deep slumber, as if he would never wake up. The closer Lu Yin got to it, the more he could feel the pressure coming from it. This pressure came from the creature itself, and even his cultivation base could not compensate for it. It caused Lu Yin's entire body to turn cold. Every breath falsehood took seemed to expand the cosmos, but it also seemed to crush it. Every time he flipped over, he would be able to create a world of nothingness. With the time poison, he felt as if his strength was being devoured, but it wasn't obvious and didn't affect what he was about to do. He came to Su Wang's side and raised his head. When he turned his head, everything that entered his eyes was boundless. It was just too enormous. He raised his hand and placed it on the surface of Su Wang's body. There was no temperature to his touch, it was neither hot nor cold, and it felt as hard as stone. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. What would a normal person feel if they placed their hand on a mountain that reached into the clouds? This was the same feeling that Su Wang had right now. It was an unshakable feeling. This was the feeling. Without this pressure, how could he have used this opportunity to break through the infinite ancestor's realm? Lu Yin took a deep breath, and his eyes suddenly widened as an invisible current rippled. Come. As soon as he spoke, he punched Su Wang's body. Lu Yuan stared at this scene, feeling a little nervous. He was afraid that Lu Yin would not be able to hold on and be crushed to death by Su Wang. He waited for a while, but there was no reaction. Lu Yuan and He Wushan looked at each other and then stared blankly into the distance. Lu Yin looked at Su Wang, but there was no movement. Did he not feel it? That was awkward. Even though the 4 locks array had sealed off all of Su Wang's strength, and the remaining strength was not enough to pose a threat to an expert, it was still a progenitor's strength. How could Su Wang not feel it? Su Wang moved, as if he was dreaming and wanted to flip over. Lu Yin pursed his lips and raised his hand. Black and purple spread out as he punched out with Palm Realm battle force. There was still no reaction. Lu Yin's punch had no effect on Su Wang at all. Lu Yin did not believe that Su Wang would not move, and he continued to attack. After nearly 100 punches, Su Wang finally moved. This time, it did not move in a dream. Instead, it swung its tail at Lu Yin as if it was chasing away a mosquito. Lu Yin hurriedly activated the victorious fight technique and crossed his arms in front of him to block the attack. Bang! There was a soft sound as Lu Yin was sent flying by Su Wang's tail. Lu Yuan was shocked. Little 7. He hurriedly chased after Su Wang. He Wushan frowned. Su Wang couldn't have died, right? He hurriedly chased after Su Wang as well. Far away, Lu Yin crashed through dozens of planets before finally crashing into a planet made entirely of grayish-brown stone. The remaining force of his attack had pierced through the planet, and it was on the verge of shattering. Little 7. Lu Yuan arrived. Lu Yin suddenly sat up. Ancestor, I'm fine. Lu Yuan relaxed. That attack wasn't weak. Lu Yin moved his arm. It's equivalent to an attack from a sequence law powerhouse. It's not enough to do anything to me. Su Wang hasn't woken up yet. Continue. Black Wushan suggested, "You can ask your ancestor to hit it for you." Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That was right. He looked at Lu Yuan. "Ancestor, please hit it for me." Lu Yuan frowned. "It's very dangerous. If that thing gets serious, ancestor, my power has been sealed." "Su Wang can break through the seal of power," Lu Yin said. Lu Yuan thought about it and agreed. "All right, then get ready." Lu Yin approached Su Wang once again. His body withered as he prepared himself. Far away, Lu Yuan slowly clenched his fist and punched out, shattering the void and tearing open a huge void realm. It landed on Su Wang's body, and at the same time, a black line followed the force and also landed on Su Wang's body. It came from Black Wushan. The two forces hit Su Wang at the same time, causing it to wake up and howl in pain. Both Lu Yuan and Black Wushan were strong enough to fight Su Wang. Su Wang could only devour energy and increase his strength, but he did not have any other abilities. When Lu Yuan and Black Wushan's attacks landed at the same time, there were not many in the universe who could withstand them. Su Wang. The world crumbled in front of Lu Yin's eyes. Su Wang stood up and howled in pain as it whipped its tail in the direction of the attack. Lu Yin was already prepared to take on Su Wang's shocking attack. Bang! There was a loud bang as Lu Yin was sent flying. This time, it was completely different from before. He was directly sucked into the void realm, crushing the void along the way. He spat out a mouthful of blood and disappeared. Far away, Lu Yuan was shocked and glared at Black Wushan. "You!" Black Wushan was indifferent. "I was just afraid that you wouldn't bear to." "Don't worry, you won't die." Lu Yuan gave Black Wushan a deep look and then chased after Lu Yin. Black Wushan stood in place without moving. In the distance, Su Wang continued to twist and turn. That attack had left obvious marks on its body, and it was in so much pain that it wanted to roll around. Lu Yin was also in pain, but it only lasted for a moment before he lost all feeling. He had already become numb. He did not know how far he had flown. Perhaps he was still in the void realm, or perhaps he was in outer space. Little 7. Golden light blossomed as Lu Yin was caught by the divine seal catalog. "Little 7, how are you?" Lu Yuan asked anxiously. Lu Yin spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was pale. He could not speak, and when he looked down, he saw that one of the 4 seals on his right wrist had shattered. His strength had returned. Pfft. He spat out another mouthful of blood before finally catching his breath. "Ancestor, I'm fine." Lu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. How are you?" Lu Yin panted heavily, unable to move. He had lost all feeling in his body, and it had been a long time since he had felt this way. He had been injured in his battle with Bai Xiener and Tianfeng, but it was not like this. Now, it was as if he had been crushed by some colossus. His strength had reached its limit, and even his body had recovered in an instant. Fortunately, he had not broken through the limit, or his injuries would not have been as severe as they were now. After a while, Lu Yin gradually regained his ability to move. In the distance, Su Wang approached and stared at Lu Yin. The divine seal catalog's light had attracted its attention. "Ancestor, I'll do it myself." Lu Yin moved his limbs, and a crisp sound rang out. He seemed to be heavily injured, but he had not broken through the limit. He just needed to slow down a little. Lu Yuan glanced at Su Wang. "Don't force yourself. Don't worry." Lu Yin grinned. Su Wang's strength had surprised him. This inhuman strength was unparalleled, and it surpassed Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and naturally, Lu Yin himself. He longed for this strength. If he could possess it, then it was unknown whether the Eternals would be able to escape to the 6 paths of reincarnation during the second battle of Calamity Realm. That was the limit of the universe's current strength. He wanted to possess this strength. This was a strength that could change qualitatively. Su Wang swam through space, and when the Divine Seal Catalog's golden light disappeared, it stopped, as if it could no longer see its surroundings clearly. Lu Yuan distanced himself from Lu Yin. Lu Yin faced Su Wang, and a boundless inner world appeared. Things move in the opposite, and his body was covered with Palm Realm battle force. Come. He then punched at Su Wang. This punch was completely different from the one before, and it was like the difference between heaven and earth. This punch slammed into Su Wang's head, causing it to roar in anger and charge at Lu Yin. Although this punch was extremely powerful and enraged Su Wang, it did not cause much damage to him. Instead, Su Wang's enormous body slammed into Lu Yin and sent him flying. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-36. To Su Wang, Lu Yin was like a punching bag. He was constantly sent flying through space, but he was still able to retaliate. He was a punching bag that could retaliate. Pfft. He spat out blood and was sent flying again and again. Eventually, he couldn't take it anymore, and his limits were broken. Lu Yin's body cracked open, and he was seriously injured. Su Wang locked onto him and kept charging at him. As long as Lu Yin didn't want to be hit, Su Wang wouldn't be able to hit him. He used the reverse step and easily avoided Su Wang's attacks. He didn't need parallel time, he just needed to be fast. Lu Yuan saw that Lu Yin was seriously injured, and his heart leapt to his throat. Wu Tian had arrived at some point, and when he saw this scene, he praised, "We never thought that the Lu family would have such a descendant." "Are you saying that I can't take hardships?" Lu Yuan retorted. Wu Tian replied, "I'm saying that you don't have the talent." Lu Yuan wasn't in the mood to talk to Wu Tian right now. He stared at Lu Yin, afraid that something would happen to him. Wu Tian looked at Lu Yin. This child might be a turning point in human history. Whether or not he can break fate depends on him. Fertile Earth, protect him well. Anyone can die, but not him. With that, he left. Lu Yuan shook his head, nonsense. Lu Yin avoided Su Wang as he rolled his die. He watched as it slowly stopped spinning. 4 pips in the time-stop space, just right. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin appeared in the time-stop space. Blood flowed continuously, and he sat down. Intense pain came from every corner of his body. He was seriously injured. Fortunately, they were all external injuries and wouldn't take too long to recover. 1 year. 1 year was enough. Lu Yin closed his eyes and slowly recovered. A year later, Lu Yin left the time-stop space, but only a second had passed in the outside world. Su Wang continued to charge at him from afar, but Lu Yin disappeared in that second. Su Wang was confused, but Lu Yin appeared again a second later. Lu Yin had already recovered. No matter how serious his external injuries were, they were still manageable for a powerhouse like him. Ming Yan's vitality had disappeared, and Ancestor Ku had been killed once. Their injuries would take a long time to recover, so Ancestor Ku had been sleeping all this time to recover on his own. Now that Lu Yin had clashed with Su Wang, his injuries were obvious. Although they seemed serious, they were easy to recover from. "Come!" Lu Yin roared. The physical pain was driving him crazy. It was too painful, and the more it hurt, the more clear-headed he became. This was what he needed right now. Without pain, where would the strength come from? Boom! There was a deafening collision as the void world was torn apart in all directions. Lu Yin was sent flying by Su Wang, and as expected, his power had no effect on Su Wang. The surface of his body cracked open once more. When things reached an extreme, they would eventually reach their limits. Su Wang roared angrily and chased after Lu Yin. Lu Yuan clenched his fists. He had never seen Lu Yin in such a miserable state. Lu Yin could defeat Su Wang with his various techniques, but at the very least, Su Wang would not be able to defeat him. However, he had used his own strength to fight against Su Wang's strength, and only he could experience the misery that came with it. He was heavily injured again, but he continued to roll his die. Once, twice, thrice, and on the third roll, he rolled 4 pips and entered the time-stop space to recover. Then, the scene in front of him changed, and he returned to outer space. His body recovered, but he was heavily injured again. This time, he used his speed to delay Su Wang for 10 days. After 10 days, he continued to roll his die and recover. Again, he was heavily injured, recovered, and continued. Su Wang growled. Lu Yin's repeated provocations and collisions had infuriated it to the point where it no longer cared where Lu Yin was. It rammed into the void in all directions, causing the entire region to tremble. It knew that as long as Lu Yin recovered, he would definitely appear in front of it and clash with it. There was no need for it to specifically search for him. Hongyan Mavis had arrived, and she stared blankly at this scene. She recalled how Lu Yin had challenged Fingbua in the Mirage domain. He'll definitely get what he wants. Lu Yuan had already calmed down. Su Wang could not directly kill Lu Yin, and that was enough. Blacklist God had already left. Lu Yuan was always there, and the people around him constantly changed. They had all seen Lu Yin fight Su Wang to the death. Even though no news had been released, those who had witnessed it all suppressed their amazement and admiration. Lu Yin had not only relied on his innate talent, turbid treasures, or background to reach his current level. He had also relied on his own hard work. No one could help him in his battle with Su Wang. Not even Lu Yuan could. 38 times. Lu Yin had clashed with Su Wang 38 times, and he had been heavily injured 38 times. Finally, Lu Yin was able to see the essence of Su Wang's power. Blacklist God and the others had said that Su Wang was born from the universe, and its power was actually a type of sequence law. Thus, when Tianfa had fought Su Wang, it had believed that Su Wang's power would not be able to affect it. It had retreated because Tianfa's chains of time could not trap Su Wang. However, Lu Yin had asked Patriarch Lu Yuan later, and the Patriarch had said that he had not seen any sequence particles in Su Wang. Without sequence particles, how could there be sequence laws? But without sequence laws, how could Su Wang not be able to harm Tianfa with his power? Logically speaking, Su Wang's power was a sequence law. This phenomenon reminded Lu Yin of the zombie god. The zombie god had hidden his sequence particles within his body, making him nearly immortal. If not for the karmic retribution, Lu Yin and the others would not have been able to kill him. If the zombie god was like that, then was Su Wang's power the same? If Su Wang could hide its sequence particles within its body, then it must have a method to do so. This method was exactly what Lu Yin needed. If it was not a sequence law, then that would be even better. Lu Yin wanted to know where Su Wang's terrifying power came from. Only those who had reached his level would know that although power seemed to originate from within a creature's body, once it reached a certain level, that creature would definitely use some method to store it. It was not as simple as just having that power. If Su Wang's power could become the strongest in the universe, then it was not just because of its size. Otherwise, the ancient gods would have made themselves the largest in the universe. Su Wang had to have his own method of storing power. And now, Lu Yin had found it. He could clearly see how Su Wang had done it. It had formed its own power into points, and then used a strange force to connect these points within its body and interact with each other. If the points of power could be seen clearly, then the strange method of connecting them would allow one to see the same tightly connected points of power without any gaps, even if one looked at it through a magnifying glass. This was the essence of Su Wang's power. creatures were very strange. They could not see the structure of their bodies, but those structures were extremely intricate. Su Wang had not intentionally used this method to store power, but its power was too great, and it had become an instinct. This was exactly what Lu Yin needed. 38 grievous injuries had allowed him to recognize this power, and he retreated step by step, putting some distance between him and Su Wang. Su Wang remained where he was, staring at Lu Yin without moving. Lu Yin had caused it to panic. It was clearly the powerhouse here and could send Lu Yin flying, but Lu Yin would always appear unscathed. This phenomenon was a little strange to it, and it instinctively didn't dare to approach him. Lu Yin was astonished. Su Wang was not coming. He had originally planned to enter the time-stop space to study it, but it did not matter if Su Wang did not come. Otherwise, he would have to wait another 10 days to roll his die again. An infinite inner world appeared. Su Wang was furious when it saw the infinite inner world. Every time Lu Yin collided with it, an infinite inner world would appear. It thought that Lu Yin was going to collide with it again, so it decided to collide with Lu Yin first. Lu Yin hurriedly dodged. Again. Forget it. I'll just wait another 10 days and roll my die to enter the time-stop space. In the distance, Lu Yuan smiled. Xiaoqi must have discovered something and was no longer rashly colliding with Su Wang. That was good. His heart trembled every time he collided with Su Wang, although he had gotten used to it. To the side, Sapphire Zhiluo said, I'm starting to admire him. It's not easy for you to admire someone. Back then, you only admired Chu Hei out of the 9 of us, Lu Yuan mocked. Sapphire Zhiluo said, Chu Hei's deathly aura was so heavy that even Master was amazed. He said that once he broke through to the primordial realm, no one in the universe would be able to compete with him in terms of absolute battle prowess. Even Master wasn't confident. But he still lost. Lu Yuan sighed. Sapphire Zhiluo was curious, how did he lose? Lu Yuan shook his head, I don't know. Just like how we don't know how you disappeared. Sapphire Zhiluo fell silent, I believe that he's not dead. Deathly aura is a type of power to him. Let's hope so. 10 days later, Lu Yin rolled his die 4 times, but he didn't get enhance even once. He had no choice but to hide with Su Wang for another 10 days before rolling enhance and entering the time-stop space. After entering the time-stop space, Lu Yin used his limitless inner world, and the energy lines did not collide in a disorderly manner. The inspiration for the disorderly collisions came from the destruction of spacetime that he had seen while fishing in the river of time. The disorderly collisions produced power that was then displayed through the limitless inner world in the form of energy lines. It was then absorbed and collided again, truly turning the finite into infinite. This was one of the reasons, but there was a limit to how much he could use this infinite power. This limit was the limit of how much he could use. Once he broke through this limit, he would not be able to withstand it, and he would be heavily injured even without his enemies attacking. The essence of power that he had seen through Su Wang was the final step to perfecting his limitless inner world. He wanted the limitless inner world to produce infinite power, and the power that he could use was also infinite. This was the true limitless inner world, or rather, the limitless ancestral world. Lu Yin began to experiment. The process was long, and changing the nature of one's power was not much easier than creating a battle technique. Even though he had seen through the essence of Su Wang's power, it was still extremely difficult for him to try it out with his human body. The energy lines condensed with a strange force, and if he was not careful, they would stagger. Once they did, his body would feel as if it had been struck. 1 or 2 of them were fine, but if there were too many of them, it would cause more damage to his body. Half a year passed, and Lu Yin continued to experiment with condensing the energy lines. He could already condense them to his wrist, which was his entire palm, and then spread to his entire body. Just one palm took him half a year, and he had lost count of how many times he had failed. His palm had been hit countless times by the energy lines, and the further he progressed, the more energy lines there were, and the more damage his body would have to endure. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-37. After nearly a year in the time-stop space, Lu Yin's arms suddenly split apart, and he reappeared in the real universe. He had no choice but to deal with Su Wang, not daring to approach him. The poison of time had also consumed a lot of energy, and he wouldn't be able to last much longer. He continued to roll the die. This time, it went smoothly, and he immediately rolled 4 pips. Lu Yin entered the time-stop space once more and spent a year to form strange lines of energy in his arms. He called this method the unbounded realm. The initial stages of the unbounded realm were difficult, but Lu Yin became more proficient as he progressed. After a month in Su Wang's space, Lu Yin rolled the time-stop space 3 times, which meant that in 3 years, his entire body was filled with the unbounded realm. For a moment, an endless radiance circulated, and the lines of energy flickered continuously. This radiance reminded Lu Yin of the first time he had met Mr. Mu, when his physical strength had reached the limits of that realm. Right, he had forgotten that his physical strength hadn't reached the limit after breaking through to half-ancestor. Now that he had broken through to the progenitor realm, he could be considered a progenitor. He had finally reached the limit of the unbounded realm, and his body glowed with radiance. Lu Yin stood in the time-stop space, not knowing how strong he was. He only knew that the unbounded realm had given him strength that surpassed anything he had ever experienced before, and this was only the first step of the unbounded realm. The second step was to disperse and condense at will, using the lines of energy in his infinite inner world to cover his entire body and form the unbounded realm. The third step didn't require him to form the unbounded realm. As long as he was in the infinite inner world, he would be in the unbounded realm, possessing and controlling boundless energy. These were the 3 steps that Lu Yin had set for his own strength transformation. Now, he had to break through to the infinite ancestors' world. Lu Yin appeared in Su Wang's space, and there was only a small amount of the poison of time left. However, he didn't need it anymore, as he had seen through the essence of Su Wang's power. Su Wang's value had come to an end. Su Wang's enormous eyes stared at Lu Yin as he looked into the distance. At this moment, Lu Yin gave off a very familiar feeling. It wasn't a familiarity that stemmed from their many clashes, but rather a familiarity that stemmed from their strength. No. Was it hostility? That wasn't it either. Su Wang was at a loss, and could only stare at Lu Yin in a daze. More things had happened than it had ever experienced in its entire life. In the distance, Lu Yuan and Zhelan Zhilua both looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's aura had changed. Hongyan Mavis had arrived as well, and she looked at Lu Yin. The starry sky was silent. No one spoke. Lu Yin looked up at the boundless starry sky. His boundless inner world appeared, and his power lines constantly collided. With the boundless inner world as a guide, he broke through to the ancestral world. Rumble! There was an explosion in outer space, which gave Su Wang a fright. He stared at Lu Yin warily, not understanding what had just happened. All he knew was that Lu Yin was giving off an unusual sense of danger. In the distance, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Zhelan Zhilua widened their eyes. Was he about to break through? Didn't he break through to the ancestor realm? Zhelan Zhilua was stunned. Lu Yuan grinned and laughed proudly. Little Seven has 4 inner worlds. Zhelan Zhilua opened his mouth wide. There was such a thing. Hongyan Mavis stared at Lu Yin. He was breaking through to the progenitor realm with an unlimited inner world, which meant that his strength would undergo a metamorphosis. Right, she suddenly recalled that Lu Yin had given her a similar feeling to a certain life form. A strength beast. Hongyan Mavis stared blankly at the gorilla-like life form that had appeared from the void. That life form that gave off a similar feeling to Lu Yin was a strength beast. Hong Yan Mavis had not expected that a strength beast would appear just as she thought about it. Lu Yin looked in a certain direction, where a giant gorilla tore through the void and walked out. Although it was not as large as Su Wang, it was not much different. Its entire body seemed to be made of steel, and it was filled with power. Every breath it took caused the heavens to collapse, and with a roar, the entire universe seemed to be stirred up by a tsunami that surged towards Lu Yin. Following that, all sorts of strange lifeforms walked out from all directions. Although Lu Yin did not recognize them, they all had one similarity: their strength. These lifeforms seemed to have been born from power, and they all stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin understood that this was his calamity. He did not walk the path of astral origins, but rather his own path. Thus, breaking through to the progenitor realm did not require an astral origin tribulation, but rather the universe itself. When the mortal world had broken through to the progenitor world, it had attracted the superposition of many parallel spacetimes in an attempt to destroy Lu Yin. The commotion had been so great that it had shaken the entire battlefield. Breaking through to the progenitor realm from the infinite inner worlds had not caused as much of a commotion as the mortal worlds, but that was because the nature of the power was different. The infinite inner worlds had used power to break through to the progenitor realm, but there would also be existences that contained power to stop Lu Yin. The one that Lu Yin was most wary of was that gorilla. Not only did the gorilla's appearance make Lu Yin wary, but it also attracted Su Wang's attention. Su Wang glared at the gorilla and immediately went on guard, sensing a threat from its own kind. In the distance, Lu Yuan blurted out, "That's a strength beast." Jilan Zhiluo looked at Hong Yan Mavis, "That's a strength beast." Hong Yan Mavis's expression turned ugly, "That's right, it's a strength beast. It was born from the universe and possesses an irresistible power. It's the strongest life form I've ever seen. I've fought it many times, and without exception, I've lost to it in terms of power. Fertile Earth, you once wanted to challenge a strength beast as well. I told you that if you can't beat me, then you can't beat a strength beast. That's a strength beast." Lu Yuan looked fearfully at the gorilla in the distance. That strength beast didn't pose much of a threat to him because it wasn't just powerful. However, in terms of pure strength, he wasn't a match for it. Even Hong Yan Mavis wasn't a match for it. Even his master might not be able to beat that beast in terms of absolute strength. Hong Yan Mavis's voice was low. "Back then, I searched through spacetime to challenge powerful lifeforms and defeated most of them. Even if there were some that I couldn't defeat, they couldn't beat me. With the Mavis tree, I'm invincible. Only the strength beast can topple the Mavis tree with brute strength. Whether it's Fengbua or the corpse god, they both need to rely on sequence laws and various methods to topple the Mavis tree. Only the strength beast can topple it with brute strength. Tell little Seven to be careful." Even without Hong Yan Mavis's warning, Lu Yin knew that Su Wang and the strength beast were the ones he was most concerned about. If not for the Four Locks array, he wouldn't have cared about these lifeforms at all. However, with 3 of his own powers locked down by the array, it would be troublesome to deal with them. Fortunately, he was able to see through the essence of Su Wang's power. Lu Yin looked around and saw that there were no less than 100 lifeforms surrounding him. They had all come from different parallel spacetimes, and it was as if they had been summoned to step into this spacetime. There were always calamities and tribulations, and this universe was not something that they could understand at the moment. Lu Yin clenched his fists. "Come on, it's time to compete in strength." A roar came from the giant gorilla. All of the lifeforms looked over. The gorilla spread out its arms and punched each other, the resulting shockwaves visible to the naked eye overturning the void and spreading into the distance. The 100 or so powerful lifeforms around them all revealed looks of fear and retreated. The gorilla roared again. All of the lifeforms fled without a trace. The gorilla's large eyes stared at Lu Yin. It was the strongest life form in this universe, and from its point of view, Lu Yin was its prey. However, it had clearly forgotten that there was still Su Wang. Su Wang didn't leave and just stared at the gorilla. It felt a familiar feeling. It was deterrence. Yes, it was deterrence. It had once intimidated the life forms of its own universe, just like the gorilla. This scene was all too familiar. Lu Yin met the gorilla's gaze and saw the boundless fighting spirit in its eyes. It wanted to compete in strength. Seeing that the gorilla was about to charge over, Lu Yin pointed at Su Wang. "There's another one." The gorilla turned around and saw Su Wang. Su Wang was huge, but it wasn't a life form from this universe. The gorilla hadn't noticed it at first and had assumed that it had run away like the other life forms. The gorilla was instantly enraged and turned to roar at Su Wang. Su Wang's tail twitched as it roared back. The gorilla's deterrence had also angered it. For a moment, the two giant life forms roared at each other in outer space, completely forgetting about Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled as the threads of power from his endless inner world covered his entire body and strengthened his indomitable realm. From a distance, it looked like the threads of power were piercing through his body as they constantly blossomed with light. His entire being seemed to have ascended to a higher level with an ethereal and valiant aura. In the distance, Hongyan Mavis stared at Lu Yin. His aura was becoming more and more similar to the strength beasts, as if they were the same type of power. The radiance on Lu Yin's body grew even more resplendent, like a bright lamp that illuminated the dark universe. Su Wang and the strength beast's confrontation reached its limit, and they both charged at each other at the same time. Boom! There was a loud explosion that was followed by the shattering of outer space. The endless universe shattered layer by layer as a huge force was released throughout space. Even Lu Yuan and the rest could feel it. That force swept past, and Sapphire Jiluo felt like she was being pushed back by an invisible force. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-38. Hongyan Mavis shook her head. You underestimate the power beasts. They don't need anything else. Their own strength is enough to ensure that even if Shuang absorbs their strength, Shuang won't be able to gain an advantage in a short period of time. Strength is already a very weak consumption for these two behemoths. It will take a very long time to decide the victor through strength alone. Shao Qi's breakthrough from the ancestral world has attracted the universe's suppression of the limit. That's why the power beasts have appeared. They can't fight Shuang for long. Then what will happen? Sapphire Jiluo was confused. Hongyan Mavis' face was solemn. If the power beasts and Shuang can't decide the victor in a short period of time, they will attack Shao Qi at the same time, Lu Yuan finished. Hongyan Mavis nodded. Then won't he be miserable? Sapphire Jiluo was dumbfounded. Lu Yuan's face was extremely ugly. It was more than miserable. How could he survive against two behemoths at the same time? Perhaps Shuang's existence was the universe's obstruction to Shao Qi's breakthrough. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any calamity when breaking through to the ancestral world outside the origin space. There is only one exception, and that is when the person's strength approaches a certain limit of the universe or breaks through a certain state. For example, the mortal ancestral world that Shao Qi broke through before can create spacetime. That's why it attracted the suppression of the surrounding parallel spacetime. Once Shao Qi creates a parallel spacetime, it will break the pattern of the original spacetime. It's not that the spacetime has a consciousness, but it's their instinct. The universe we live in seems like a region without consciousness or consciousness, but it has the ability to repair itself. It's like the natural environment of a planet. As long as it doesn't have the ability to destroy the entire planet, no matter what a creature does on the planet, it will be repaired by the natural environment in the end. The mortal ancestral world is like that, and it's the same for the infinite inner worlds. Shao Qi's breakthrough from the infinite ancestral world will touch the limit of human strength. This is not a state that the universe should exist in, so it attracted the power beasts. It can be said that the universe itself is stopping Shao-Chi from breaking through, or it can be said that the power beasts have sensed the threat and come to stop it. Hongyan Mavis said, "The reason why I haven't broken through to the primordial realm is because I've been missing for too long and haven't adapted to it. Secondly, once I break through, I will definitely touch this limit." Like the strength beast? Jiaolan Zhilua asked. Hongyan Mavis nodded. Master has warned us not to break through to the primordial realm so easily. That should be the reason. Master knows very well that it's possible for all of us to touch a certain limit of the universe, which will lead to bad calamities. If I draw over a strength beast when I break through to the primordial realm, the chances of me breaking through will be less than 10%. Now, Shao-Chi is equivalent to us. If Master knew of his current strength, he would definitely warn him not to easily break through to the progenitor realm because his 4 inner worlds have all touched the limits of the universe. Lu Yuan blamed himself. I should have thought of this earlier. Shao-Chi, if it doesn't work, we can help you get rid of the beast. In the distance, Lu Yin overheard their conversation. Lu Yuan and the others were actually telling him to be mentally prepared. As he watched Su Wang and the beast wrestle, the light on his body grew brighter and brighter. Calamities and tribulations were just calamities and tribulations. The existence of calamities and tribulations did not mean that they could not break through the ancestral world. After all, this was not the origin space. This tribulation was different from the origin tribulation. Just as Lu Yuan had said, it was not impossible for others to intervene in such a calamity. After breaking through his ancestral world, it was entirely possible for others to deal with the calamities and tribulations. Su Wang was an example of this. Otherwise, Su Wang would have suffered an even greater calamity when he wrestled with the beast. The Eternals had not interfered when he had broken through to the mortal ancestral world because the calamities brought about by the overlapping of parallel spacetime were too great. There was not much point in them interfering, and if they did, they would be crushed by the parallel spacetime. It was better to let Lu Yin deal with it himself. Lu Yin was not pretentious. Forefather, if those 2 monsters cause trouble for me before I break through to the ancestral world, please help me block them. Lu Yuan nodded. It's a small matter. This was not a competition of strength, and Lu Yuan alone could deal with Su Wang and the beast. Lu Yin focused on breaking through to the ancestral world. This universe had probably not expected Su Wang to appear here and be able to block the beast. In reality, these creatures had only appeared because they were struggling against the limit guard. No matter what, they could not stop Lu Yin from breaking through to the infinite ancestral world. As the lines of power continued to enter his body, Lu Yin opened his arms and allowed the light to submerge him. The beast suddenly turned to stare at Lu Yin, leaping up and smashing down with a fist to prevent Lu Yin from breaking through. Lu Yuan snorted, and beside him, Hongyan Mavis' eyes blazed. I'll do it. She then leapt forward, and the Mavis God Tree appeared. It swayed as an endless amount of power entered her body, and she punched out at the beast as well. Bang! The void exploded, and both the beast and Hongyan Mavis retreated at the same time. The beast looked over and roared angrily, recognizing Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis rubbed her wrist. We meet again, little monkey. Let's see how much your strength has increased. The beast roared at the sky and leapt towards Hongyan Mavis. Hongyan Mavis was petite, but she exploded with a terrifying strength. She punched out, causing ripples in the void to form dozens of waves that tore through the void and smashed towards the beast. On the other side, Su Wang also charged towards Lu Yin, instinctively feeling that Lu Yin was becoming more and more of a threat. This time, Lu Yuan acted. The general appointment platform slammed into Su Wang's body from the side, almost knocking it over. Su Wang was furious and glared at Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan raised his head. The scars that Tianfa left on your body aren't light. What, do you want me to leave something behind for you? Su Wang whipped its tail and sent the general appointment platform flying towards Lu Yuan. Zhelan Jiluo sighed. Since ancient times, who had ever been protected by the 3 realms and 6 Daos when breaking through to the progenitor realm? This was probably the first. However, most of the cultivators that they had seen break through to the progenitor realm had been in the Genesis space, and they had been unable to help. This situation was very rare. The heavens trembled. Although Hongyan Mavis was weaker than the beast in terms of strength, she had more than just strength. There was no need to even mention Lu Yuan. He could stop both Su Wang and the beast on his own, so it was not difficult for him to stop Su Wang alone. Lu Yin was completely focused. When the light reached its peak, it suddenly dissipated, and his unbounded realm disappeared as well. The light reappeared, and he had taken the second step of the unbounded realm. Breaking through to the unbounded progenitor's world was actually the third step of the unbounded realm. Fusing one's body with the unbounded progenitor's world meant that it was no longer the progenitor's world. Instead, Lu Yin himself was equivalent to a living being from the unbounded progenitor's world. The light suddenly spread out and spread across the entire universe. In an instant, it swept past Su Wang, the beast, Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Garan Jilua, and even the distant stars before finally disappearing. Everyone looked at Lu Yin, but he was looking at Lu Yin. He had succeeded. His limitless inner world had successfully broken through to the unbounded progenitor's world. He had also felt the surging power, which was similar to the essence of Su Wang's power. The unbounded realm was actually a transition. If not for this transition, even if he had broken through to the unbounded progenitor's world, there would not have been much of a change. Perhaps he would not have attracted the beast's calamity. But things were different now. He seemed to have walked a path of strength that no human had ever walked before. It was just like how the ancient gods had created battle force and domains in the Palm realm, and how the giants had created the Genesis space. The nature of his power had never been seen in humans before. Even Hongyan Mavis was not like this. He had opened up a new path for humans to cultivate their strength. At the same time, the Azure Sky Palace had also been completed the moment the unbounded progenitor's world transformed. Actually, it should not be said that it had been completed, but rather that it could be used. In the eyes of Lu Yuan and the others, although Lu Yin's appearance had not changed, his gaze had become more profound. Just by standing there, he seemed to be blocking everything. Furthermore, Lu Yin's hair seemed to have grown longer, and there seemed to be some sort of current flowing around his body. Little 7, it's done. Lu Yuan asked. Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan. Ancestor, help me delay them for a while. I'll beat them up in a bit. The beast understood and roared angrily. Hongyan Mavis glanced at Lu Yin. At this moment, Lu Yin gave her the same feeling as the beast. Lu Yin released the unbounded progenitor's world and then immediately contracted it. His physical body did not seem to have changed, but he had already transformed the unbounded progenitor's world into an unbounded realm that covered his entire body. Since the Azure Sky Palace could be used, he would not need to use the unbounded progenitor's world to recover his strength in the future. The next moment, the starry sky in his heart was released, causing Garan Jilua's eyelids to twitch. Just how much power did this guy have? Where had he come from? Lu Yin had not cultivated the Azure Sky Palace on his own, and he would not have been able to. After all, the primogenitor had been constantly carving while cultivating the Azure Sky Palace, and he did not have that much time. However, the starry sky in his heart made up for this gap. What was the difference between the stars and the carvings? When the starry sky spread out from his heart, the starry sky trembled and shocked Lu Yuan and the others. They saw an unbelievable scene. What should have been the stars were now streaks of light in all directions. It was as if this part of the universe had been enveloped in a single space. That space was the Azure Sky Palace, and the stars were the carvings. They felt a sense of familiarity. This was the feeling of the Azure Sky Palace. Lu Yuan was delighted. Little 7, you've cultivated the Azure Sky Palace. Lu Yin's lips curled up. Ancestor, I told you that the opportunity to cultivate the Azure Sky Palace is to break through the unbounded progenitor's world. Alright, let them come. I also want to test how strong I am now. Hongyan Mavis was the first to step aside. She wanted to see just how strong Lu Yin was. Lu Yin had only just broken through to the progenitor realm, but he could fight the protectors of the 4 cardinal directions. This was equivalent to fighting a primordial realm expert. The 3 realms and 6 Daos could fight a primordial realm expert, but they were all experts of the sequence laws. In other words, Lu Yin stood on the same level as them. Which one of the 3 realms and 6 Daos did not have extraordinary talent? Which one of them did not shock the past and present? Yet, a junior like Lu Yin had caught up to them. Although they were very happy, they also felt somewhat sullen. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-39. Hongyan Mavis was still fine, as Lu Yin had never caught up to her power unless he broke through to the sequence laws. At that time, they would be on the same level, and it would not be embarrassing for her to be surpassed in power. However, things were different now. Lu Yin had broken through to the unbounded ancestor's world, and his power had transformed. She wanted to know if Lu Yin's power had caught up to hers. However, Lu Yuan did not let Su Wang off. It was better to play it safe and let Xiaoqi fight it out with the beast. Lu Yin did not mind, and he looked at the beast with a provocative expression. Come, monkey. The beast was enraged, as it hated being called a monkey. Hongyan Mavis had always used this title to provoke it into competing in strength. Now, it was Lu Yin's turn. The beast leapt towards Lu Yin, grabbing him with both hands and smashing him in the head. Lu Yin looked up. He had already fused with the unbounded ancestor's world, and to a certain extent, he was very similar to Su Wang. The beast's power was also similar. As he watched the beast crash down, Lu Yin bent his leg and rushed forward. The moment he closed in on the beast, he flipped over and kicked out. Bang! The void shattered, and darkness swept across the sky. It was as if the deep starry sky had been dyed with ink. The enormous void realm was instantly shattered. Everyone watched as the beast's body flew backwards and smashed into Su Wang. Su Wang didn't have time to run, and the strength beast smashed into him, sending him flying as well. Lu Yin stood tall in the sky, his eyes blazing. This was his power. Yes, this was his power. In the current universe, no one could compare to him in terms of power. No one, not a single one. Lu Yuan and the rest were stunned. What? Hongyan Mavis was shocked. Lu Yin's power had completely surpassed hers. This was the power of a progenitor after his transformation. Zhelan Zhiluo gulped. He had to admit that this kid had surpassed both the past and present. Hongyan Mavis and De Huang were the strongest in the primordial space, but neither of them could compare to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's power alone was enough to kill most of the universe's powerhouses, and even the sequence law's powerhouses were no exception. How many people would be able to fight against him? Lu Yin exhaled. This feeling was too carefree. In the distance, Su Wang shook off the strength beast and glared angrily at Lu Yin. He then charged forward to ram into Lu Yin. Lu Yin smiled, good timing. I've been injured by you so many times, I should thank you properly. Su Wang charged at Lu Yin and viciously slammed into him, but Lu Yin raised his right arm and blocked the attack with a single arm. Boom shockwaves spread out in all directions, causing Lu Yin's hair to flutter. Lu Yin was knocked back dozens of steps by Su Wang, but in the end, he managed to block the attack with a single arm, suppressing Su Wang in place. The human-like eyes of Su Wang were filled with disbelief. "Be careful," Lu Yuan reminded. The strength beast stepped on Su Wang and punched Lu Yin from above. It was unwilling to give up, as it could not possibly lose in a contest of strength. Lu Yin looked up and propped up Su Wang with one hand while raising his left arm to grab at the power beast. The strength beast's fist smashed into Lu Yin's palm. Although there was a huge difference between their sizes, Lu Yin was still able to use his small palm to block the strength beast's fist. His body was only slightly pressed down. Su Wang roared and exerted more force. The power beast's eyes were ferocious as it punched out with its other fist. Lu Yin simultaneously released his arms and kicked at Su Wang before flipping over and kicking at the power beast. Two explosions rang out as shock waves spread out and tore through the void. In the era that Lu Yin was born in, humans had no ability to enslave astral beasts. He was fundamentally different from the humans of the above heaven era. Even if De Huang had intentionally caused the destruction of the fourth mainland, it was not wrong. To the astral beasts, humans and the everlasting race were all the same. In fact, the everlasting race was even better, as corpse kings would not enslave astral beasts. No wonder, no wonder. In the distance, Lu Yin punched the beast's head, knocking it to the ground. He then kicked Su Wang's head, causing it to become dizzy. The two behemoths looked at each other, somewhat doubting their beastly existence. Lu Yin looked at the two behemoths in front of him and said in high spirits, "Again." The beast glared at Lu Yin angrily. Su Wang's tail was raised high, and he let out a howl. He charged forward and slammed into the ground. Lu Yin kicked out again, and Su Wang's attack was stopped. Lu Yin was also forced back a few steps, and the beast came charging at him again. He punched out, and with a bang, the beast was sent flying back. Su Wang swung its body, its tail smashing towards Lu Yin. In the past, this tail had been enough to severely injure Lu Yin. Now, Lu Yin kicked out again, and even though he was forced back, he managed to block the attack. He then turned around and kicked Su Wang's side, forcing it back. Lu Yin's strength surpassed both Su Wang and the beast, and he could suppress one of them with a single hand. However, it would take some effort to suppress both of them together. Still, it was only a matter of time. These two behemoths were quite durable, and Lu Yin's breakthrough to the unbounded ancestors' world had greatly increased his endurance. His strength had also transformed his body, and he was now different from when he had fought in the second domain of disaster. They continued to fight and compete in strength. Time continued to pass. Su Wang and the beast showed no signs of giving up, and they continued to fight to the death with Lu Yin. Lu Yin did not plan to end things so easily either. If they wanted to be beaten, then he would beat them until they submitted. He did not believe that he could not suppress these two beasts. Lu Yuan and the others were not in a hurry, and they simply watched. They knew what Lu Yin was thinking. He wanted to subdue these two astral beasts. Subdue. I've thought about it before. If it's impossible with other powers, then it might be possible with pure strength, Hong Yan Mavis said. Sapphire Zhiluo sighed, we should let De Huang see it too. Lu Yuan was helpless. Even if we want to use other powers, we can't. Only one of Shao Qi's 4 locks formation has been dispelled. He should be able to dispel it himself. With his strength, he should be able to do so, Hong Yan Mavis said. The 4 locks formation could only be dispelled by one's own strength, not an outsider's. It all depended on when Lu Yin would dispel it. A loud sound rang out as the strength beast smashed into Su Wang again, sending him flying with the impact. Lu Yin panted heavily as he chased after it. He refused to believe that there were no beasts that could not be subdued, and that there were only people without courage. Su Wang pushed the beast aside and opened its mouth to bite Lu Yin. At that moment, Lu Yin's time poison was completely gone, and he could feel his strength being devoured. It was a strange feeling, as if he was moving at an accelerated speed. The exhaustion experienced by jumping 100 times and jumping 10 times in a row was completely different. At this moment, Su Wang was making Lu Yin feel the exhaustion of jumping 100 times in a row after just 10 times. This was the loss of strength, and it also gave Su Wang the confidence to resist. It felt that as long as it had enough time, it would definitely be able to exhaust Lu Yin to death. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3240. There was a simple way to prove whether or not this beast was related to Earth. Lu Yin gave the beast a thumbs up. The beast was stunned and had a strange expression. What did this human mean? Was he praising it? Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he flipped his hand and gestured to the force beast. The beast's mouth gaped open before its eyes turned red. It was completely enraged and let out a furious roar. This human was insulting it. Lu Yin sighed. This beast was definitely related to Earth. The beast was irritable and charged at Lu Yin, swinging its fists to shatter space and cause the entire universe to tremble. Although Lu Yin's strength had been depleted, this did not affect the beast's battle with Su Wang. Even now, he was unaffected. Jumping 10 times in a row was equivalent to jumping 100 times in a row, but Lu Yin could jump 1,000 or even 10,000 times in a row. Bang! Bang! There were 2 consecutive collisions, and the shock waves tore through the void like ripples on the surface of a lake, shattering layer by layer. Lu Yin's 2 fists collided with the beast's, forcing it back. At the same time, he stepped forward and appeared in front of the beast. He raised his arm high. Let's see how well you can take a beating. The beast was sent flying, and its head felt like it was about to explode. Behind them, Su Wang no longer charged at Lu Yin, as it planned to consume his strength to waste time. However, how could Lu Yin give it that time? He immediately appeared on its back and punched the beast, causing it to wail in pain. Its body curled up and writhed wildly from the impact. Lu Yin did not let it go and continued punching it. Su Wang frantically tried to escape, but it could not shake off Lu Yin. It crashed into Lu Yuan and the others along the way, but they avoided it. It then crashed into the beast, but this time, the beast had learned its lesson and hurriedly fled. Punch after punch, Su Wang was forcefully beaten to the point of vomiting stomach acid. Its wails grew weaker and weaker, and a layer of skin was torn off from its originally smooth back. The point of power that had been condensed by a special force was scattered, and Su Wang's strength continued to weaken. The beast saw that Su Wang was about to collapse, so it casually tore through the void to escape. Lu Yin looked up. You want to escape? Before he could do anything, the general appointment platform slammed into the beast from the side, forcing it back. The beast glared at Lu Yuan viciously. Lu Yuan looked up, his primordial realm aura erupting as he sneered, "Little beast, you still want to spar with me?" The strength beast was afraid. This human had power that made it afraid, so it couldn't fight him head-on. It rushed into the distance, only to find that it was shrouded by a shadow. It turned around and saw Su Wang's huge body smashing towards it. The strength beast couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Su Wang. It spat out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin snorted and chased after them. He had already made up his mind to subdue these 2 fellows. They would either follow him or die. These were their only 2 choices. Their breathing grew heavier. The beast clutched its arm, which was broken. Su Wang could not move at all, as it had been severely injured. Lu Yin slowly approached them. Their gazes towards Lu Yin had changed from wariness to apprehension, and now to fear. Their gazes constantly changed. The closer Lu Yin got, the more they retreated. They were clearly giants, but they gave off a pitiful feeling. In the distance, Lu Yuan suddenly thought of Shening and Zhu Mang. They were his master's pets. Right, he also thought of the ship fish. That fish was especially despicable. Now, Luin also had the caged Wyrm. If he really subdued these two giants, he would basically be on the same level as his master. The caged Wyrm seemed powerful, but it slipped away faster than anyone else. It was a perfect match for the ship fish. These two giants were definitely not any weaker than Shining and Zhu Mang. The more Lu Yuan looked at them, the more he felt that Luin was similar to the primogenitor. Was reincarnation really a thing? Humans could always be reborn from the ashes. His master had once brought humanity to the peak. Now, Shaoqi could definitely do the same. Luin faced the two giants and slowly raised his fist, again. Su Wang subconsciously retreated, howling in pain as his tail drooped down. The beast took half a step back and stared at Luin with unwillingness and helplessness. He raised a hand and gave Luin a thumbs up. Luin snorted, "Don't try that with me. Either follow me or be beaten to death. Choose one." The beast bared his teeth and subconsciously wanted to give Luin a thumbs up, but he did not dare to do so under Lu Yin's fierce gaze. He scratched his head and rolled his eyes. He gave Luin what he thought was a kind smile, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Because he was so big, his white teeth almost lit up the sky. Hongyan, Mavis and the others felt strange. Su Wang's eyes moved, and when he saw the beast's actions, he followed suit and slowly curved his mouth, revealing even bigger white teeth. The beast was speechless and wanted to kick him. Couldn't he be a little more creative? The deep starry sky was filled with desolation and loneliness. Here, survival was the most important thing. But now, Luin had lost all his killing intent because of these two giants. As he looked at the two mouths full of white teeth, he felt like he couldn't bring himself to do it. The beast could sense that Lu Yin's killing intent had lessened, and his smile grew even more brilliant. He tapped the void with his thumb, causing ripples to form as he gave Luin a thumbs up. Su Wang sensed it as well. It had no arms or legs, and under everyone's stunned gazes, its tail curled up. Half of its tail was bent, while the other half was raised like a thumb. It tapped the void lightly as it aimed at Luin. Luin rolled his eyes. The beast turned around and saw this scene with a look of amazement. He glanced at Su Wang. This guy wasn't stupid. Su Wang praised Luin as he retreated, clearly trying to slip away. Su Wang followed suit, praising Luin as he retreated. Unexpectedly, the beast stepped on Su Wang. Su Wang's body was too slippery, and he fell to the ground. Su Wang was also in pain and roared at the beast. The beast hurriedly put a finger to his lips and shushed Su Wang, silencing him. The two giants slowly turned to look at Luin. Lu Yin's lips curled up, "Continue." He then raised his fist and punched the two beasts. The beast roared in indignation and swatted at Luin with its remaining arm. Su Wang also went all out and charged forward. In the distance, Lu Yuan shook his head. These two giants wouldn't be able to escape. Hongyan Mavis was bitter. "I've never seen the beast act like that." "That's because you haven't pushed it to the limit," Sanlun Jiluo said. Hongyan Mavis said, "I've always competed with it in terms of strength. If I can't win, then I naturally can't push it to the limit. But if I use other powers, then it's not my match. If you can use other powers, then why bother?" Sanlun Jiluo retorted. Hongyan Mavis frowned and looked at Sanlun Jiluo. "You seem to be choking me, Floey." Lu Yuan interrupted, "She's not choking you, she's choking everyone. Have you forgotten what she's like? The sixth mainland doesn't have a good relationship with the other mainlands." Hongyan Mavis thought about it and agreed. Sanlun Jiluo didn't mind. The sounds of collisions and fighting could be heard from the distance. The beast and Su Wang hadn't been able to defeat Luin at the start, and now, they were even less of a match. They couldn't even escape, and as they fought, the two giants didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. This was especially true for the beast, who was lying in space and constantly giving Luin a thumbs up. Luin stood on its head. Can you talk? Copy me. The beast simply shook its head. Luin was satisfied. It's better if you can't. If you can talk, then I wouldn't want to bring you along. The beast opened its mouth and sighed. Luin turned to look at Su Wang, who was like a beached dead fish. It would occasionally flap its tail, but it couldn't move. As expected, the two behemoths were beaten into submission. Luin pointed to his shoulder with one hand and his feet with the other. The beast struggled to sit up, and its body shrank. Su Wang also shrank and rushed towards Luin at a speed faster than the beast, naturally perching on his shoulder. Luin looked at it. Its tail was perked up, and it looked quite carefree. The beast gritted its teeth and rushed over, kicking it off Luin's shoulder. Su Wang was enraged and charged at the beast. Luin picked them up one by one, and now that they had shrunk their bodies, it was enough for him to pick them up. I'll beat you up if you make any more noise. The two beasts bared their white teeth and gave Luin a thumbs up. Luin sighed, thinking about the divine eagle's might and the ancestral Mang's domineering aura. He felt that these two fellows couldn't compare. Lu Yuan and the rest came over. Congratulations, little seven. You've gained 2 guardian beasts. Lu Yuan smiled. Sanlin Jilua sized up Su Wang and the beast curiously. These two weren't weak. Su Wang's ability to devour energy is troublesome. Luin patted Su Wang. Don't tell me you can't take it. If you can't, I won't bring you along. Su Wang grinned, revealing his white teeth, and then shook its body, clearly indicating that it couldn't. The beast popped out from behind and knocked Su Wang back. It then gave Luin a thumbs up and pointed at Su Wang, as if trying to convey something. Su Wang was furious and wanted to beat the beast to death. Lu Yin's gaze was dangerous and filled with killing intent. You seem to have misunderstood me. I can't bring you along, so I can only kill you. Su Wang was stunned and then quickly retracted his ability to devour energy. In the past, no matter who discovered it, it would just sleep and ignore them. Wherever it went, it would devour energy and release it on its own. Even the ancient gods thought that it couldn't restrain this ability. But the beast was different. To a certain extent, the two were very similar. One was a creature released from the universe and should represent the strongest power, while the other was the strongest creature in this universe. The beast could sense that Su Wang could restrain his ability to devour energy. However, the price was that Su Wang's entire body swelled up, and he couldn't bear his white teeth anymore. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3241. Hong Yan Mavis moved closer and stared at the beast. Hey, you remember me, right? The beast glared fiercely at Hong Yan Mavis, ready to bite her at any moment. Senior, are you sure this is the beast that competed in strength? Could it be the descendant of the previous beast? Lu Yin asked. Hong Yan Mavis replied, no, the beast is not a race. Even if it has descendants, they might not be able to inherit its strength. Its strength is not cultivated, but instinctive, just like Su Wang. She then looked at Lu Yin in amazement. Little seven, you managed to cultivate their innate strength. I'm impressed. Lu Yin replied, it can be done as long as you can treat the strength as a physical state. If Senior wants to learn, I can teach you. Of course, thank you. Hong Yan Mavis was grateful. Lu Yuan laughed, little seven, teach me a thing or two. Lu Yin smiled, of course. Zhelan Zhilua was envious. Once you learn it, your strength will rise to another level. Please mark out the places where you used your full strength. I need to know where to use my 8-star innate gift. Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, and he looked at Zhelan Jiluo. I forgot something. Senior Zhelan, why does the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign have an 8-star innate gift? Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis both looked at Zhelan Jiluo. They had forgotten that the Shaoyin Divine Sovereign had displayed an 8-star innate gift, but he could not be from the Zhelan bloodline. Zhelan Jiluo's gaze turned cold. It should be from the Eternals. What do you mean? The Eternals have the ability of the Zhelan bloodline. Lu Yin did not understand. Zhelan Jiluo said, I only found out when I was in Tianfeng's body. The Eternals, who are also the only true gods, have an innate gift called bone grafting. Bone grafters. Lu Yin blurted out. Zhelan Jiluo's gaze turned cold. Bone grafters did appear in history, but it was short-lived. They do not care about the flesh, only the bones. With the bones, they can obtain the strength and innate gifts of the previous owner. That is why this race was wiped out. You know about them. Lu Yin's expression turned serious. What does the Eternals have to do with them? Zhelan Jiluo said, he was the one who created the bone plant people and left them in the beginning space. I was sealed in Tianfeng's body. Originally, Tianfeng wanted to kill me directly, but the Eternals appeared and used the methods of bone grafters to pull out my tendons and skin. I was subjected to the punishment of disfigurement, and part of my bones were extracted. Therefore, it is not strange for the Eternals to have the power of Indigo and 8-star talents. Hongyan Mavis grabbed Indigo Jiluo's arm. Zhelan Jiluo subconsciously withdrew his hand. So that's why you can't remove the bandage and restore your appearance. Hongyan Mavis' eyes were filled with monstrous killing intent. Lu Yuan's face was terrifyingly grim. Regardless of the internal conflicts within the 3 realms and 6 paths, the relationship between the two of them was real. It was a bond formed under the teachings of their ancestor. Now that Zhelan Jiluo was in such a miserable state, Lu Yuan and Hongyan Mavis were furious. They had the urge to destroy the Eternals and the Guardians of the 4 Directions immediately. Lu Yin's face darkened as well. Zhelan Jiluo's misfortune was no less than anyone else's. No wonder she said she was unable to recover. For a woman who loved beauty to suffer such a disaster, one could imagine the impact it would have on her. How do you want to take revenge, Hua Hua? Lu Yuan asked in a low voice. Zhelan Jiluo calmly replied, it's been so long. Let's talk about it later. Be careful. The Eternals can give way to one person. Its body had shriveled up, and it had unconsciously devoured energy, causing a commotion in the Heaven sect. Lu Yin glared at it, and it hurriedly retracted its ability to devour energy, causing it to swell up again. The strength beast blinked and smiled at Lu Yin as well. Both of them praised the Dai, afraid that they would be beaten up. Lu Yin was speechless, as these two were not much smarter than the caged drake. They were both idiots. He continued. The 3rd time he rolled it was 4 pips, and Lu Yin entered the time-stop space. The strength beast fell down, and Lu Yin was gone. Within the time-stop space, Lu Yin looked at his hands and feet. It was time to remove the 4 locks array. He had used Su Wang's strength to break through his own seal, and now that he had broken through, he wanted to use his own strength to break through the other 3 seals. The mortal world, time, and innate gifts were not simple, but with Lu Yin's current strength, he did not know how much power he could withstand. Furthermore, there was another type of power, the Sky Palace. The unbounded progenitor's world was constantly attached to Lu Yin's body in the form of an unbounded realm, but it was still not enough. Lines of power appeared around Lu Yin and began to madly collide. Although Lu Yin's body had formed an unbounded realm with a strange force, his current unbounded realm strength might be able to break through the seal of time and innate gifts, but it might not be able to break through the seal of the mortal ancestor's world. It was still an ancestral world, and in terms of threat to powerhouses, it was definitely not inferior to physical strength. Lu Yin had relied on the mortal ancestors' world to dominate the second battlefield of tragedy. The lines of power collided and produced new lines of power that penetrated Lu Yin's body. As long as he was in the unbounded ancestors' world, he could enter the unbounded realm at any time. Not long after, he released the starry sky in his heart, and the sky palace appeared. Auroras fell from all directions, and stars twinkled like sculptures. The lines of power constantly collided within the sky palace, but they did not overflow and could be used limitlessly. Lu Yin punched at the lock on his left arm. Crack! The lock shattered, but it was formed from time and could not withstand Lu Yin's current strength. Next, Lu Yin used his strength to shatter the lock on his right foot, which represented his innate gift. Finally, it was the lock on his left foot. Lu Yin punched out, but the lock did not budge. The mortal ancestors' world was different. This was within Lu Yin's expectations, and he continued to absorb the lines of power. His body dried up as he frantically condensed power. No matter what kind of creature it was, there was a limit to the amount of power that could be contained within their body. The so-called limit, turned into limitless, was just a state. More importantly, it depended on whether or not the creature's body could withstand limitless power. The unbounded realm allowed Lu Yin to withstand power that surpassed that of Su Wang and Li Shou, but there was also a limit. If he truly had limitless power, then he would have been able to crush Su Wang and Li Shou with a single finger. That kind of power would not be recognized by the universe. The universe had no limits, that was what the progenitor had said. Within the sky palace, Lu Yin punched at the lock on his left foot. His strength would not decline, and it would only circulate endlessly within the sky palace. If one punch was not enough, he would punch twice, and if two still did not work, he would punch 200 times. Finally, there was a soft sound as the last lock shattered. Lu Yin stood in place, exhausted, and panting heavily. He had finally dispelled the four locks formation. At this point, Lu Yin's strength had finally recovered to its peak. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3242. Who did you learn this hand gesture from? Lu Yin asked. Li Shou didn't understand and continued to like it. Lu Yin gave him a thumbs up. Who did you learn this hand gesture from? Li Shou looked at Lu Yin's thumb and fell into deep thought. Have you heard of White Cloud City? Lu Yin asked. Li Shou shook his head. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Have you seen a rabbit that likes to step on people's heads? Li Shou's eyes lit up and he continued to like it. Lu Yin understood, it really was that rabbit. Where is that rabbit? Li Shou shook his head and then made many gestures to explain. It took a while for Lu Yin to understand why the rabbit had suddenly appeared and wanted to step on Li Shou. Who was Li Shou? Li Shou was an absolute being that surpassed Hongyan Mavis in terms of strength. Even an expert from the eternal race's 7 realms would not be able to handle it, so how could a rabbit step on it? The rabbit was caught and beaten up, but Li Shou didn't kill it and instead teased it. He had learned this hand gesture from the rabbit. When the rabbit escaped, Li Shou didn't chase after it. If he couldn't catch it, the rabbit would just travel through parallel universes, and Li Shou wouldn't be able to find it. Lu Yin had thought that Li Shou was related to Earth, so this answer wasn't unexpected. Speaking of which, that rabbit was really something. It ran away frantically, afraid of being caught by White Cloud City. After asking this question, Lu Yin turned to stare at Su Wang. Su Wang floated in the air like a dead fish, slapping its tail from time to time. It panicked when it saw Lu Yin suddenly staring at it, but then it smiled and tried not to show its white teeth. It raised its tail and gave Lu Yin a thumbs up. Lu Yin pursed his lips and continued to stare at it without saying a word. Li Shou blinked and looked around curiously, as if taking pleasure in Lu Yin's misfortune. It had just met Su Wang, and they had even fought, so they could be considered fellow sufferers. Su Wang was getting more and more flustered, and its tail was raised high as it gave Lu Yin a thumbs up. Lu Yin frowned. How did you know? He was thinking about a problem. When Tianfa had first met Su Wang, it had said that Su Wang didn't belong to this universe. How did Tianfa know? The protectors of the four cardinal regions must have a way of seeing the characteristics of creatures that didn't belong to this universe, or even find them. Otherwise, how could it chase after Elder Shangu? How did Tianxi find the lost clan's hiding place? Lu Yin really wanted to find out the reason. He hoped that by seeing the characteristics that did not belong to this universe, he would be able to find the heavenly blessing and heavenly grace and eradicate these two disasters. But after looking at it for a few days, he still couldn't find anything. Su Wang, on the other hand, had been praising him with his tail for several days. He was exhausted. It had always felt that the only reason it hadn't been beaten up was because it had been constantly praising Lu Yin's posts. Otherwise, it would have been beaten up long ago. Thinking of this, it looked at the strength beast gratefully. This action was taught by the strength beast. Lu Yin went to look for Patriarch Lu Yuan, Zhelanjilua, Wu Tian, and many others, but he couldn't find anything that matched that trait. He even conversed with the only true God. You want to use this method to find the guardian envoys. Find them and eliminate them. Isn't that what you Eternals want as well? The humans and the guardians of the four directions are absolutely irreconcilable, and a victor has to be determined. Unfortunately, I don't know either. I have no idea where they are or what their characteristics are. You, on the other hand, have changed your aura. Did you break through to the ancestral realm in your inner world? Lu Yin's change couldn't be hidden from the only true God, and he had no intention of hiding it. It wasn't just the only true God, the Archer God and the others could see it as well. Lu Yin now had a soul-stirring aura that pressured them. The god of Forgotten Ruins admitted that she was a Lu Yin's match in a one-on-one fight. Lu Yin left and went to the city where the lost clan had been massacred. Tianxi had massacred the city to infuriate Lu Yin and start a war. The results were just as he had expected, and they had indeed started a war. However, he hadn't been able to gain the upper hand. In the current universe, the Above Heaven sect still had the upper hand. Walking through the city, one could still smell the stench of blood. The lost clan could now openly return to their spacetime. This city had been abandoned, but there was still someone here. It was none other than Su Wuji. The lost clan had their own unique burial method for the dead. The burial method looked similar to a trap, and it was considered a tomb for the lost clan. A card was carved outside each tomb, and the card was used by the deceased when they were alive. There was a card carved in front of Dan Fengyi's tomb. Su Wuji hugged a jar of wine and leaned against the tomb, muttering something to himself. There was a box at his feet that Dan Fengyi had asked Lu Yin to bring to him. Back then, Lu Yin had been very curious about what was in the box, but it was a secret between Su Wuji and Dan Fengyi. Lu Yin walked behind Su Wuji and looked at Dan Fengyi's tomb. The carved card was equivalent to the Lost Clan's inscriptions. Every Lost Clan member's most important item was the card. Lu Yin looked at the card for a long time before bowing slowly to express his respect for Dan Fengyi and the dead Lost Clan members. Even though it had nothing to do with him, he had failed to protect the Lost Clan members. Since he had joined the Above Heaven sect, he had the responsibility to protect them, but he had failed. I'm sorry. Lu Yin's voice was heavy as it echoed in the empty city. Su Wuji put down the jar and pushed his sunglasses up. He wanted to stand up, but he had drunk too much and could not. He fell to the ground. Lu Yin looked at him. He still wanted to stand up, but after a few tries, he failed. I'm sorry, Master Lu. I can't stand up. Su Wuji laughed bitterly. Lu Yin looked at him. I'm sorry. Su Wuji waved his hand. It's normal for cultivators to die. What's there to be sorry about? You've done well, really well. If it had been anyone else, they would have given up on the lost clan long ago. Master Lu, you don't owe anyone anything. Lu Yin slowly sat down on the ground in front of Su Wuji. Is it uncomfortable? Su Wuji laughed and shook his head. Not at all. We'll meet again one day. Your sunglasses fell off, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji rubbed his eyes and touched his sunglasses, but they did not fall off. He smiled bitterly again and took a big gulp from the jar. Lu Yin looked around. I'll definitely take revenge. Definitely. Su Wuji threw the jar away, causing it to shatter on the ground. He took off his sunglasses and stared at Lu Yin with a serious expression. It's called taking revenge if you're confident, but it's called suicide if you're not. I did something suicidal before. He was referring to charging at Tianxi. Danjing had also attacked at the same time, but the two had not been able to hurt Tianxi at all. Tianxi had grabbed both of them and crushed them. If not for Lu Yin's flowing light reversal, Zhang Jichu would have died as well. Master Lu, you shouldn't have saved me. Su Wuji took out another jar of wine from his cosmic ring and downed it. Lu Yin said, I'm already upset that I couldn't save these people. Su Wuji sighed. You shouldn't have saved me, but I still have to thank you. Lu Yin did not reply and silently looked at Dan Fangyi's grave. After a while, Lu Yin said, Tell me about you guys. Su Wuji fell to the ground. What's there to say? What about the box? What's inside? I brought it to you, Lu Yin said. Su Wuji stared blankly at the sky. I have a card from the Lost Clan. It's a 7-star ancient card, Nightshade. I got it from the upper 3 sections. I'm the one who showed off my muscles in the upper 3 sections, let loose, and then drew out the card. Lu Yin was not surprised. When Su Wuji had told him about the upper 3 sections of the Lost Clan, he had listed several ways to get the card, including singing, writing poems, telling one's wishes, and showing off one's muscles. At that time, he had felt that the one who showed off his muscles was Su Wuji. Su Wuji slowly told the whole process of him and Dan Fangyi from meeting each other. The process was not long. Dan Fangyi was still called Fangyi at that time, and she was from the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan was xenophobic, and it was impossible for her to have much contact with Su Wuji. What ignited their love was that time in the upper 3 sections. Su Wuji did not show off his muscles to attract the card, but to attract Dan Fangyi. It was strange that Dan Fangyi especially liked muscular men. Su Wuji was ridiculed by countless people from the Void God universe and the Lost Clan universe, but he only attracted Dan Fangyi. From then on, they fell in love. But this relationship was not allowed by the Lost Clan, so they could only communicate in secret. On the surface, they pretended to be intimate. Su Wuji directly called her Xiao Fang, but in reality, it was to relax the Lost Clan's vigilance. Sometimes, the more intimate they appeared, the less suspicious they would be. Also, when they exchanged tokens, it was full of traps. In any case, Su Wuji was an extremely strong powerhouse, and the Lost Clan had to give them face. They would not completely stop them from communicating, but at least they could exchange tokens. Su Wuji had asked Lu Yin to give Dan Fangyi a sculpture of a man's flashing muscles, as well as a token of their love. Dan Fangyi had asked Lu Yin to give Su Wuji a trap, and if it was opened, something would happen. This was to prevent the Lost Clan from checking on them, and within the trap was Dan Fangyi's token. They expressed their feelings by exchanging tokens. Lu Yin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, "This is pure spiritual love." Su Wuji rolled his eyes and smashed the wine jar in his hand in the distance, making a loud noise. Damn it, who wants to do this? Isn't it because of the Lost Clan? Fortunately, some time ago, the Lost Clan was connected to the origin space by you, so they were not so xenophobic. Xiao Fang and I could be together, and we were recognized by the Lost Clan. The Lost Clan went into hiding in batches. I was one of the few people who knew about this city. I came here several times, and each time I met with Xiao Fang, it was not too long. But I did not expect that the last time I came, it was a farewell. No, it was not even a farewell. Listening to Su Wuji's words, Lu Yin's eyes dimmed. The love that had come to fruition was forcibly broken up. Of course, he knew the pain. What was the difference between Ming Yan's current situation and death? But he was happier than Su Wuji. At least Ming Yan was not dead, but Dan Fangyi was really dead. Tianci, this debt will be paid. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-43. The box at Su Wuji's feet had been kicked over when he fell to the ground, and its contents spilled out. One was a sculpture of shiny muscles that looked rather comical. The other looked like sand that was transparent and small, almost impossible to see clearly. What's that? Lu Yin asked curiously. Su Wuji replied, it's a token of love between me and Xiaofang. Lu Yin looked at him, sand. Su Wuji took out another jar of wine and drank. It looks like it. We call it illusory sand. As long as you get close to it and think of it, then think of other things, it will unconsciously become what you think of. Xiaofang and I found it by accident and used it as a token of love. Lu Yin was surprised. There was such a thing. He approached the sand and found that each grain was exactly the same size. As he thought of the sand, he also thought of a sword. In front of him, the sand moved and formed the shape of a sword. There were too many strange things in the universe, and the first thing that came to Lu Yin's mind was narrowness. That thing seemed to have a mind of its own. If you hit it, it would retaliate in the same way. It was as mysterious as the illusory sand in front of him. Why are there so few? Su Wuji looked at the illusory sand sword and was puzzled. The sword scattered, and the illusory sand fell to the ground. Su Wuji stared blankly, his eyes filled with hatred. It's him. Lu Yin did not understand. Limitless Void clenched his fists. His eyes were red. The illusory gravel is a bit absorbent. When that person killed Little Fang took out the illusory gravel. That person killed Little Fang and got the gravel on his body. That's why there are less gravel here. Bang! He punched the ground like a crazed beast, his murderous intent causing the sky to darken. He was also filled with self-blame. He was no match for Tianci. Lu Yin thought of something. You're saying that Tianci might have gotten the sand on him? Su Wuji did not answer, sinking into his own hatred and self-blame. Lu Yin pressed a hand on his shoulder, his expression solemn. Tell me, did Tianci get the sand on him? Su Wuji looked at Lu Yin, his eyes flashing. So what if he did? Can you find him? Lu Yin smiled coldly. If you're sure, I should be able to find him. These grains of sand were too small to be seen clearly. Like dust, they might stick to Tianci's body. Su Wuji's eyes widened and he grabbed Lu Yin's clothes. Master Lu, can you really find him? Take me with you. I want to avenge Xiaofang. Lu Yin exerted some strength in his palm and forced Su Wuji to the ground. Limitless Void was unable to resist Lu Yin's strength, and his entire body was pressed to the ground, unable to move. So what if you find him? Su Wuji, calm down. What you need to do now is to help me find him. I will take revenge. Little Fang is not only your lover, she is also a member of the Above Heaven sect. There are also so many people who have died. In the ancient era, there was also Jialonjiluo. I will settle the grudges of the ancestors one by one. Su Wuji was sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. He clenched his fists and tried to get up, but he couldn't move under Lu Yin's strength. With a loud roar, Su Wuji's emotions exploded as he lay on the ground weakly. Ever since Dan Fengyi's death, he had been like a living corpse. All he knew was to drink and mutter to himself, ignoring everyone else. Now, there was finally something he could do, and his grief completely erupted. Lu Yin released his grip, sighed, and waited quietly for Su Wuji. After a while, Su Wuji calmed down and slowly stood up. He took out his sunglasses and put them on. His voice was a little hoarse, but it was clearly different from the deathly silence from before. There are a total of 278,952 grains of illusory sand. We've searched through space and time, and this is all we've found. If that guy really is infected by the illusory sand, then we can subtract the remaining amount from these grains to determine the amount on his body. He then squatted down and stared at the remaining grains of illusory sand. There are 23,642 grains, which means that 75,310 grains are missing. However, that doesn't mean that he just happened to have that many grains on him. Perhaps he lost some during the battle, or perhaps he lost some when he returned to where he lived. Let's first confirm if there are any more on this battlefield. Lu Yin swept through the city with his domain and found some. Dan Fengyi had not been the last to die in Tianxi's massacre, but rather the first. She was the only powerhouse in the city, and she had been the first to die at Tianxi's hands. After searching through the entire city, they found 21,005 grains, but 54,305 were still missing. Lu Yin and Su Wuji went to the second zone of calamity, and under the confused gazes of Wu Tian and the others, they searched through the area where Tianxi had fought. In the end, they found 32,102 grains. The results were obvious. Tianxi had most likely taken 22,203 grains with him. Of course, this was all just a guess. Tianxi was a primordial realm powerhouse, so the possibility of something like this on him was extremely low. However, this was their only chance to find Tianxi, and Lu Yin did not want to give up. Are you sure that this sand is naturally produced by the universe and not man-made? Lu Yin asked again. The compass could only search for objects that were naturally produced in the universe. Su Wuji was very certain. Lu Yin nodded. Wait for my news. If it's possible, I'll definitely bring Tianxi's head back. With that, he left the second zone of calamity and returned to the above heaven sect. Su Wuji returned to the city as well. Lu Yin returned to the back mountains of the above heaven sect and thought about the illusory grains of sand. He took out his compass. The reason why he could be certain was because the grains of sand were all the same shape. This was a very mystical thing, as it was common knowledge that there were no identical grains of sand. Perhaps this was the reason why the grains of sand were so mystical. As long as he knew the exact number of grains of sand, he could think about the exact number of grains of sand in his mind, and it was very likely that he would be able to find them. Of course, the missing grains of sand might not necessarily be the same as the ones that Tianxi had taken away. They might be constantly lost along the way, so Lu Yin needed to reduce the number of grains one by one to try. First, he searched for 2,203 grains of sand. He thought about 2,203 grains of sand and used the compass to tear through the void, but nothing happened. Next, he searched for 2,202 grains of sand and used the compass to tear through the void, but nothing happened. Next, he searched for 2,201 grains of sand, 2,200 grains of sand, 2,199 grains of sand, 2,198 grains of sand, 2,197 grains of sand, Lu Yin continuously reduced the number of grains of sand and used the compass to tear through the void. Time slowly passed. He had to try any method that could possibly lead him to Tianxi. Otherwise, how would the above heaven sect find the four guardians? Compared to the guardians' understanding of the universe, the above heaven sect's knowledge was too shallow. More than 10 days passed, and on this day, the compass suddenly tore through the void. Lu Yin's eyes widened. He had an idea. He was excited. There were 16,842 grains of sand. He could find the whereabouts of these 14,842 grains of sand, and it was very likely that they would lead him to Tianxi's location. Lu Yin was not in a hurry to go. He put away the compass and headed to White Cloud City. During the Second Battle of Calamity Region, the Lightning Lord was undoubtedly the one who understood Tianxi the most among the experts who had fought him. Although Zhelan Jiluan knew about Tianxi's abilities, she had never fought him before. She had only learned about him after being sealed by Tianfeng. Only the Lightning Lord had fought Tianxi for the longest time. He was the most suitable person to fight Tianxi again. He then went to White Cloud City, where he was familiar with the place and immediately found Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng was currently chatting with his wife in the garden. There were snacks on the table, and they looked very relaxed. "Little Seven. Why are you here?" Jiang Feng was pleasantly surprised. "Come, try your aunt's cooking. She made all these snacks." Lu Yin, Jiang Qin, and Jiang Qingwei were of the same generation, so he was naturally a junior in front of Jiang Feng. Since White Cloud City had not joined the above heaven sect, it was normal for Jiang Feng to call him Little Seven. The first time they met, Jiang Feng had called him Lu Yin, but this time, they were much closer. Up until now, there were only a few people who could call Lu Yin Little Seven. Lu Yin smiled. "Of course, aunt's cooking is excellent. Let me try." He took a bite and was full of praises. Lu Pianran smiled faintly. "Who would say that it's not good? Alright, you guys continue chatting. I'll cook for you." "Little Seven, what do you want to eat?" Lu Yin took a bite of the snack and smiled apologetically. "Aunt, next time. I want to eat your tomato scrambled eggs next time." Lu Pianran smiled. "Alright, next time then." She then looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng nodded at her, and Lu Pianran left. "What's the matter?" Jiang Feng was serious. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Feng. "I might have found Tianxi." Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, and he looked excited. "Are you sure?" Lu Yin said, "I'm not sure, but there's a chance." "That's good. You've finally found him. Let's go." Jiang Feng said. He frowned. "But it's a little troublesome. That guy is not easy to deal with." Lu Yin was solemn. "Uncle Jiang, that's why I'm here. I didn't participate in the siege of Tianxi in the second battlefield of tragedy, so I don't know his strength. Uncle Jiang, you should know." Jiang Feng's expression was solemn. "Tianxi is very strong. First, he's a primordial realm expert, so the rules can't get close to him. This caused many of us to lose the initiative. Secondly, he's very talented. Although he doesn't have the power to kill, he seems to be able to see through everything. Whether it's battle techniques, cultivation methods, or the flow of power, he can see through them all. I couldn't injure him at all." Lu Yin's heart sank. He knew the Thunder Lord's strength well. He was definitely at the top, almost on par with the 3 realms and 6 paths. If he had the turbid treasure, the 3 realms and 6 paths might not be his match. Even he couldn't injure Tianxi at all. I didn't understand his sequence rules before. Now that I think about it, it should be superposition. Superposition. Lu Yin pondered. Jiang Feng said, "Superposition your own attack ability, or superposition your opponent's attack ability. Lu Yin was surprised. Superposition my opponent's attack ability? What do you mean? Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-44. Lu Yin recalled that Tianfa's law of order was speed. It could increase his own speed, but it could also increase his enemy's attack speed. Once his speed increased, his enemy's killing power would dissipate before it could even touch him. Could Tianxi's law of order be similar to this? Once an attack is stacked, you cannot attack at the moment of stacking, or else it wouldn't be stacked. Since Tianxi has control over the stacking, he can choose to release the stacked power at any time. In other words, any attack of yours might be ineffective against him. Eventually, he will release it, but by then, Tianxi will be long gone, Jiang Feng explained. Lu Yin sighed. This law of order was even more troublesome than Tianfa's. It was no wonder that this guy was called the strongest of the Four Directions Guardians. What about the turbid treasure? Lu Yin asked. This was the most important thing. When Zhelan Jilua had warned the Thunder Lord, the first thing he had mentioned was the turbid treasure. Jiang Feng's expression relaxed. The turbid treasure isn't a big problem. If you know about it, it's meaningless. If you don't, you'll definitely die if you fight him. Fortunately, Zhelan Jilua from your spacetime reminded me. Otherwise, I might not even be sitting here talking to you right now. Tianxi's turbid treasure only has one ability. 3 feet of azure blade, limitless. Lu Yin's eyes flashed as he looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng explained, his turbid treasure is a sword. 3 feet away from the blade doesn't count as distance. Do you understand? Lu Yin sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for Zhelan Jiluo's warning, the Thunder Lord would not have been able to leave the battlefield alive. 3 feet did not count as distance. This meant that when Tianxi's sword descended, the enemy would not be able to dodge as long as they were within 3 feet of the blade. They would have to bear the brunt of the attack. For an expert like the Thunder Lord, he would definitely be able to guess this ability. However, that attack was definitely not simple, and Tianxi would not have wasted it. Against an expert like Tianxi, even the Thunder Lord did not dare say that he would survive. Lu Yin was also glad that Zhelan Jilua had been there. Otherwise, that battle would have been over. After losing the Thunder Lord, the enemy would have freed up Tianxi. How could they have fought? This was also why Tianxi had been so impatient to start the battle. At that time, he would have been confident in defeating the above heaven sect. Any later, and the human experts would have increased, he would not have been so confident. Now that I know his turbid treasure's ability, there's nothing to be afraid of. It's just a distance of 3 feet. Jiang Feng said. Lu Yin nodded and thought for a moment, are you sure this is the only ability? Jiang Feng said helplessly, I'm not sure, but in that battle, Tian Feng was killed by you. He didn't use any other abilities, so there shouldn't be any mistake. That was the most advantageous battle for him. He didn't even win that battle. Next, he'll be facing the celestial sect. It's even more impossible for him to win. So, he shouldn't be hiding. Lu Yin stood up, since that's the case, let's take a look. Jiang Feng's expression was solemn. Even if I'm facing an eternal, I can still fight. But that Tianxi makes me feel helpless. This feeling is very uncomfortable. I hope I can find him. If they wanted to kill Tianxi, the more experts they had, the better. However, Lu Yin's search for the illusory gravel in the second domain of disaster had attracted the attention of the Eternals. Now, many Eternals had appeared at the borders of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, ready to come out at any moment. This made it impossible for Lu Yin to mobilize more experts to kill Tianxi. The next moment, lightning lit up in the distance and blasted towards Tianci. Tianci wielded his sword and cut through the lightning. "You're all courting death." Lu Yin sneered and punched at Tianci from afar. The power of this punch was the same as when he had broken through the unbounded ancestors' world. Lu Yin's true strength was meant to surprise Tianci. At this moment, Tianci was still panting in the clothes he had worn during the second Calamity Realm battle. There were still traces of blood on them, but he didn't care about the blood, much less the sand. This person had slaughtered the lost clan and viewed them as ants, but he had never thought that they would find him. Zhelan Jilua brandished her spear and stabbed into the distance. A terrifying collision occurred in the vast starry sky as Tianci stabbed at Lu Yin. His first target was Lu Yin. Without Lu Yin, the humans would lose their flag. The God's Sealing Catalog appeared above Lu Yin's head, followed by Wu Tianwei. Hongyan Mavis walked out. "Tianci, Tianfa is waiting for you up ahead." Around Tianci, Jiang Feng, Zhelan Jilua, Su Wang, Li Shou, Wu Tianwei, and Hongyan Mavis all attacked. Even though Tianci had an innate gift that allowed him to observe the entire situation, preventing Jiang Feng from injuring him at all, it was impossible for him to defend himself against so many experts. The 3-foot-long sword cut through Zhelan Jilua's spear and Jiang Feng's lightning, and tore through Li Shou and Su Wang's flesh. However, it was still repelled by Hongyan Mavis and Wu Tianwei's strength. Lu Yin followed closely behind, punching out when he was a meter away from the sword. Tianci pointed out with a finger, stopping Lu Yin's punch in the form of a stack. Lu Yin waved his hand, and earthen spears shot out from all directions towards Tianci. Tianci could prevent the laws from getting close to him, but he could not stop Lu Yin's power. Lu Yin had the power to threaten a primordial realm expert, but he was not a sequence law. This was the most unbearable thing for a primordial realm expert. The sword swept past, and the earthen spears were cut apart, but more and more of them appeared around them. Tianci was surprised. "You actually broke through the Four Locks formation." "You'll be surprised," Lu Yin shouted and faced Tianci, thrusting out earthen spears one after another. Tianci pointed out with a finger, stacking the power of the earthen spears. Behind him, Jiang Feng raised his sword and slashed down. Tianci turned around and slashed at Jiang Feng as well. Jiang Feng hurriedly retreated, almost entering the 3-foot-long sword. Zhelan Jilua directly used his 8-star innate gift, condensing earthen spears one after another in his original position. A square array of earthen spears appeared around him, suppressing Tianci. Tianci dodged and stacked his power. The stacked earthen spears pierced through the void, intercepting Zhelan Jilua's earthen spear array. Lu Yin stepped backwards and appeared behind Tianci. On the other side, Hongyan Mavis and Wu Tianwei attacked at the same time. The three of them combined to force Tianci into a corner. Tianci spun his sword and swept it in all directions. His fingertips tapped the void, and the sword's phantom solidified before slashing down in all directions. He had stacked the power of his own sword with his sequence laws, instantly tearing apart Hongyan Mavis and Wu Tianwei's shadows. The earth in front of Lu Yin turned into a shield that blocked the sword's edge, causing a violent collision. The strength beast punched Tianci from high up in the sky. As one of the strongest creatures in the universe, its punch was not easy to take. Tianci barely dodged, but behind him, Su Wang slammed into his waist and sent him flying. Tianci felt the same sensation that Lu Yin had experienced before. This was the first time Tianci had been injured, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked back, his gaze ferocious and filled with murderous intent. Jiang Feng's entire body was covered in a dark purple color, and terrifying lightning wrapped around his sword as he slashed down, not giving Tianci any time to breathe. Tianci raised his head and raised his sword. He wrapped one hand around the hilt, seemingly letting go of the sword but also controlling it in a strange way. The two swords collided, causing a crisp cracking sound to ring out. The aftershock swept out in all directions, tearing apart the boundless void world as the lightning illuminated the darkness. Strands of swords might slashed against the stone door, causing it to sway and leave behind marks. Lu Yin rushed towards Tianci, holding the earthen spear and thrusting it out. Tianci's gaze fell as he stepped into the void. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, and each step caused the void to collapse. Although the power was not great, that was only relative to people at Lu Yin's level. If it had been an ordinary progenitor, they would have been crushed to death by the collapsing void. Lu Yin's attack was restrained, and the earthen spear was unable to strike out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 32-45. Tianci pushed Jiang Feng away with his sword. In front of him, Zhalan Zhiluo appeared. His white spear pierced through the starry sky, leaving only a white dot in the dark starry sky. It was getting closer and closer. Below him, Lu Yin also stabbed out with his spear of earth. 2 spears appeared at the same time. Tianci's eyes were piercingly cold. Around him, sequence rules erupted. Zhalan Zhiluo was alert. Be careful. Lu Yin still couldn't see the sequence particles, but that didn't stop him from sensing them. The sequence particles surrounding Tianci kept stacking up all the attacks. Be it his own or Lu Yin's, all the attacks were blocked within 100 meters. In the end, they exploded at the same time. A terrifying destructive force spread out in all directions. Su Wang and the strength beast hurriedly retreated. They had yet to recover from their injuries from their battle with Lu Yin, and they did not want to get any closer. Zhalan Zhiluo was forced back by Yue. Jiang Feng rushed towards Yue as thunder exploded. Lu Yin's heart released the starry sky, and at the same time, the azure sky palace appeared. Tianci and Jiang Feng's sword strikes were endless, isolating the void, making it difficult for outsiders to enter. Once they entered, they would be torn to pieces. Lu Yin found an opportunity and punched out. Tianci and Jiang Feng's swords clashed, and when Lu Yin punched out, Jiang Feng immediately retreated. Tianci turned around and looked at the power of Lu Yin's punch. He waved his hand and superimposed his sequence laws. But this punch had scattered the sequence particle. Tianci was shocked. How could this be? The wind from the fist brushed past Tianci's forehead, paralyzing half of his body. This power, he stared at Lu Yin in shock. How could a human possess such strength? He could accept that Su Wang and the strength beast possessed such immense power, but he could not accept that Lu Yin possessed such power. Once a human possessed such power, they would be completely different from the astral beasts. This was a metamorphosis of power. You've transformed again. Tianci stared at Lu Yin in shock. Who was this kid? What kind of existence was that? It had only been a short while, but he had constantly changed. He was only a progenitor now. He had not comprehended the laws of the sequence yet, let alone the primordial realm. However, his current strength had shocked him as a primordial realm expert. He struggled to deal with it. Just what level would this child reach once he reached the primordial realm? He did not dare to think about it. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to get rid of this kid as soon as possible. But now, it wasn't him who wanted to deal with Lu Yin. It was Lu Yin who wanted to deal with him. If 1 punch was not enough, then he would throw 2 punches. If 2 punches were not enough, then he would throw 20 punches. It was just like when he was fighting against Su Wang and Li Shou. In the face of absolute power, any resistance was as thin as paper. Lu Yin punched out again. Although it was powerful, it failed to hit Tianci. Tianci dodged it and then punched again and again. Although Tianci had not used the power of time, at his level, it was not difficult for him to cross or parallel time. Although Lu Yin was strong, it would be useless if he could not hit Tianxi. But Tianxi was not optimistic, because Jiang Feng, Zhalangjiluo, and the others had stopped and did not join in. They clearly knew that Lu Yin's power couldn't hit them, but they didn't participate. There was only one possibility: Lu Yin could hit them. Tianxi did not want to take the risk. He took a step forward, and the starry sky collapsed. His footsteps shattered the void as he retreated into the distance. Each step caused the starry sky to tremble. A world of nothingness appeared in the cracks. The Azure Sky Palace was the primogenitor's ultimate technique. It would be strange if Tianxi did not recognize it. How do you know the Azure Sky Palace? Tianxi stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. Lu Yin's gaze was cold. Surprised. Back then, you used the Four Locks formation against the primogenitor and sealed off his Azure Sky Palace. Today, I will let you die here. Stars smashed down from the sky and on the ground, drowning Tianxi. Boom! The starry sky expanded and exploded. Tianxi's hair was disheveled. He panted heavily and pointed his sword at Lu Yin. Just as he was about to say something, the land pressed down from above, burying Tianxi again. The starry sky cracked in all directions. The stone door shook, and dust covered the void. Tianxi was pressed down by the land. He roared and tore the land apart with his sword. Jiang Feng and Zhalangjiluo landed on the land together. They stabbed down with their sword and spear. Blood splattered on the land. Li Shou and Su Wang watched from afar. They stared at each other. The god catalog shone with golden light again. Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis walked out. They cooperated with Jiang Feng and Zhalangjiluo to kill Tianxi. This was a perfect opportunity. If they did not kill Tianxi now, they might not have another chance in the future. Below the land, Tianxi was in a miserable state. He had suffered all kinds of injuries. Above him, Jiang Feng and the rest were still attacking. He gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with bone-deep hatred. He let go of the sword hilt. The sword spun around him and turned into a green light that completely enveloped him. He charged out of the land with an irresistible force and headed for the stone door. Lu Yin was waiting for Tianxi to escape. Tianxi could not be killed so easily. He was especially concerned about whether or not a blood-red figure would appear, similar to when Tianfa had died. Seeing the green light rush out, Lu Yin took out the Grim Reaper's left arm and slashed with the Grim Reaper's hook. The deathly aura swept across the sky, splitting the entire starry sky into two. It was like a mirror, smooth and neat. The deathly aura slashed onto the green light, but it did not cut it. Instead, it formed a huge pushing force that pushed the green light in the direction that Tianxi had fled, which was the direction of the stone door. Lu Yin hurriedly slashed out again. Within the Sky Palace, he could use the Grim Reapers slash countless times. Unfortunately, the green light smashed into the stone door and then disappeared into the gap. The Grim Reapers slash viciously slashed at the stone door, leaving a deep mark. However, it could not kill Tianxi. It only caused the stone door to shake continuously, causing more dust to fall. It was as if the dust had drowned out the entire starry sky. Everything was gray. Everyone quickly chased after Tianxi, wanting to rush into the gap of the stone door. However, they found that there was no gap at all. The gap they saw was only because the two stone doors were joined together. That black line could only be seen when one approached the gap. It could not allow any creature to enter. However, Tianxi had clearly escaped from here. Lu Yin raised his hand and pressed on the stone door. He exerted force, but the stone door only shook. As he exerted more force, the shaking increased, but it still did not open. Jiang Feng, Zhalangjiluo, Li Shou, and Su Wang all tried to open the stone door, but they could not. The stone door stood tall in the starry sky, as if it was holding up the entire universe. "Senior, do you know what's behind the stone door?" Lu Yin asked. Zhelan Jiluo shook his head. "I've been here many times in Tian Feng's body, but I've never heard them mention the situation behind the stone door. They did not even mention the stone door itself. It was as if they could not see it." Lu Yin stared at the stone door and thought of a possibility. Could it be that behind the stone door leads to the universe where Tianxi is? Jiang Feng said, "It's very possible." Zhelan Jiluo also thought of it. "If that's the case, if we open it rashly, we will come into contact with the enemy of that universe. Tianxi might not be the strongest in that universe. The premise is that we have to open the stone door first." "It's not easy to open it now," Lu Yin said. As he spoke, he stood in between the two stone doors and pressed on one of them. He exerted force again, trying to push it open directly. However, no matter how much force he exerted, the stone door shook violently. He could not open it. Jiang Feng said, "There's no need to try. The stone door itself can be opened, but there's something blocking it behind it." "You mean the door bolt?" Zhelan Jiluo asked. Jiang Feng nodded. Lu Yin looked at the gap. "If there's really a door bolt, then it won't work just by pushing it open. We have to remove the bolt first, but we can't pass through this gap. No matter how small our bodies are, we can't pass through it. If Tianxi can pass through it, he must have a way." The stone door could not be opened, so they searched the surrounding area. Gradually, a frightening fact occurred. There was a boundary in the starry sky parallel to the stone door. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3246. It could not be seen with the naked eye, and the sky was still the same, deep and dark. Only by approaching it could one touch the boundary. The boundary stretched for an unknown distance. Lu Yin rode Su Wang and used the stone gate as a starting point to head in a certain direction. He discovered that no matter how far away it was, the boundary still existed. Zhelan Jiluo also sent news from the other side. The place she touched also had a boundary. After some time, they met again at the stone gate. "The boundary is like the stone gate. It cannot be broken," Zhelan Jiluo said. "This is not the limit of a parallel universe. There are many parallel universes in the universe, and some are big and some are small. Regardless of size, the boundary is not a physical one. Instead, it can tear through the void and lead to other parallel universes. However, this boundary is different. It's like a wall," Jiang Feng continued. He did not check the surroundings, as he wanted to guard the stone gate to prevent Tianxi from coming out. "Uncle Jiang, what did you think of?" Lu Yin asked. Jiang Feng sighed. "The butterfly appeared on behalf of the heavens and invited me to join the guardians of the four directions. At that time, when we talked about the responsibilities of the guardians of the four directions, I asked, what's the difference between different universes? How can I tell if I belong to another universe?" Tian replied, "The aura is different. If there is no barrier, the aura will not be different. There must be a barrier between universes, and this barrier is very tight. It's like a wall, the wall of the universe." Zhelan Jiluo looked at the stone gate. "This is where Tianxi is. The guardians of the four directions mean that they are guarding four directions. This means that there are four walls in this universe that separate our universe from the other universes. This means that there is a limit to our universe." Lu Yin's mind suddenly lit up, and he blurted out, "That's why the Eternals want to destroy the sequence of strings." He looked at Jiang Feng and Zhelan Jiluo. "The birth of the universe is very precise to the people who belong to this universe, down to a speck of dust or even an atom. The current state of our universe is made up of countless parallel universes, and these parallel universes are connected by the sequence of strings to stabilize this universe. Once the sequence of strings is destroyed, the parallel universes will be scattered. What will happen to our universe? Jalan Jilua's face sank. Disaster. It's a disaster for any species, Jiang Feng said. In the past, Muji had told him that the Eternals were destroying the sequence of the string in order to cause the various parallel spacetimes to collapse and crush countless parallel spacetimes in order to take control of the universe. That was why White Cloud City had stopped them. Immemorial City was either the end or the starting point of the sequence of the string, and it was also the largest battlefield. But now, Lu Yin realized that the Eternals' goal was not that simple. Once the sequence of strings was destroyed, it wouldn't be as simple as crushing the parallel universe. Instead, the entire universe might be destroyed. It was like a pot of water that kept heating up, and the heat inside kept increasing. If there was no vent, the pot of water would explode. If there was a vent, the water inside would turn into steam and dissipate. In either case, adding energy to a fixed space would only lead to the destruction of that fixed space. In the end, the water would disappear. Parallel dimensions and the various species were like the water in the sealed pot that was the universe. The Eternals were constantly destroying the strings of the sequence to increase their energy. Jiang Feng's face turned ugly. I thought the Eternals only wanted to use the parallel universe to crush humanity. I didn't expect them to want to destroy the entire universe. But if that's the case, what will happen to them? Restart, Lu Yin said. Jiang Feng's eyes narrowed, and he fell silent. No one could truly destroy the universe. When the universe was destroyed by the expansion of all the parallel universes, the entire universe would collapse, forming the singularity that had been born at the beginning of the universe. It would be a big bang that would form a new universe. To the universe, this was a restart. Everything that existed in the universe would completely disappear, and a new round of evolution would begin. As for the Eternals, Lu Yin looked at the stone door. They had a place to go, and that was Tianxi's universe. If it was as he guessed, then it made sense why the people from Tianxi's universe had not come to this one earlier. They were waiting for the rebooted new universe to live in. Perhaps the new universe would have something they wanted. Lu Yin thought about how the elder god and patriarch Lu Yuan had broken through to the primordial realm, and he had an even more terrifying guess. Were the people from Tianxi's universe and the Eternals planning to use the rebooted new universe to take the first breath and step into the primordial realm? That was just too crazy. The only true God had already overcome bitter adversity, so his goal might be to reach the eternal realm. As for Tianxi and the people from his universe, they must have prepared for a very, very long time. There were a bunch of experts of the laws of sequence waiting to step into the primordial realm. Once they succeeded and all of them stepped into the primordial realm, just what would that be like? Let alone the current above the heavens, even if they worked together with the once extremely resplendent above the heavens, they would not be able to emerge victorious. The people from Tianxi's universe would become the true rulers. He constantly thought about what the only true God had said. He remembered that it was impossible to break through to the eternal realm in this universe. Was he referring to this situation? Only by rebooting this universe could they reach the eternal realm. At that moment, Lu Yin thought of many, many things. He parted the fog that had always shrouded him and saw a sliver of truth. He suddenly thought of the turbid stratagem that Mr. Mu had mentioned in the past. Using the poison of time to corrupt the primordial space was believed to be the turbid stratagem. Even Mr. Mu had acknowledged it, but was it really the turbid stratagem? Even the 7 sky gods believed it to be the turbid stratagem. But at that moment, Lu Yin rejected all of that. He seemed to have seen through the plans of the Eternals. If his guesses were true, then what roles did certain people play in all of this? The maiden, the ancestor, the ancient god, and the blood-red figure that appeared after Tianfa's death. What roles did they play? Especially the blood-red figure. If he approved of this method, it meant that he had not stepped into the eternal realm. Not only did the Eternals want to use this opportunity to step into the eternal realm, but the blood-red figure also had such plans. This method was too cruel. It was sacrificing the entire universe for their sake. But for Tianzi, it was a dream because what was sacrificing was not their universe. Stopping the creatures from the outer universe from entering and humans being uncontrollable were all lies. The ancestor would never allow such a thing to happen, so he insisted on the sequence's string. The above heavens of that era and humans were their greatest obstacles. The creatures from the outer universe could also be an obstacle. This was their true goal. Lu Yin looked at Jiang Feng and Zhelan Jilua. Had they thought of this? Tianzi has already escaped. Before we find a way to open the stone door, I will guard here. You can go back, said Jiang Feng. Lu Yin was worried. Uncle Jiang, if the stone door is opened and the enemies from the outer universe enter, retreat if you can't win. This is not your problem alone. Jiang Feng smiled. Don't worry. Are you worried that I will fight to the death? I won't win in a fight. I'll take over after a while, said Zhelan Jilua. Jiang Feng shook his head. There's no need. It's not that important to us anymore. Maybe I can see something at the edge of the universe and break through to the primordial realm. Let's go back. Lu Yin and Zhelan Jilua left. Returning was simple, they just tore through the void. With Lightning Master Jiang Feng's strength, even if the enemies from the outer universe appeared, they might not be able to do anything as long as they did not fight to the death. The most important thing now was to confirm his guess. He hoped that his guess was not correct. Otherwise, the enemies of the humans would not only be the Eternals, Tianzi, and the others from the outer universe. There were also hidden old monsters who did not care about the lives of the humans. They were more interested in breaking through. The eternal life realm was the greatest temptation for everyone. When they returned to the above heavens, Su Wuji was already waiting. Lu Yin shook his head. He escaped. Su Wuji was helpless and left bleakly. He will definitely come again. As long as he comes, there will be a chance, said Lu Yin. Su Wuji stood still, turned around, and bowed deeply to Lu Yin. Thank you, Master Lu. After Su Wuji left, Lu Yin sat down and organized his thoughts again. This was a huge game of chess that had been played since the above heavens era. If not for Immemorial City, this game of chess would have ended long ago. Zhao Ran poured tea for Lu Yin. Lu Yin smelled the fragrance of the tea and took a sip. He felt much better. One could not always be tense. The more urgent the situation was, the more one had to relax. Lu Yin wanted to find out if his guess was correct, so he could not be anxious. He looked down the mountain and saw a courtyard filled with books. It was Tuolin. Tuolin was not the only one in the courtyard, little Ken was there as well. Bring little Ken to see me, said Lu Yin. The second Night King bowed and walked out. Soon, little Ken was brought over by the second Night King. Seeing Lu Yin, little Ken was excited and quickly knelt down. Greetings, Master. Lu Yin looked at little Ken and smiled. Get up. Yes, Master. Little Ken kept calling him Master, afraid that Lu Yin would not recognize him. After all, they had not formally become his disciple. Lu Yin looked at little Ken. Little Ken was nervous and met Lu Yin's gaze. Then, he quickly lowered his head. Have you seen Tuolin? Asked Lu Yin. Little Ken nodded and said with admiration, Senior is too serious. Reading so many books is not enough. I will definitely learn from you. I lied to him, said Lu Yin. Little Ken was shocked. Lu Yin and little Ken looked at each other. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3247. Little Ken trembled and stood up slowly. He still lowered his head and didn't dare to look at Lu Yin. He remembered the first time he met Lu Yin. It was at the back of the battlefield. Who would have thought that after so many years, Lu Yin would have reached this step? If he had known, he would have taken Lu Yin as his master. However, Lu Yin wasn't that powerful back then. Lu Yin looked at little Ken. As the descendant of ancestor Hui, you have guts and a plan. You are just an ant, yet you dared to scheme against the Wang family. No one in the big Wang family could see through you. Based on this, you are worthy of being the descendant of ancestor Hui. I owe you a favor. After cultivating the Sky Palace, I will return the favor. From today onwards, Hui Ken, you are my disciple. Hui Ken quickly knelt down. Disciple Hui Ken greets master. Lu Yin's expression was solemn as he looked at Hui Ken. As my disciple, you should stand at the top of this universe. Remember not to bully others, not to go against morality, and not to betray humanity. As my disciple, what you gain will surpass everyone else. What you bear will also surpass everyone else. Whether your future is bright or dark, it depends on you and me. Are you willing to bear the karma of being my disciple? Hui Ken didn't hesitate. I am willing to bear it. I will follow master everywhere. I will not regret even if I die. Good, I hope you won't disappoint me. Lu Yin said. Lu Yin didn't say much about Tuolin because Tuolin couldn't cultivate. However, Hui Ken was different. He was bold, careful, decisive, and smart. He was good at using small things to gain big things. If he had a good temperament, he would benefit others. If he didn't have a good temperament, it would be a disaster. After Hui Ken came to the above sky sect, Lu Yin asked someone to investigate him. The result was satisfactory. He wasn't someone who would be blinded by benefits. He fought for his own opportunities. This was also the reason why Lu Yin was willing to accept him as his disciple. If his temperament wasn't up to standard, Lu Yin wouldn't accept him as his disciple. His disciple's status in this universe was too high. It was like the 3 realms and 6 paths. What Hui Ken learned was the Blue Sky Palace. On one hand, the Sky Palace tested one's temperament and patience. There was enough time for everyone to get familiar with little Ken. On the other hand, Lu Yin learned the Sky Palace through him. It was the most suitable for him to impart it. As for how long little Ken would need to cultivate the Blue Sky Palace, that would be up to him. It wasn't that he couldn't learn anything else along the way. There were too many cultivation techniques in the 5th pagoda, and as Lu Yin's disciple, it was easy for him to learn them. Whatever he wanted to learn, it was up to him. Take good care of your senior brother, Tuolin. Lu Yin emphasized. Little Ken said respectfully, don't worry, master. I will definitely take good care of senior apprentice brother. The second Night King looked at little Ken enviously. This was another person who had reached the heavens in a single step. This person was different from Tuolin. No matter what, Tuolin could not cultivate, and the resources he could enjoy were extremely scarce. This person was Master Lu's true disciple. He would be the envy of everyone in the universe. He quietly drank the tea that Zhao Ran had brewed for him, waiting for Hongyan Mavis to arrive. I've cultivated divine power. Lu Yin went straight to the point. Hongyan Mavis' body trembled as she looked at Lu Yin in shock. You've cultivated divine force. Lu Yin met her gaze. After looking at each other for a moment, Hongyan Mavis suddenly smiled. Lu Yin was surprised. Senior knows. Hongyan Mavis said, do you take us for fools? During the second battle of Calamity Region, you fought with Baixianer in the Divine Force Lake for so long and were still fine. Everyone knows. Lu Yin had completely forgotten about this. After the battle, Fertile Earth took the initiative to tell us about this, Hong Yen Mavis said. Lu Yin's heart warmed. Even though he had done a lot for humanity, there were many people who were doing things for him in secret as well. It was just that he did not see it. Little 7, divine power is an eternal power. Even though there is no right or wrong in power, divine power is an exception. Even Master said that divine power can affect a person's rationality, Hong Yen Mavis reminded. The scene from the Book of Destiny flashed through Lu Yin's mind. He nodded, I know. Don't worry, Senior. I've walked a longer path than an eternal one. Hong Yen Mavis smiled. We were definitely worried in the past, but now we are. With your strength, controlling divine power shouldn't be a problem. Is this why you came to me today? Senior Wu Tian and the others know. Of course. Don't worry. Lu Yin nodded, all right. Then I can rest assured about what I'm going to do next. What is it? Hong Yen Mavis was puzzled. Lu Yin looked at Hong Yen Mavis, destroy the Black Mother Tree. Lu Yin arrived at Lu Tianjing. After his conversation with Hong Yen Mavis, he had wanted to use Nightshore's identity to absorb divine power and destroy the Black Mother Tree. However, he suddenly remembered that there was one more thing he had yet to do, and that was Madman Lu. He still had a bet with Madman Lu. Lu Yin arrived at the place where Madman Lu was imprisoned in Lu Tianjing, his expression calm. In the distance, in the dark underground, Madman Lu suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze flickering with bloodlust and madness. He grinned, he was here. Madman Lu walked out of the underground and looked across. Lu Yin stood there calmly, I'm here for the bet. Madman Lu stared at Lu Yin with a ferocious gaze, are you confident in defeating me? Tell me, who helped me push away your general appointment platform? Lu Yin asked indifferently. In the distance, Lu Yuan and Lu Tianyi were both present. This day had finally come. Lu Yuan's gaze was complicated. Today's bet was also the day of Madman Lu's death. He had betrayed humanity and joined the eternal race. Lu Tianjing's sky darkened. Would Lu Yin win? There was no need to answer this question. Everyone knew that Madman Lu was doomed. Madman Lu himself knew that Lu Yin was not a blindly arrogant person. Since he had come to the bet, it meant that he had reached the point where he could defeat him, or even kill him. That was fine, he had lived long enough. Junior, if you want to know the answer, you'll have to beat me first. Lu Yin raised a hand and flicked his finger, his power transforming into a sharp sword that cut through the chains binding Madman Lu. Madman Lu's pupils shrank, and when he looked at Lu Yin again, his gaze had completely changed. These chains had been formed from sequence laws, and even he could not break them. However, Lu Yin had easily cut through them. The difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. Ha ha ha, Junior, you're ruthless enough. I thought that there would be a bitter battle, but it seems that I was wrong. It hasn't even been that long, and you're already this strong. Madman Lu laughed maniacally. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. Make your move, or you won't have another chance. Madman Lu's smile faded as he stared at Lu Yin with a bone-chilling glare. I hate the Lu family, and I've never regretted betraying them. I've never regretted betraying humanity. With that, dark red divine force surged out of his body and dyed the sky above Lu Tianjing red. The Lu family's disciples looked up at the sky, this power made them shiver. Lu Yuan closed his eyes. Divine power, he had indeed cultivated divine power. Lu Tianyi sighed. Lu Yin looked at Madman Lu. He did not have much divine power in his body, as he had not been cultivating in the Calamity Zone. Madman Lu charged at Lu Yin as his divine power surged out. He knew that there was no other power that could harm Lu Yin. The Divine Seal Catalog, the General Appointment Platform, the power of nightmares, or even the Corpse King transformation were not enough, far from enough. Madman Lu's eyes were ferocious. He only had one chance to attack, and it would depend on whether or not Luin could withstand the attack of sequence laws and divine power. Luin watched calmly as Madman Lu charged at him. He raised his hand and pointed. Madman Lu was enraged. Another finger, another finger. Back in the reincarnation spacetime, he had been beaten by Lu Tiany's Tao of Tiany. The power of that finger was still fresh in his memory, and now this junior was using the same finger. He went crazy, and his divine power was completely released like a wild beast. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew past, and the dark red divine power dissipated from both sides and quickly retreated. Madman Lu was rooted to the ground, still maintaining his charging posture. However, in front of his forehead, between his eyes, a finger had pinned him down, making him unable to move. Madman Lu stared blankly at Luin, who was right in front of him. Luin still had one hand behind his back, and he had no intention of taking it out. The finger of the other hand froze Madman Lu in place. One more step and he would die. Madman Lu had not felt this bone-chilling cold in a long time. Luin had brought him endless despair. He was not afraid of death, but a finger, just a finger, was simpler than Lu Tiany's. At least when he used his divine power, he was confident that Lu Tiany could not easily defeat him. Only Lu Yuan, that old bastard, could do it. Only Lu Yuan. But now, how could this junior do it? How did he do it? Sequence laws and divine power were all ineffective against him. Luin looked at Madman Lu with pity. This was a pitiful person. His life, his experiences, and even his ending. Madman Lu stared at Lu Yin's eyes. What did he see? Pity. Pity, pity, this kid is pitying me. Madman Lu roared and struck at Luin. Luin exerted force with his finger, and Madman Lu was pushed back. He roared, "Junior, are you pitying me?" Luin looked at him calmly. "You are no match for me. Kill me if you can. I don't need pity, and I don't need your Lu family's pity. Junior, kill me." Madman Lu rushed at Luin, his eyes red and completely mad. Luin grabbed Madman Lu's hand and exerted force, pressing Madman Lu down. Luin looked at him. "I don't want to say anything about your past. You are still an elder of my Lu family. Fulfill your promise and tell me who pushed you off the stage, and what price did you pay?" Madman Lu had one hand on the ground while the other was held by Luin. He could not move. He smiled bitterly and looked into Lu Yin's eyes. "I can tell you, but I don't want to die at the hands of that old bastard. This is also why I want to fight you to the death. Junior, kill me and I will tell you." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Killing Madman Lu was easy, but he had to bear the consequences of this karma. After all, Madman Lu was Patriarch Lu Yuan's grandson, and the Lu family had tolerated him for so many years and felt guilty toward him. If Lu Yin killed Madman Lu, it might become a thorn in Patriarch Lu Yuan's heart. "What, you don't dare?" Madman Lu laughed madly. "If you don't kill me, you won't know who that person is. You will never be able to repay what that person has done for you. I guarantee that you will never know who that person is." Lu Yin's eyes widened. "Fine, I agree." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3248. The redness in Madman Lu's eyes receded slightly when he heard Lu Yin's answer. He felt like his scheme had worked, and he sneered. What would Lu Yuan think if he died at the hands of the most outstanding junior of the Lu family? Even though everyone wanted him dead, would Lu Yuan really let it go if he died? This was the greatest harm he could do to Lu Yuan. Once Lu Yuan had a thorn in his heart, it wouldn't be a good thing for him, the Lu family, and the most outstanding descendant of the younger generation. Madman Lu Yin's laughter disgusted him. His gaze was filled with disgust. Who was it? Madman Lu laughed foolishly. He said sternly, "How many experts are there who can see through the past and present under those circumstances? And how many people can know you were in danger under those circumstances and immediately take action? You possess a mighty power that can penetrate the past and present. You have fused your own power into one, and you can see through time and the future. Only then can you help you once. To that person, that one time is the proof of his own power flowing through the river of time. That power has always been with you. That's why you were able to help at that moment. You can't be even the slightest bit slower, because that power has always been with you." Lu Yin's eyes narrowed in shock. The Grim Reaper. Madman Lu raised his head and said hoarsely, "Ha ha ha ha, I still don't understand that ancient battle." The Grim Reaper clearly could have won back then. He had broken through to the primordial realm and was invincible in the universe. No one was his opponent. Even the one true God struggled to deal with him. He was just too powerful, and his aura of death was too powerful. Most of the experts who surrounded him died, and the Eternals were already about to give up. But he struck out with a palm strike. It was that palm strike that missed. I still don't understand why the Grim Reaper would miss under those circumstances. And I don't understand why he would be defeated even if he missed. It was just a single palm strike. With that, Madman Lu looked at Lu Yin. His eyes were filled with inquiry and mockery. "I understand now. That palm strike did not miss. He passed through the river of time and saved your life with the supreme strength of the primordial realm. The river of time was just an instant to him, but to an expert like the one true God, it was eternal. Because of that palm strike, he was defeated. He clearly possessed an invincible strength, but in the end, he was torn apart and died. Ha 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 ha, little brat, you will never be able to repay this debt. You will never be able to repay it. Ha ha ha. Kill me, kill me." Lu Yin stared blankly into Madman Lu's crazed eyes, as if he could see that ancient battle. Why? Why would the Grim Reaper pay such a high price to save him? Why did they split into pieces and die? Why? Patriarch Lu Yuan appeared in front of Madman Lu and sent a palm strike at him. Madman Lu's pupils constricted as he stared at Patriarch Lu Yuan. No! Bang! Lu Yin's head exploded, and fresh blood dyed the sky red. This startled Lu Yin awake, and he watched as Madman Lu's corpse fell to the ground. Then, he looked up and saw that it was Patriarch Lu Yuan. Patriarch. Lu Yuan's gaze was complicated as he looked at Lu Yin apologetically. "Little Seven, this is between me and him. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. As for what he said, don't take it seriously. No one can prove it." Lu Yin's face paled as he gulped. Where was the Grim Reaper on the day he disappeared? Lu Yuan's body trembled, but he didn't answer. Lu Yin asked anxiously, "Patriarch, where is Madman Lu? Where was he that day? Where else?" Of course, he was in Lu Tianjing. Lu Yin shook his head. "No, Patriarch, you lied to me." Lu Yin looked at the rain that covered the sky, as if he could see the river of time. Through the river of time, he saw a lonely figure with a Golian beside him. His hand was covered in wounds, and his skinny body faced the endless astral beasts, suppressing the heavens with his strength alone. "Is it really you, Grim Reaper?" Lu Yin returned to the above heaven sect. He stayed in the mountains for a few days, but he didn't see a single person. Several days later, the second Night King reported, "Path Master, we've found the whereabouts of the traitor, Traceless. Lord Qingping has been captured. Traceless. Lu Yin still had some impression of this person. On the surface, he seemed to be under De Heng's control, and he had broken through to become an extreme powerhouse at the price of finding the landscape painting stone. In the end, he had submitted to De Heng and had been coerced by De Heng. After Lu Yin had clashed with De Heng, this person had secretly sided with Lu Yin and even helped him scheme against De Heng. In reality, his true identity was a spy of the Eternals. Siding with Lu Yin to deal with De Heng might have been his way of instigating a war between the human powerhouses. Unfortunately, this person's abilities were too limited, and the list of spies was confirmed as the last thing he could do. That was all he could do, and he had exposed himself to complete the last step. After that, there was no more news of this person. Senior Qing Ping would have no problem capturing this person, and Lu Yin was well aware of this person's strength. After some time, Traceless was captured and brought to the Above Heaven sect. He was an extreme powerhouse, and even if he was confirmed to have betrayed the humans, he had to be brought here for Lu Yin to take a look. Lu Yin looked at the miserable and dejected Traceless and didn't have any questions for the time being. He waved a hand and had someone take him away. Extreme powerhouses of the past were very valuable, but to Lu Yin, they were just cultivators with a higher cultivation. Whether it was Traceless or Yalan, he wasn't interested in dealing with them personally. He finally understood some of the things that had happened in the past. When he had been weak and had clearly offended some people, they hadn't acted against him. It wasn't that they couldn't do it, but rather that they didn't want to. It felt like an ant crawling on his foot. He could kick it away, but he couldn't chase after it and trample it to death. That kind of disregard was actually the fundamental reason why many people had turned the tables. If the Eternals had foreseen the current situation, they wouldn't have allowed him to grow. They said that humans had too many weaknesses because of their emotions, but in reality, all creatures were the same. The only exception was their instincts. Hungry beasts wouldn't let you go just because you were an ant, and they needed to eat. Lu Yin looked at the distant sky. In his opinion, the people from Tianxi's spacetime were more like wild beasts. Then, why hadn't they acted earlier? Before a second above the sky sect had appeared in the Genesis space, when the Six-Way Society was still fighting to the death with the Eternals, they had acted without fail. Why hadn't they? There was also Bai Siener. If she had recovered maiden strength, she could have killed him long ago. How could she have allowed him to escape and grow to this level? Even now, once she had fully recovered maiden strength, she should have been able to kill him. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He could roughly see the Eternals and the Guardians' intentions, but he couldn't see their true nature. On this day, a person appeared in the second disaster zone. It was Yibo. Yibo was naturally Lu Yin in disguise. He told the 3 realms and 6 paths about his cultivation of divine power, but he didn't intend to tell everyone before he completely defeated the Eternals to prevent them from becoming unstable. When Yibo appeared and wasn't attacked by Wu Tian and the others, both the Eternals and the humans knew who he was. But just like Yibo's mask, seeing the truth and speaking the truth were different. Atop the Black Mother Tree, the only true God looked into the distance and watched Yibo walk over. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3249. Behind the sole true God, the ancestor frowned. Yibo. I see. The sole true God understood where Yibo's boundless divine power had come from. He was the only one who could see through Yibo's disguise. The ancient God, the Forgotten Ruins God, and the others watched as Yibo walked towards the Black Mother Tree. Similarly, everyone in the 6 paths of reincarnation realm looked over at Yibo, but they quickly shifted their gazes away as if he didn't exist. The Grand Empyrean opened his eyes and looked across, quietly watching as Yibo approached the Black Mother Tree. He then jumped down and entered the roots. From the beginning to the end, no one said a single word to Yibo, and Yibo didn't say a single word to anyone. It was very quiet, so quiet that it was strange. This was the tacit agreement of both sides. Lu Yin entered the roots of the Black Mother Tree. The divine power here had already been absorbed into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, but Lu Yin's goal was not the external divine power but the internal divine power of the Black Mother Tree. According to his guess, if the Mother Tree's nutrients could be astral source, then the Black Mother Tree's nutrients could also be divine power. This was because the Mother Tree had been born before the progenitor. When the progenitor appeared, the Mother Tree had already supported this universe. The reason why astral source liquid appeared in its body was because it could be exchanged for nutrients. If the Black Mother Tree had divine power, then it should be normal. The sole true God watched as Lu Yin jumped down, and his gaze turned cold. He could guess what Lu Yin was going to do, and his expression turned ugly. Lu Yin did not say a word. He raised his hand and slashed horizontally, tearing apart a section of the Mother Tree's roots. Dark red divine power surged out from within. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. As expected, the sole true God's expression darkened, and the sky above the disaster zone darkened. He had underestimated Lu Yin, and this was his mistake. He had thought that this child's talent was extraordinary, and that it was already very rare for him to cultivate to this level in such a short time. He had not expected this child to become even more of a threat. First, he had obtained the support of the entire human race, which he could not tolerate. Now, he had seen through the Black Mother Tree and was actually absorbing divine power. The 7 sky gods, the 3 powers, and the 6 seas all absorbed divine power, but the sole true God did not care because they could not absorb much. However, Lu Yin was different. Regardless of how much he could absorb, the most terrifying thing about this child was the unknown. Even the sole true God could not see how much this person could do, and this was what he feared the most. This person was full of the unknown, and the unknown was the most terrifying. In the starry sky of the astral tree, absorbing astral essence was the biggest taboo. It would weaken the Mother Tree, making it unable to act as a barrier against the Eternals. However, there was also a saying that absorbing astral essence could increase a cultivator's strength, allowing them to undergo a qualitative transformation in the shortest amount of time possible, allowing them to defeat the Eternals in one fell swoop. It was equivalent to sacrificing the Mother Tree for the sake of mankind. In the end, this second possibility was rejected. Since ancient times, this second possibility had always existed, but it had never become the mainstream. This was because those who truly grasped the mainstream knew that the Eternals would not be defeated so easily. Even if the astral trees had 10 more progenitors, or even dozens of them, they still wouldn't be able to defeat the Eternals. The Lu family could see this clearly. Later on, he had secretly extracted the astral origin liquid not for the sake of humanity's victory over the Eternals, but for his own personal gain. The 4 cardinal scales were absorbing astral origin liquid in order to increase their strength and suppress the starry sky tree. Regardless of which possibility it was, absorbing astral source liquid could indeed enhance the strength of the cultivators in the starry sky tree, because those cultivators cultivated astral source strength. Now Lu Yin absorbs the black divine power and the Mother Tree follows the same principle. He also cultivated divine power. As the divine power continued to be absorbed, Lu Yin waved his hand and forcefully punched a huge hole in the Black Mother Tree. Inside, divine power flowed like a waterfall. He began to madly absorb it, and a starry sky appeared in his heart. The divine power planet began to rotate faster and faster. Wu Tian and Hongyan Mavis exchanged glances, worry flashing in their eyes. Lu Yin's cultivation of divine power was not a good thing. Their master had mentioned that the one true God's divine power could change a person's mind. However, with Lu Yin's current strength, he would definitely surpass the one true God in the future. At the very least, he would reach the same height as the one true God. Divine power should not cause him any harm. This was why they were relieved. However, this relief was based on the past. Now, as they watched Luin madly absorb divine power, they became anxious again. The more divine power he absorbed, the more likely it would change. Once Luin became an enemy of humanity, the consequences would be greater than the Eternals at their peak. It would cause the collapse of humanity's faith. This third divine admonition would also end with the Eternals' victory. Although they were worried, there was nothing they could do to stop it. Luin had already informed them. Whether or not the 6 paths of reincarnation realm could weaken the one true God's strength was uncertain, but absorbing his divine power would definitely weaken him. If they wanted to defeat the Eternals, they would never be able to bypass the one true God. Due to that mysterious fate, Wu Tian would rather be imprisoned in the third calamity region than return to humanity. That kind of threat surpassed that of the Eternals. If humanity really wanted to break free of that shackle, they would have to climb up step by step and eradicate the Eternals before eradicating that fate. What Luin was doing now was for that day. The Grand Empyrean looked down. Something like this had happened? She then looked at the one true God. This was interesting. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm had been weakening the one true God's power, but the rate of weakening was extremely slow. She had been prepared for endless years, but now that there was another method to weaken him, things were different. At the roots of the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yin's mind was clear. He eliminated all distracting thoughts and focused on absorbing divine power to strengthen his divine power planet. Divine power was also a kind of cosmic energy in his heart. Although using it would create a desire to kill, it was still a method. Even if he didn't use it, sealing this divine power in his body would weaken the one true God. Cracks appeared and spread through the gap at the roots of the Black Mother Tree. They gradually spread to the land of the second calamity region and were seen by many. Without nutrients, the tree would naturally collapse. The only true God squinted his eyes and looked down. He praised, "You are the most talented even when it comes to cultivating godly power. Tao Master Lu, do you plan to absorb all the godly power in the Black Mother Tree?" Lu Yin ignored him. The Grand Empyrean spoke up. "Eternal, are you afraid?" The one true God laughed. "I'm just lamenting. I didn't expect that the most talented person in cultivating divine power would be the enemy of divine power. Isn't this a form of irony? If Tao Lord Lu joins the Eternals because he cultivates too much divine power, then wouldn't that be a form of irony to you humans?" The Grand Empyrean sneered. "Nonsense, with his current strength, no power can control him. It will only be controlled by him. You are worried that the Black Mother Tree will collapse. A fake is a fake, it can never be compared to the real thing." The one true God raised an eyebrow. "Fake? Are you talking about this Black Mother Tree?" "Wrong, it is real. This Mother Tree comes from another universe. I can tell you that it came from Tianxi's universe. To them, this Mother Tree is equivalent to your Mother Tree. Once it collapses, that universe will fight you to the death." The Grand Empyrean coldly said, "Then come." When Lu Yin heard this, he opened his eyes and looked at the Grand Empyrean with surprise. This woman was actually so responsible? "In any case, my target is only you. The others have nothing to do with me," the Grand Empyrean added. Lu Yin closed his eyes again. Sure enough, this crazy woman was still the same crazy woman. She didn't care about the Eternals or the other universes. She only focused on the one true God. This was her calamity. Everyone who crossed the calamity was crazy. It was true. But did this Mother Tree belong to Tianxi's universe? Did that mean that they would first transplant the Mother Tree from their universe and then destroy the humans? Why? Since this universe was destined to restart, wouldn't this Mother Tree also be destroyed here? Wait. Lu Yin suddenly thought of the Mother Tree of the astral tree of the Tree of Stars. When had that mother tree been born? If his previous guess was true, then it wouldn't be so simple for Tianxi's universe to transplant this mother tree. Perhaps the restart of the universe had something to do with the mother tree. The cracks grew bigger and bigger, gradually spreading to the entire root. It was equivalent to 1/10 of the black mother tree. But because it was the root, it was obviously more serious than it looked. The branches were drying up and falling, just like the Eternals, constantly withering. Wu Tian and the others looked at the black mother tree, waiting for it to collapse. The black mother tree's divine power was endless. Anyone who cultivated divine power would not be able to absorb it. Only Lu Yin was an exception, as his star could be infinitely large. Atop the black mother tree, the sole true God's gaze landed on Lu Yin's body. He saw Lu Yin's divine force planet, which was a seat of divine force. Even if all of the divine force in the calamity region was poured into it, it would not be able to reach its limit. The black mother tree's divine force would eventually be sucked dry, and when that happened, the tree would definitely collapse. The black mother tree could not collapse. Absolutely not. The one true God closed his eyes. Around him, the ancestors sensed something and slowly retreated. The others also retreated. Mu Ji's heart palpitated as he looked at the one true God's back. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3250. Lu Yin's expression changed drastically. Wu Tian and the rest were shocked. They knew what the one true God was going to do. He was going to use the last corpse king transformation that Di Qiong had created at the cost of his life, Einherjar transformation. Di Qiong's Aries transformation had unimaginable power. His strength was no weaker than Lu Yin's. The transformation's power was almost the limit of a living being. If Di Qiong had not died and lost his mind, his godly power would have been absorbed by Lu Yin. Otherwise, even a corpse would not have been able to do anything to him. If Di Qiong was already like this, what would happen if the one true God used the Aries transformation? He was already much stronger than Di Qiong, be it in terms of physical strength or godly power. The one true God used the Aries transformation. Everyone was shocked. His powerful aura distorted the 6 paths of reincarnation. Lu Yin's eyelids twitched. The one true God's power had surpassed his. In the current universe, the strongest beings were Su Wang and Li Shou. However, Lu Yin's power had surpassed those two and was already close to the limit. At this moment, the one true God was the limit. He represented the limit of power. His power was not something that could be resisted by a human. The one true God punched forward, distorting the 6 paths of reincarnation and almost tearing it apart. He attacked again. No one doubted that he had the ability to tear the 6 paths of reincarnation apart. If he had this ability, why didn't he attack during the battle of the second calamity region? There must be a limit. The ancestors' words appeared in Lu Yin's mind again. There was no limit in the universe. If there was a limit, there must be a price to pay. He could not tell what price the one true God would pay, but he knew that the 6 paths of reincarnation could not hold on for much longer. Wu Tian and the rest could not attack. They did not dare to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, they would be courting death if they faced the one true God directly. They could only watch. In the sky, the dark red screen made everyone look red. It was like hell. The Grand Heavenly Venerate stood up and calmly watched the one true God attack. With my life, I sacrificed the 6 paths of reincarnation. As soon as he finished speaking, the sequence particles around the Grand Heavenly Venerate flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation. At the same time, the astral source and her ancestral world's reincarnation were also scattered. Waves of power flew toward the 6 paths of reincarnation. Her face was pale and she was about to collapse. The only true God shouted, "Tai Hong, do you really want to die?" The Grand Empyrean's voice echoed across the world. "Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. I know it's impossible to pass the bitter adversity, but no matter what, I'll drag you down until you die. At the very least, you won't be able to pass the bitter adversity." The one true God slammed his palm at her. The Grand Empyrean was like a small boat in a storm, and she spat out blood. The veil fell off, revealing a beautiful face. There was blood at the corner of her mouth. Her smile was like a withered flower that could wither at any moment. "Eternal, you must have paid a heavy price." Of course, the price he had to pay was not small. Otherwise, he would have made a move long ago. The only true deity was just about to continue attacking when the surface of his body cracked open inch by inch. Blood spurted out and scattered in all directions. Attack! The ancestor of the past, the ancient god, the forgotten ruins god, and the arrow god all attacked the Grand Empyrean. The Grand Empyrean couldn't fight back at all and could only let them attack. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold as he rushed forward. Wu Tian and the others didn't hesitate and rushed into the 6 paths of reincarnation. "Scram!" the Grand Empyrean shouted. She turned around and glared at Lu Yin and the others. "Scram! Who do you think you are? This is a battle between me and Eternal. Do you have the right to interfere? Crazy woman, you're going to die." Lu Yin shouted. The Grand Empyrean disdainfully said, "Even if I die, it's not up to you to save me. I don't owe your Lu family anything and never will. Also, you want to kill me with just these pieces of trash? Ridiculous. Who do you think I am? I'm Tai Hong, someone from the primordial era in the origin space. I'm an elder of the 6 paths of the 3 realms. Even they have to call me senior. Do I need you to save me?" Scram! Attacks fell like raindrops. The Grand Empyrean's back was facing Lu Yin and the others as she faced the attacks head-on. Blood dyed the sky red. "Eternal, you can't get rid of me. Don't even think about leaving. This is my bitter adversity. No one can interfere." The Grand Empyrean's voice echoed throughout the world. Lu Yin had never felt that this crazy woman shouldn't die. She had her own beliefs and didn't need to be responsible for others. The only true God's face was red as he panted. It was obvious that he had paid a price. He gritted his teeth. "If you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll let Absolute Beginning watch you die." With that, he clenched his fingers and pointed at the Black Mother Tree. "Rise!" A huge force pulled up the Black Mother Tree that connected the heavens and earth. The Black Mother Tree carried the 6 paths of reincarnation realm and turned into a dark red light that shot into the sky. Lu Yin quickly stopped it. The soil condensed into a land that pressed down. At the same time, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, and the others all attacked. Lu Yuan also appeared and blocked it with the God's Sealing Catalog. It was useless as all the attacks were blocked by the dark red light. Lu Yuan's expression changed. True God Heaven Switching Technique. The Black Mother Tree carried the 6 paths of reincarnation realm and disappeared without a trace within the True God Heaven Switching Technique. Lu Yin and the others all attacked the True God Heaven Switching Technique, but they couldn't do anything to it. "Stop. This is the True God Heaven Switching Technique. Even a primordial realm expert will be trapped for a while." Lu Yuan's expression was heavy as he looked in the direction of the Black Mother Tree. What happened? The guardians of the Calamity region took turns, and Lu Yuan just happened to be absent. But whether he was there or not, the result wouldn't change. The only true God who had reached the limit of power was no match for him. No one could stop him. Lu Yin told Lu Yuan what had happened. Lu Yuan's expression was ugly. That crazy woman is still the same. But fortunately, you didn't go in, or you really would have died. Don't worry. Even an eternal at the limit couldn't break the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. The 6 paths of reincarnation realm will definitely be able to seal him for a while. Now, no one knows where they went. Wu Tian looked up. They went to Immemorial City. Lu Yuan frowned, and his heart sank. This was the worst-case scenario. The only true God had gone to Immemorial City, which would be a decisive force. Lu Yin and the others were still trapped in the Calamity region. Unless they broke the true God heaven-switching technique, no one would be able to leave. They should have gone to Immemorial City. We need to break the true God heaven-switching technique as soon as possible. Otherwise, if Immemorial City is broken, this universe will be finished, Hongyan Mavis said. Lu Yi knew that this was even more terrifying. Once Immemorial City was broken, the sequence cords would all be broken, and this universe would be rebooted. That would be a disaster for humanity. When he thought of this, he punched at the true God heaven-switching technique, but it was still useless. Currently, the people trapped in the Calamity region were Lu Yin, Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, Wood God, Celestial Champion, Jade, and Yao. They could be considered as more than half of the above heaven sex forces. The most troublesome thing was that the Calamity region could only be entered but not exited. If anyone tried to enter, they would be sealed, and no one would be able to escape. Lu Yin and the others thought of many methods, but none of them could be separated from the true God heaven-switching technique. The true God heaven-switching technique is one of eternity's 3 ultimate techniques. It surrounds the entire spacetime with divine power, and no power can break through it unless Master is here. Wu Tian was solemn as he stared at the sky, trying to find the technique's weakness. Lu Yin took out the landscape painting stone. What about the mirage? We can't go there, Lu Yuan said. The entire spacetime has been sealed by divine power. We can't even tear through the void, let alone these specks of dust. There's one way to break through. Wu Tian looked at Lu Yin, absorbed that divine power. Lu Yin's eyes lit up. That's right, I can absorb the divine power of the true God heaven-switching technique. Hongyan Mavis shook her head. Do you think it's that easy to absorb a technique? Unless you can see through it. No matter what, let's give it a try. Lu Yin leapt up and went under the true God heaven-switching technique, attempting to absorb the divine power. At the same time, above the sequence, the immemorial city that was burning in flames shook violently. After a fierce battle, figures returned to the city one after another, panting heavily. Awesome, awesome, ha 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 ha, Ku Jia, you're really resilient. You took 5 sequence laws head-on and didn't lose. So Wang Tian sighed in admiration as he stood on top of the city wall. Below him was a blazing inferno. His bare feet were stepping on 2 slippers as he felt extremely carefree. Not far away, Ku Jia praised, Senior Su's slippers are really powerful. They kicked 2 corpse kings to death. Is that a weapon? So Wang Tian's expression turned awkward as he glanced at the slippers. On the other side, old Zhong too arrived. I'm old. Can't you guys wait for me? If not for the fact that I can still move, would have died outside. So Wang Tian rolled his eyes. Old Zhong too, your act of pretending to be old is useless. Old Zhong too laughed and stroked his beard. Ancestor Su, do the slippers fit? You scolded the person who stole your slippers quite harshly. So Wang Tian was speechless. He even stole my slippers. Scolding him is already considered light. Ku Jia was curious but did not ask. Ever since he was brought to Immemorial City by the giant tree during the Second Battle of Calamity Realm, he had participated in many battles here and experienced many battles. There was nothing else here but endless battles. Although this period of time was not long, he saw all kinds of enemies. Some of them were not weaker than him. There were too many experts hidden in the eternal race's bone boats. He did not know where they came from. Old Zhong Tu laughed. Ancestor Su, what's going on between you and that big sister? Tell me. Su Wangtian raised his eyebrows and cursed his bad luck. He did not expect Netherworld to come. He had offended her too harshly last time. On the other side, Kong Tianzhao looked at the sword hilt in a daze. It was still not enough. Just a little bit more. This time, he wanted to break through earlier than Jiang Feng. White Cloud City had its own path of cultivation. Others might not be able to see their path clearly. And here, he looked into the distance. This was the place he dreamed of. If he did not die here, he would break through here. Big Sister was in the opposite direction of Su Wangtian. There was no other way. They had to separate them. Otherwise, they would have internal strife before the battle with the eternal race. Chu Yi glanced at Big Sister and was very cautious. He was afraid that she would rush to the other side of Immemorial City to find trouble with Su Wangtian. This was not the first time. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3251. Thinking back to the tree's previous arrival, Immemorial City grew excited. Every time the tree arrived, it would bring a few experts to deal with the Eternals, and the Eternals would try their best to stop it. They would attack the tree from the outskirts of Immemorial City. The tree had failed several times and was unable to approach Immemorial City. The people it brought with it were either killed or crippled. This time, however, things were different. The Eternals who had attacked the tree had all been destroyed. This time, the tree had brought several experts, including the unkillable Withered, the sword expert Kong Tianzhao, and the irascible Netherworld ancestor. The Eternals had miscalculated, and the primordial thunder locust was among them. As for Magician, he had been killed the moment he entered Immemorial City. He had been tossed into the sea of fire, and there was no place for him here. The arrival of these experts excited Immemorial City, and they also brought good news. In the outside world, the Eternals were being suppressed by the above heaven, and all of this was due to one person, Lu Yin. The endless war in Immemorial City seemed endless, but now, they could see that the Eternals had reached their end. The primordial thunder locust was in a more miserable state. Just like Awakener, who had participated in the Chosen of Gods, he had been captured by the giant hand within Immemorial City. The hand had resisted the primordial thunder locust's thunderous might and taken somewhere else. Kong Tianzhao was stunned. The primordial thunder locust was not weak. Even White Cloud City could not do anything to it, but someone had managed to capture it so easily. Of course, he later realized that he had overestimated the hand's owner. After capturing the primordial thunder locust, that person had been heavily injured. In any case, there was more than one powerhouse in Immemorial City, and any one of them could change the situation in the outside world. There were also many experts on the Eternals' bone boats that could fight against Immemorial City. In particular, the bone boats had an unending stream that left Immemorial City helpless. Immemorial City was a paradise for warriors. The arrival of Big Sis and the others had given Immemorial City the upper hand. They had fought their way out and continuously killed the Eternal Corpse Kings. They had even seen the bone boats several times. Now, everyone in Immemorial City was waiting for the above heaven to arrive and fight the Eternals to the death. No matter how intense the battle outside was, this was the only place where the final battle would take place. Finally, in the direction of Immemorial City, an old man wearing a pointed hat had a complicated expression. His name was Babar, and he was an instructor of the 9-star civilization. He had sensed at the moment Kakavin used the 9-star civilization to restart death. At that time, he had thought that the 9-star civilization no longer existed. Fortunately, Big Sister and the others had arrived and brought him news of the 9-star civilization. The 9-star civilization was still around, and there was an expert who could use the 9-star reboot. That was enough. The final battle between the humans and the Eternals was about to begin. He was glad that he could witness that moment. Only then would the 9 stars be reactivated. He had been waiting for that day for a long time. Around the primeval city, flames burned, never to be extinguished. On the city wall, everyone was waiting. They were waiting for another opportunity to kill their way out. Now that the humans had the upper hand, they did not care whether they lived or died in the following battle. All they wanted was to feel refreshed. In Primeval City, everyone's greatest joy was gambling. They gambled on which sequence law they would die under. Here, no one was afraid of death. Not long after, the people of Primordial City saw a spectacle. The endless sequence particles that filled the surrounding starry sky were pushed out in one direction, as if a behemoth had appeared. The expressions of the people on the city wall in that direction changed drastically. Is that the Mother Tree? No, it's the Dark Mother Tree of the Eternals. Everyone, be careful, Big Sister shouted. The huge Dark Mother Tree was dragged by an invisible force toward Primeval City. Because the Dark Mother Tree was too huge, it pushed away the endless sequence particles. It carried a strong pressure as if it was about to crash into Primeval City. One by one, the experts arrived at the city wall. Their breathing stopped. Mr. Mu walked out. Why would the Dark Mother Tree of the Eternals come here? Wasn't the Eternals completely suppressed by the above heaven sect? Who had the ability to pull out the Dark Mother Tree? Soon, they saw it. On the Dark Mother Tree, the group of Eternals, especially the one true God, faced Primeval City and Mr. Mu. Mr. Mu, we meet again, the one true God said, his voice spreading throughout Primeval City. Everyone in Primeval City heard him. Underground, primogenitor Tai Chu frowned. Eternals. He had actually come. On the city wall, Mr. Mu looked across. Eternals, you actually came to Primeval City. Have you given up on the Calamity Zone? The one true God sighed. You took in the most outstanding disciple in history and chased me out of the Calamity Zone. I had nowhere to go, so I could only come to Primeval City to fight to the death with you. Just as Tai Chu said, Primeval City will become the final battlefield. Where's Little Seven? Big Sister shouted. The one true God didn't answer. He slowly moved aside. Behind him, the area blocked by the ancient gods and ancestor Tai Chu dispersed, revealing the Grand Empyrean. In Primeval City, some people's expressions changed. Grand Empyrean. Tai Hong. Mr. Mu's pupils constricted. Tai Hong. Underground, Tai Chu looked up and saw through Primeval City. He saw the Grand Empyrean being beaten miserably by the one true God and the others. His gaze was complicated. Tai Hong. The one true God praised. I always thought that Tai Hong was an unreasonable woman, but I have to admit that her persistence surpassed everything. Perhaps among all the experts who passed Calamity, she was the closest to success. She used her life to trap me in the 6 paths of reincarnation. I admire her. Mr. Mu, Tai Chu, none of you can compare to her. On Primeval City's city wall, Mr. Mu's expression was ugly. Primeval City had been fighting for so many years, but no one had ever seen Mr. Mu like this. The Tai Hong that appeared in front of Mr. Mu was completely different from the arrogant and insufferably arrogant woman from before. That woman was arrogant and looked down on everything. She didn't put anyone in her eyes and thought that she could surpass everyone, becoming the first existence to step into the eternal life realm. She gave pointers to the 3 worlds and 6 Taos and discussed the Tao with him in absolute beginning. At that time, she was so arrogant. Now, Her hair was a mess, her body was covered in blood, and her face was pale. She had endured torture, but her eyes were still so bright and lofty. Figures appeared beside the black mother tree. They were the experts on the eternal race's bone ship. One of them was called Yuan Qi, and he challenged Mr. Mu. He was a peerless expert. Yuan Qi sized up the Grand Empyrean and exclaimed, "Tai Hong. You actually became like this. Ha 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 ha, Tai Hong, to think that you would have such a day. I said that you would be miserable in the future. Ha ha ha." Another voice rang out, "Tai Hong. I think I have heard of her before. She is an expert. Is she that woman? She is very ordinary. Tear apart that woman's clothes. Living beings should be in their most primitive form. Face us in a perverted state. I want her bones." In the most intense battlefield in the universe, where the strongest experts from both sides gathered, the Grand Empyrean was like an object being appraised and discussed. The voices of the eternal race constantly entered the Grand Empyrean's ears. The corner of the Grand Empyrean's mouth curled up, and her eyes became colder and more arrogant. "A bunch of trash. Old Man Mu, what is that look in your eyes? No matter what, I, Tai Hong, will not be pitied by others. I will kill the eternal race. Tai Chu cannot take it away, and neither can you. This is my misfortune. If you cannot stop the other eternal race members, then it is because you are not capable. After I survive this misfortune and destroy the eternal race, all of you will have to worship me." Yuan Qi raised his eyebrows. "Arrogant. You are about to die and still dare to be so stubborn." With that, he waved his hand. His power penetrated the 6 paths of reincarnation world and hit the Grand Empyrean's shoulder, cracking it. Someone on the side was distressed. "Old Man Yuan Qi, don't hit her bones. They are useful. I want to implant her bones. Hit somewhere else. Look at her beautiful face." The Grand Empyrean did not even look at them. In her eyes, there was only the one true God. No matter how much damage she suffered, she could not let the 6 paths of reincarnation world break. This was her persistence and her way of fighting. The one true God looked at Immemorial City. "I have not been here for a long time. Tai Chu, if Tai Hong dies in front of you, what will you do?" A voice came from the underground of Immemorial City. "I will win." Tai Hong was furious. "Nonsense. Tai Chu, I will definitely live longer than you. Don't even think about winning. Don't even think about winning once." The one true God waved his hand. "Take down Immemorial City." Beside him, Ancient God and the others stepped forward and charged towards Immemorial City. Around them, Yuan Qi and the others also charged towards Immemorial City. Within Immemorial City, Mr. Mu was stern. "Everyone, all of the Eternal's forces are gathered here. Focus on defense in this battle. Do not advance rashly. Wait for reinforcements." A terrifying battle erupted. Stray particles constantly spread out, and Immemorial City shook. Bone ships appeared as figures charged towards Immemorial City. With Immemorial City's current strength, it was impossible to stop the Eternals. The Eternals had gained 2 primordial realm experts, the Ancestor and the Ancient God, as well as by Wuxian, the Arrow God, and the Forgetful Ruins God. Immemorial City was at a disadvantage in terms of absolute numbers of experts. Fortunately, the one true God was still trapped in the 6 paths of reincarnation world, or the Eternals would have already won this battle. Now, the only thing that could truly determine victory was whether the above heavens could provide reinforcements. Lu Yin landed in the second disaster zone inside. He had failed, as there was no way for him to directly absorb the God force from the true God skysplit technique. This technique was practically flawless, and trying to break through it was as difficult as trying to break out of a sealed cage. Another person arrived. It was Lu Tianyi. This was the most disgusting thing about the true God heaven switching technique. One could enter but not leave. It made human experts enter like moths to a flame. Lu Yin had no doubt that the longer they were trapped, the more human experts would enter. Lu Tianyi felt helpless. He had never thought that something like this would happen. It's impossible to see the true God heaven switching technique from the outside world. The Eternals must have created this technique to trick people. Hongyan Mavis gritted her teeth. Lu Yuan said, "Everyone, no matter what, let's work together and try to break through it. No matter how long it takes, we can't just let the Eternals defeat Immemorial City. Once Immemorial City is defeated and the bone ships descend, we'll be finished." This was something he had learned after joining the Eternals for so many years and making so many friends. He was still waiting. He was waiting for the moment the Eternals were completely defeated and the humans won. He was waiting for the moment the land of disaster became a wasteland. Then, he would begin his search. No one would compete with him. It was very likely that he would find the three ultimate techniques of the true gods. With that, he could cultivate them again and become a top expert. Progenitor Realm. In the past, it was very impressive, but now it was no longer necessary. He had cultivated the three ultimate techniques of the true gods. These techniques could even make a half-ancestor invincible. Just look at Tao Lord Lu. What kind of battles had he participated in when he was a half-ancestor? Now that he had broken through, he was one of the most invincible powerhouses in the universe. Lu Yin did not plan to compete with him, but even if he could not compare to him, he was still better than him. He slept for countless years, waiting for an opportunity. It was not like this was the first time he had done something like this. He slept peacefully. Wei Shu did not even think that he would be discovered. The war was already over, and no one would come to the desolate land of the Fourth Calamity region. However, when a dim light illuminated him, he opened his eyes and stared blankly in front of him. A smile that was uglier than crying appeared on his face. Lu, Master Lu. Wei Shu would never have imagined that Lu Yin would personally find him. He had considered the possibility that he would be found, but would this invincible universe's Master Lu have a chance? There was no need. There was really no need. He was just an ant. Lu Yin had also not expected to find this guy. Wei Shu was a prodigy in the Fourth Calamity region. Lu Yin did not see him in battle, but he was good at finding true gods. He had actually drawn 5 maps of the Calamity region's god power lakes. No one in the Eternals was as good at making friends as Wei Shu. Lu Yin looked down at Wei Shu. "You really know how to hide." Wei Shu trembled and fell to his knees. He was in despair. "Master Lu, I am just an ant. I have never done anything to harm humans. Master Lu, please do not kill me. Please give me a chance to turn over a new leaf. I beg you." Lu Yin did not have the time to talk nonsense with him. Where are the 3 true God ultimate techniques? Wei Shu was stunned and looked at Lu Yin in confusion. True God's 3 ultimate techniques. You have been searching. Do you have any leads? Lu Yin asked. He had searched through the 6 calamity regions with his heart, but he could not find anything. Wei Shu blinked. This, I do not know. Lu Yin narrowed his eyes. Wei Shu saw Lu Yin's expression darken and hurriedly said, "Although I cannot find it, I know how to find it." "Speak." "Dig." "Dig?" "Yes." Legend has it that Master Su Jin's 3 ultimate techniques were dug out. A long time ago, something happened in the 2nd Calamity region. All the corpse kings, including the humans of the eternal kingdom, dug out the soil. Master Su Jin lifted the river of divine power and dug section by section. In the end, he did not find anything. But now, we know that Master Su Jin cultivated the true God's freedom technique. He must have dug it out then. And Master Di Qiong's ultimate technique was bestowed by the only true God. Lu Yin frowned. Di Qiong did not cultivate the ultimate technique. Di Qiong had died in his hands. If he had cultivated the ultimate technique, how could he not use it? Wei Shu's face turned pale. I do not know about this, but I am sure that if we want to find the ultimate technique, we can only rely on digging. The river of divine power is gone. Do you think the ultimate technique is still there? Lu Yin asked. He did not have much hope. Wei Shu was certain. Yes, it is. Please believe me. As long as we dig out all the rivers in the 6 calamity regions, we will definitely find the ultimate technique. In the river. It should be. Lu Yin's heart was enveloped by the 6 calamity regions. A map of the river of divine power appeared in his mind. Even though the terrain of the calamity regions had been destroyed due to the war, he could still roughly find it. Surging energy. The energy shook the 6 calamity regions at the same time, causing Lu Yuan and the rest to look over. They did not understand what Lu Yin was doing. Wei Shu felt a tremor beneath his feet. The river beside him was torn apart by an invisible energy. Not only that, but the entire 4th calamity region's river was torn apart. It was as if a giant python had rushed out of the 4th calamity region. He knew that it was not just the 4th calamity region. All 6 calamity regions were in the same state. All the rivers of divine power had been torn apart. Lu Yin suddenly looked in a direction and disappeared. Wei Shu's entire body went limp. He felt bitter. He should have found it. It should have been his. In the 5th calamity region, within an unremarkable broken river, a small stone attracted Lu Yin's attention. When the stone was pulled out of the river, it actually flew towards the divine power planet in his heart. It was obviously attracted by the divine power. Lu Yin grabbed the stone and looked at it. After a while, he crushed the stone. It was the true God's freedom technique. It seemed that only the true God's freedom technique had been passed down from the true God's 3 ultimate techniques. The other 2 techniques did not exist. It made sense. How could the only true God allow the true God heaven-switching technique to remain in the calamity region? Wouldn't that give others a way to break the technique? The logic was simple, but Lu Yin still held on to hope. In the end, he only found the true God's freedom technique. He returned to the 2nd calamity region and watched as Lu Yuan and the rest continuously attacked the true God heaven-switching technique. There was only one way left: break through. When he broke through the mortal ancestors' world and the unbounded ancestors' world, he had caused a huge commotion. He hoped that breaking through again would cause enough of a commotion to break through the true God heaven-switching technique. Lu Yin had Lu Yuan and the rest stop. He stood far away and looked up. This time, he planned to break through the wordless heaven book. Without the mortal ancestor break and the unbounded ancestor break, Lu Yin would not have attempted to break through the wordless heaven book. Even now, he did not know what other uses the wordless heaven book had besides blocking the sequence laws and writing names that had been expelled from spacetime. He also did not have a clear direction to break through. But would he have a direction after a while? Since that was the case, he might as well break through and see what the wordless heaven book would become. As for the flowing light, Lu Yin wanted to save it for last. It was the power of time, and he hoped that one day, he would be able to rely on it to go against the flow of time. The wordless heaven book appeared, and Lu Yin looked up. Golden light sprinkled on his face, making him feel warm. Looking at the dark red sky, he did not know what kind of calamity the wordless heaven book would attract. He had never wished for his calamity to be as great as possible. Unfortunately, if he had brought along the mortal ancestors' world's calamity, he might have been able to break through the true God-heaven switching technique. In the distance, Lu Yuan and the rest looked at Lu Yin with solemn expressions. What kind of calamity will be attracted after being recognized by the primordial space? Hong Yan Mavis did not understand, as she had never been recognized by the primordial space. Since ancient times, only the primogenitors had been recognized, and the second had been Lu Yin. At most, they controlled a single continent. Lu Yuan's expression was solemn. I don't know either. We were only recognized by a single continent, and we did not break through with the wordless heaven book like him. This is the first time, and Master might not even know. Wu Tian's expression was solemn. Cultivate the heart. Lu Yuan and Hong Yan Mavis looked at Wu Tian, not understanding what he meant. Wu Tian's ability to enlighten all living beings was equivalent to being recognized by the primordial space, but he had never fought for that power. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3253. I don't know if I'm right or not. If there are gains, then there are losses. Using the wordless heavenly book to break through might not lead to a great calamity, but the threat to him might be greater than any other calamity. It all depends on what he thinks. Everyone discussed. Gradually, a phantom appeared outside the true God-heaven switching technique. Lu Yin saw it. Was that a parallel universe? Was it the same as breaking through in the mortal world? Impossible. How could two completely different ancestral realms have the same calamity? In fact, outside of the primordial space, most parallel universes did not have any calamities when breaking through to the progenitor realm. Lu Yin did not walk the astral path, and even in the primordial space, he might not have encountered any calamities. However, he had walked his own path, and this path would lead to calamities everywhere. The more unique one's path was, the more difficult the calamities would be to bear. Lu Yin looked at the phantom outside the true God-heaven switching technique. Come, the heavier the calamities, the better. It would be best if they could break through the true God-heaven switching technique. Gradually, the phantom became clearer and clearer. Lu Yin's eyes widened. Was that the fifth mainland? Not only him, but Lu Yuan and the others also saw it. The phantom was not a parallel universe, but a fifth mainland. As the fifth mainland approached, it disappeared, and what appeared in front of them were countless people. They did not see Lu Yin's group at all. This was just a phantom, a mere phantom. Perhaps it was a scene that was happening in a certain location on the fifth mainland. The golden light still shone on Lu Yin's face, but as the figures became clearer, he saw a different scene. He saw the ugliness of the human world, the scenes that could only happen in the dark corners of the world. Child, do it. Kill him, and we'll be able to obtain that technique. But, Father, this person is a good person. He saved me. There are no good people in this world. Do it. Kill him. Kill him. My lord, this lowly one is innocent. This lowly one did not kill this family. Please investigate. If I say it's you, then it's you. There's no one else. It's useless to beg anymore. Unless what? Unless you have enough money to buy your life. My lord, this lowly one has an 80-year-old mother and a wife to support. Where would I get the money? Then it's you. Drag him out and execute him. My lord, please investigate. Well done, Lord Hui. Don't worry, young master. Only you and I know about this. I won't treat you unfairly. Now that I think about it, that little girl was really alluring. I killed her too early. Young master, I know a family whose young lady is even more alluring. Really? Hurry up and bring me there. Don't worry, I won't mistreat you. Young master, please. Welcome back, master. I have been in seclusion for 13 years. It has been hard on my disciples. To serve master, we disciples are willing to die 10,000 deaths. Since that's the case, there's one last thing I need my disciples to do. Master, please instruct me. Give it to me as a blood sacrifice. Master, please spare this disciple's life. This disciple doesn't want to die. Master, I'm hunger. Master, there's no other way. I've suffered from cultivation deviation, and I can only exchange your blood for a technique. Rest in peace. 99,999 people are enough. Sigh, I still need to recruit more disciples. How troublesome. Voices traveled into Lu Yin's ears, and he heard them. He also saw the countless ugly sides of the world. Gradually, the golden light that shone on his face dimmed. Lu Yuan and the others stared at this scene. How could this be? Wu Tian's expression turned solemn. As expected, it's a tempering of the heart. The mortal world is full of evil, and he has been recognized by time and space. The prayers of all living beings can become his strength, but there is also an evil side. Lu Yuan and the others only saw human figures, but what Lu Yin saw was a dark and cruel scene. The distortion of human nature and the depravity of the world's morals flooded into his mind and replaced all of his thoughts. The golden radiance dimmed, and it was no longer warm. Instead, it became dark, lonely, and cold. More and more dark and strange things appeared before Lu Yin's eyes, and he couldn't see the light. All he could see were pairs of venomous and hateful eyes. It was as if he could see blood-stained arms grabbing at him, and it made it difficult for him to breathe. I hate, why do you want to kill me? I saved him. Humans shouldn't be like this, they shouldn't be like this. I have a mother, a wife, and a son. How can I die? I didn't kill that family. How can I bear such a stain? How will my mother, wife, and son live? Master, we've treated you like a father and mother. Why are you like this? I hate, is this human nature? If there's an afterlife, I don't want to be a human. The human heart is sinister, and even if I'm a human, I want to be the most evil person. I won't let the world betray me. If there's an afterlife, I want to be that young master. What's wrong with killing people? If there's an afterlife, I'll slaughter everyone. If there's an afterlife, the golden light around Lu Yin had almost completely dissipated. Countless voices and images filled his mind, and he felt the worst pain in the world. He clutched his head and muttered to himself, if there's an afterlife, I'll be that young master. If there's an afterlife, I'll be that lord. If there's an afterlife, I'll be that master. I'll be that father and son who repaid kindness with enmity. Lu Yin raised his head to the sky and roared. Lu Yuan wanted to rush over, but he was stopped by Wu Tian. Don't go. He's the only one who can survive this situation. Since he has the support of countless people and has countless people praying for him, he has to bear the karma. It's something that neither you nor I can do anything about. Even if you help him this time, he'll still fall into the abyss next time. Lu Yuan's face was pale, and he gritted his teeth. Little seven, get through it. Get through it. The darkest thing in the world was human nature. The Eternals used emotions as their weakness and saw through human nature, which was why they had won. Lu Yin had survived calamity after calamity. Even if spacetime overlapped and disappeared, even if there were endless calamities in the universe, he could still survive because he wasn't alone. He had too many people supporting him. Even if the parallel spacetime wanted to crush him, there would be countless people supporting him, causing the primordial space to crash into the many parallel spacetime. After enjoying the consequences, he had to bear the cause. Lu Yin knelt on one knee as sweat dripped down his face. His pupils dilated, but this wasn't something that could be suppressed by his battle prowess. As long as he was human, as long as there was right and wrong, good and evil, this pain would become even more obvious. The kinder a person was, the more evil they would be when they committed evil. Lu Yin had always stuck to his bottom line, but what he saw and heard at this moment had crossed that line. He seemed to have become that father and son, that young master, that lord, and that master. Once he fell, he would be even more evil than these people. He would no longer be Lu Yin. This was what it meant to temper one's heart. Breaking through to ancestral break in the primordial space required one to temper one's heart. Lu Yin had broken through to ancestral break in the mortal era and had broken through to ancestral break countless times, but he had never encountered it. He had thought that it was just a calamity in the primordial space, but in reality, it had always been there, waiting for him. He had become one of the thousands of evil people in the universe, and he had done all kinds of evil. That calamity had mostly come from himself, and he had been unable to bring himself out of the abyss. That bottom line that he had always stuck to was like a rope that wanted to hang him to death. More and more voices rang out, and more and more. Lu Yin closed his eyes for a moment before suddenly opening them again. He punched the ground, causing the earth to crack. Whether it's good or evil, this is human nature. I can enjoy the good side of human nature, but I can also face the evil side. So what if it's evil? So what if human nature is dark? I've always believed that the good in human nature outweighs the evil. I've seen too much beauty in the world, family, love, friendship. I've seen fathers and sons die for humanity. I've seen husbands and wives die without regrets. I've seen heroes die on the battlefield but smile at the world. You want to replace the good in human nature with these sinister things? How preposterous! Disperse! With a furious roar, Lu Yin stood up and waved his right hand. The darkness dissipated, and the light enveloped him. However, it was not enough. The deep darkness transformed into pairs of evil eyes that closed in on him, wanting to bury him. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked up at the wordless heavenly book. He slowly said, "I've received the prayers of all living beings. Whether it's good or evil, I'll listen to them all. I'm willing to use the good of all living beings to spend my entire life in order to transcend the boundless evil. Disperse." The wordless heavenly book's golden light suddenly erupted, piercing through the sky and the true God-heaven switching technique. It shot towards the fifth mainland, the entire primordial space, and even the hexagon society. Within the primordial space, everyone looked up at the golden light that had erupted from the depths of the universe. When they saw Lu Yin, they all bowed in excitement. "Greetings, Path Master. Greetings, Path Master. Greetings, Path Master. I've received the prayers of all living beings. Whether it's good or evil, I'll listen to them all. I'm willing to use the good of all living beings to spend my entire life in order to transcend the boundless evil. I've received the prayers of all living beings. Whether it's good or evil, I'll listen to them all. I'm willing to use the good of all living beings to spend my entire life in order to transcend the boundless evil. I've received the prayers of all living beings. Whether it's good or evil, I'll listen to them all. I'm willing to use the good of all living beings to spend my entire life in order to transcend the boundless evil." Lu Yin's voice entered everyone's ears. Countless people trembled and knelt down. They faced Lu Yin and said, "Thank you, Path Master. Thank you, Path Master. Thank you, Path Master." At the bottom of the heavenly sex staircase, the cauldron became more solid. It flowed with brilliance and was slightly different from before. Humans could feel Lu Yin's intentions. The wordless heavenly book had brought about the evil of all living beings. However, evil was also a part of human nature. There was more good. Luin was willing to bear the evil and resolve the boundless evil, redeeming people to do good. From the very beginning, Luin was not that kind of person. Most of the time, he would rather only care about himself. Redeeming people to do good had nothing to do with him, and he had never thought of doing it. However, now that he had reached this height, what he saw and what he had to bear was different. In the past, it could be said that he did not receive the kindness of all living beings. At most, he would protect humans as much as he could. This was his responsibility as a human. However, all living beings had protected him, and they would protect him even more in the future. He had to bear this responsibility. At this moment, Luin was sacred. His light enveloped the entire Hexagon sect. Everyone could feel it. Even the immemorial ancient city battlefield could feel the warmth brought by that light. For a moment, the Eternals were stunned. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3254. The only true God's expression grew increasingly gloomy. Luin had obtained the omniscient protection and had absorbed the Black Mother Tree's God force. Luin had always been able to challenge the only true God's bottom line, and now that he had obtained the support of the omniscient protection, this threat had been pushed to the peak. However, it didn't matter. He couldn't break through the true divinity sky-changing technique. Even if Luin could reach that step, the human race was already gone. What could he do? In the second zone of calamity, the wordless heavenly book disappeared, and the golden light dissipated. Everything returned to normal. Luin stood in place with a puzzled expression. He was sure that the wordless heavenly book had broken through the progenitor realm, but there was no difference from before. What was the difference? Or could he not feel the difference? Looking up, the phantom image in the origin space was fading away. The calamity had disappeared, but he didn't seem to have gained anything. He even made a great vow to turn people to good. Thinking about this, he had a headache. How could he do that? He wasn't very kind himself. As for breaking through the true divinity sky-changing technique, it was even more impossible. At this time, Grand Elder Shangu entered the second zone of calamity. Since the battle in the Mirage domain, although he had recovered from his injuries, he had lost the power of the Heavenly King card statue. His strength had declined greatly, and he had been trying new cards in the Lost Clan. In the previous battle, his mission was to protect the remaining Lost Clan, so he didn't participate in the battle in the second zone of calamity. He didn't expect to appear now. Path Master. Luin looked at Grand Elder Shangu and suddenly thought of something. His eyes lit up. Grand Elder, why are you here? Grand Elder Shangu said, I have something to discuss with Path Master. It's about the Eternal Darkness card. Luin looked at Grand Elder Shangu deeply. I also have something to discuss with you. Me? Grand Elder Shangu was puzzled. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and the others approached. Shao Qi, did the wordless heavenly book succeed in breaking through the progenitor realm? Luin nodded and frowned. Although it succeeded, it didn't break through the true divinity sky-changing technique. I have another way. Then, he looked at Grand Elder Shangu. If I'm not wrong, Grand Elder is looking for me has something to do with that card, right? Grand Elder Shangu said, Path Master is right. It is indeed related to that card. Since that's the case, I'd like to receive the card here. He was naturally referring to the ancient card that the Lost Clan had announced to the outside world. In reality, it was not an ancient card at all. Ancient cards corresponded to the primordial realm, and Lu Yuan himself was a primordial realm expert. Now that Eternal Darkness and Celestial King were both primordial realm cards, there was no point in having another ancient card. What that card really represented was the power to protect the Lost Clan, escape from the omnipotent existence of their universe, and even give that existence a blow. That card represented at least the bitter adversity realm, which was the same level as the primogenitor, the one true God, and the Grand Empyrean, or even higher. Luyin hadn't thought of using that card to break through the true God sky-switching technique until he saw Great Elder Shangu. Of course, even if he had thought of it before, it would have been useless, as he couldn't control the card himself. Great Elder Shangu was puzzled. Here. Not easy to guide. Of course, if you want to pull the card, you have to wait until the upper 3 stages. When the upper 3 stages is opened, that is the time to pull the card. This is not the Lost Clan, we can't open the upper 3 stages. Great Elder Dan Gu said helplessly. Lu Yin's heart sank. Was it useless? Isn't that the Lost Clan? Mushin raised his head and looked at the starry sky phantom. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. It should be Lu Yin's heavenly word. The wordless heavenly book was the first to appear. Now that the tribulation had passed, the first to disappear was the human figure, followed by the 5th continent, and then the primordial space. Just like when the tribulation had first appeared, the primordial space had first appeared, then the 5th continent, and finally the human figures. It was like a curtain that could be stretched. Now, this curtain was stretched to the origin space, and the Lost Clan was connected to the origin space. Here, with everyone's strength, they could really see the Lost Clan in the vast phantom. Lu Yin looked at Great Elder Shangu. Great Elder Shangu looked at the starry sky phantom. He couldn't understand why the origin space's shadow would appear here. He didn't come because Lu Yin had used the wordless heavenly book to break through the primogenitor, but he was originally going to come. He just happened to appear and heard Lu Yin's words. Now, looking at the origin space's phantom, his expression was stern. Let me try. Since I can see the Lost Clan, it doesn't mean that I can't open the upper 3 stages. Great Elder, the survival of the human race depends on this line. You must open it. Hongyan Mavis reminded him. She actually didn't know about the Lost Clan, but Lu Yin's idea was very likely to succeed. This sentence increased the pressure on Great Elder Shangu. He didn't know what had happened, but he knew it was very important when he saw Lu Yin and the others' expressions. With the Heavenly King card in the air, Great Elder Shangu could no longer borrow the power of any statue, but the Heavenly King card itself was not damaged. It could still resist the power of the primordial realm to a certain extent. Although it couldn't attack, it was enough to scare people, but it was obviously not enough for him. This time, he came to Lu Yin to ask Lu Yin to give him the eternal darkness. Anyway, Lu Yin didn't really need it, or to help him upgrade another card to ensure the power of the Lost Clan. He didn't care too much about it, but he cared about the Lost Clan. Tianxi had slaughtered the Lost Clan. Although he didn't participate in the war against the Guardian of the 4 Directions, he was still angry at the bottom of his heart. After all, he was a powerhouse who had participated in the final battle of a universe. He had seen the omnipotent existence. There was nothing that Great Elder Shangu was afraid of. What he lacked was only power. Ancestor, it's an emergency. Please open the first 3 sections in advance. Please, open the gate. Great Elder Shangu waved his hand. The Heavenly King card seemed to penetrate the sky and disappear from this universe. Lu Yin and the others watched. The Heavenly King card did not leave the range of the True God sky-switching technique. Outside the True God sky-switching technique, the spacetime of the Lost Clan that was connected to the origin space shook. Then, an indescribable feeling appeared. It was as if the air they breathed had an additional taste. And this feeling could be felt by those in the origin space. The universe had an additional taste. The stronger the powerhouse, the more they would feel this. Great Elder Shangu's face turned pale. Sect Master, the Heavenly King card can only open the gate for half an hour at most. Lu Yin stepped forward with a solemn expression. Thank you. Everyone stepped back. Lu Yin stepped forward alone and slowly rose into the air. It was as if he had just broken through to the progenitor realm. No one could help him. He was already standing at the peak of the universe. In Immemorial City, Lu Yin's voice reached everyone's ears. It made the one true God more and more fearful. The Eternal Clan's attack on Immemorial City also became more and more fierce. The bone ship collided with Immemorial City. Primordial Origin carried a bell on his back. Loud sounds shook the starry sky, pushing away the sequence particles. Only Mr. Mu's flute could block it. A colossal giant walked out of Immemorial City. He was the one who attacked with the arm. He was the ancestor of the colossal giants. He had captured Qi and suppressed the ancient thunder locust. Now, he faced the bone ship and charged forward furiously. On the Eternal Clan's side, the ancient god appeared. The realm of gods erupted with a gray color, replacing the starry sky. He struck the ancestor of the colossal giants with a palm. The ancestor of the colossal giants reached out to grab the ancient god at the same time. They collided outside the city walls, suppressing the flames. The tremendous destructive power tore through the void, forming absolute darkness that spread out in all directions. The ancestor of the colossal giant's palm shattered. He hurriedly pulled it back. Who is it? The ancient god raised his hand. The Hell Suppression Arena. Compared to before, the Hell Suppression Arena was now a dark gray color. It was simple and ancient, shocking the ancestor of the colossal giants. He was also in the primordial realm and had fought with primordial origin before. They had fought for countless years in Immemorial City, and almost no Eternal Clan member could face him head-on. Now that the ancient god had injured him with a single palm strike, his expression changed. Chu Yi appeared. De Chang, are you still not enlightened? The ancient god looked at Chu Yi calmly. What do you mean by enlightened? Let's see how long Immemorial City can last. No one will come to help you. They can't break through the true god heaven switching technique. The humans are finished. With that, he disappeared and reappeared in front of Chu Yi, directly attacking. Chu Yi sighed. Even if Immemorial City is destroyed, the Eternal Clan won't have it easy. The people of Immemorial City are not afraid of death. Chu Yi, you can't stop me. Then I'll break through to the primordial realm. Master warned me not to step into the primordial realm unless I have no other choice. Now, the time has come. With that, Suwang Tian kicked the ancient god from the side. The ancient god raised his arm to block, but Suwang Tian's kick knocked him back. The ancient god was shocked as he looked at the slippers on Suwang Tian's feet. Wasn't that Lu Yin's weapon? Suwang Tian belonged to the Third Mainland, and the ancient god had seen him before. However, it was impossible for him to have noticed the slippers, so he had never thought that Lu Yin's slippers were related to Suwang Tian. Senior Chu Yi, you finally thought it through. Hurry up, I can't hold on any longer. Suwang Tian shouted. Immemorial City was being attacked by the Eternal Clan from all sides. Experts died one after another, their blood staining the walls as flames continued to burn their corpses. The ancestor of the past, the Arrow God, and other experts appeared, suppressing the people of Immemorial City. At this time, in another direction, spacetime was almost destroyed, turning into a ray of light. Chu Yi was sad. Babar had finally used the 9 stars reboot, and he was about to die. Greenish ash had once chased after Lu Yin, who was disguised as Night Moraes. He had the Ancestor World, the Star of Doom, and the suppressive laws of the sequence. His defense was so strong that even Lu Yin feared him. Now, he had 5 arrows stuck in his body from the Arrow God. The arrow god's arrows were difficult to block, and the arrow of entropy had turned order into disorder. If not for greenish ashes laws of the sequence, he would have died already. It wasn't that there were no experts in Immemorial City who could block the arrow god's arrows, but the Eternal Clan had similar experts as well. Kong Tianzhao found the ancestor of the past once again, but this time, without the help of the giant tree, he could only break through or die. There was no other way. Immemorial City was covered in blood, and the Eternal Clan had almost killed their way to the city's walls. The bone boat smashed through the walls once again. Beneath the ground, Encio looked up, and a pair of scarlet eyes appeared in front of him. "This trick is useless against me." Encio's voice rang out, and the Corpse King with the scarlet eyes shattered. Encio didn't even look at the Corpse King, instead staring at a corner. There, in a microscopic world that humans couldn't see, there was a threat. It was Bai Wuxian. At this time, a delicate voice rang out, "Ancestor, we meet again. Meow Meow greets you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3255. Encio's expression changed, and he looked up. "You." Before he could finish, an invisible attack appeared in front of him. A fist punched out horizontally, piercing through the void and shattering the side of Immemorial City. The remaining power was terrifying, and it almost broke out of the primal universe. Bai Wuxian had experienced the second battle of Disaster Realm and had been schemed against by Jiang Feng and Wu Tian. She could not hide in the microscopic world, so she subconsciously retreated in the face of this attack. The person in front of Encio looked up at the Forgotten Ruins god. The Forgotten Ruins god did not attack Encio, clearly afraid. "Primogenitor, it's just a greeting. Is there a need to cause such a commotion?" "Hee hee. Woof, woof." A barking sound came from Tiango. No less than 5 attacks from Primeval City landed on the Heavenly Hound, but the Heavenly Hound was completely fine. Even Babar's 9 stars revival was within the attack range, but it was still fine. It was simply undying in Primeval City. Suddenly, chains appeared. "A dog dares to be so arrogant in Immemorial City. I'll stew you." "Woof, woof." Tiango looked over. Chains covered the sky and wrapped around Tiango. It was Qiu. This was the first person Lu Yin had encountered in the Chosen of Gods when he had disguised himself as Yi Bo. Because he could not defeat him, Lu Yin had been eliminated. In the end, he had been forced to use his Dai's enhance to heavily injure Di Xia and replace him in the Chosen of Gods. Qiu was not too powerful, but he could not die. He was one of the 9 mountains and 8 seas from the most resplendent era, and he had cultivated the same source of life battle technique as progenitor Chen Xiaoshang. This meant that he could not die, and he had created 108 suicide techniques that were disgusting. In particular, his sequence law was Qiu, which formed chains that were difficult to break free from. The primordial thunder locust was currently trapped by chains, and Tiango was also imprisoned by chains. It let out a mournful cry. In the distance, a flash of light tore apart the chains, allowing Tiango to escape. Qiu looked over with a serious expression. It was him again. There was an expert on the Eternal's bone vessel, and he was Qiu's nemesis. That expert was even targeting him, and he was even more disgusting than Qiu. In the distance, flames engulfed the starry sky, and a corner of Immemorial City was destroyed. Qiu hurriedly rushed over, and a chill ran down his spine. One by one, the experts looked towards the northwest corner of Primeval City. That place had been breached, and there were heavy casualties. Not only the northwest corner, but the pressure on the other areas of Immemorial City had also increased. Even primogenitor Tai Chu had been attacked by Bai Wuxian. There was no extra power left to protect Immemorial City. Huge cracks spread along the ground. Tai Chu looked through the crack in the earth and stared at Grand Emperor Tai Hong. Tai Hong's body was bathed in blood, his head was hanging down, but he was still alive. If he died, the 6 paths of reincarnation world would disappear and the only true deity would have ascended to Primordial City. By then, Primordial City would not be able to hold on anymore. And at this moment, an even greater crisis arrived. Butterfly Tian'an appeared and spoke in a gentle voice. Humans are arrogant and arrogant, going against the heavens. Today, the guardians of the 4 directions will protect heaven's origin and enlighten the humans. Primeval City shall be destroyed. Mr. Mu, Absolute Beginning, the ancestor of the giants, and the others all looked over, their gazes terrifyingly cold. The Eternals were enemies and deserved to be killed, but the 4 guardians deserved to die even more. The desolate ancestor leaped up and headed towards Tian'an. It's time to settle our grudge. Tian'an's voice was still as gentle as ever. Withering, not dying is your greatest sin. Chu Yi stood on the city wall and took a deep breath. He looked forward and said, Master, your disciple has begun. His voice died away. The starry sky rumbled as Chu Yi broke through to the beginning. In the second disaster zone, Lu Yin stood high in the sky and looked up at the lost tribe. The spacetime phantom was fading, and he only had 5 minutes left. He had to think of a way to lure that card out. How had he lured that card out? That's right, he had to reveal his true thoughts. At that time, he had only vaguely guessed the universe's starry sky. He did not know that this universe had a boundary, nor did he know that there were other universes. At that time, he had hoped to break through the illusory sky and see the real starry sky and the existence of real space. He had hoped that everyone could set their own rules and restore their true freedom. Looking back, even though his understanding of the universe was vague at that time, he had actually hit the nail on the head. That was how he had managed to lure that card out. Now, how should he lure it out? The same words would not work, as Great Elder Gu had warned him. Lu Yin looked up at the starry sky. Time passed by slowly. In the distance, everyone looked at Lu Yin, but they were not anxious. Sometimes, silence was also a form of strength. Great Elder Gu looked apprehensive. Could he lure it out? That legendary card. That card that could deal a blow to that omnipotent existence. Once it appeared, the entire universe would change. The Tao Lord had to be lured out, lured out. They would never forget that they still had a home. They were the lost clan, and they wanted to go home to take a look. The phantom of the origin space outside the true God sky switching technique became fainter and fainter until it was almost invisible. The time limit of 1 incense stick was approaching. Lu Yin exhaled deeply. His gaze was calm. My ignorant guess was right. This universe has a boundary. Who set the boundary of the universe? Who set up a door at the boundary? Who can decide whether we enter or leave? Who is it that dares to deceive us? Perhaps that is the sky. If the sky is to develop our human species, let nature take its course. Let nature take its course. We will respect the sky, love the sky, and obey the sky. If the sky is unfair and destroys the development of our human race and the continuation of our species, we will fight to the end. I have said that one day, we will break through this illusory sky and return the world to everyone. One day, we will let everyone set their own rules and set them free. As for me, in this universe, no one can call themselves the sky. The sky is freedom, righteousness, and justice. If someone wants to call themselves the sky, I will not leave the sky. The sky was the killing power of Elder Shan Gu's regent statue. It represented the regent's heroic spirit that swallowed the universe, and it also represented Elder Shan Gu's will for the final battle of the universe. Regardless of whether they won or lost, Lu Yin could feel their determination to fight to the death. He was willing to be like those people and fight against the existence that should not be controlled in this universe. He wanted to return freedom to everyone. Elder Shangu's eyes reddened as he looked at Luin. It was as if he was looking at the regent, the figure that stood in front of everyone and rushed towards that omnipotent existence. That figure had withstood so many storms for them. Regent, if you are still alive, please protect us. Actually, we have been thinking too much from the beginning. Lu Yin's voice continued, because that card had yet to appear. Elder Shangu looked at Lu Yin. Thinking too much. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, and Wu Tian all looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back. He looked up into the sky, and his voice suddenly softened with a teasing smile. As long as we don't have it in our hearts, then it will never exist. That sky is the origin that nurtured us humans and the myriad of species in the universe. It is not some creature, and that creature can never be called sky. There was a crack as the primordial space's phantom was about to vanish completely from the starry sky. In the lost clan's time and space, the gate opened. In the sky, far away, a white light appeared. It tore open the nothingness world and spread to the boundless distance. In the blink of an eye, it spread to the second disaster region. It was as if there was no distance between this universe's primordial space and the second disaster zone. To that card, there was no distance at all. Lu Yin's lips curled up. They had been thinking in terms of below, but where did that below come from? Where did the sky come from? That was just their own imagination. There was an omnipotent existence behind the protectors, and they could call that existence the sky. Going against them was going against the sky. But why did the others think so? Lu Yin did not think so. That existence was just a creature, not the sky. It did not have the right to be called that. The sky was the universe's nature that nurtured countless creatures, not just a creature. He thought so, and so did that card. They had never felt that they were inferior to that existence, and that it was just an enemy. In the distance, Great Elder Dan Gu listened to Lu Yin's words and was stunned. Was that so? The royal regent did not allow the sky to live, but in Master Lu's eyes, there was no such thing as a sky. It was just an enemy, nothing more. Master Lu had been able to draw out that card because of that last sentence. Then, Great Elder Dan Gu looked up and saw that the corner of the card was becoming clearer. You think so too? There were no lowly people, only people with low self-esteem. If a person no longer felt inferior, their outlook would be different. This was a shackle of human emotions, and now, Lu Yin had broken through it. Everyone looked beyond the starry sky as the card became clearer. It seemed to cover the primordial space and the land of disaster. Everyone could see it, regardless of whether they were in the primordial space or the land of disaster. Above heaven, the starry sky tree, the lost clan, the Six Direction Society, and many others looked at the card, not understanding what was happening. Lu Yin opened his arms. Come. A corner of the card was completely revealed and descended towards Lu Yin, touching the True God Sky Switching Technique. In an instant, the True God Sky Switching Technique cracked, and a hole was formed by the impact of the card. In Immemorial City, the only true God looked in a certain direction. How could this be? He waved his hand, and the 6 rivers of divine power from the land of disaster roared out towards Immemorial City, destroy Immemorial City as soon as possible. On the other side, First Grade 3 had stepped into the primordial space. When the divine power surged over, Immemorial City turned red. The flames that surrounded the city were suppressed by the divine power river and turned dark red. Both sides of the city walls were destroyed at the same time. So Wang Tian held onto his slippers and coughed out blood. Big Sis fell to the ground, and behind her, the phantom of the king of hell gradually dimmed. The ancestor of the giants knelt on one knee, facing a bronze-colored corpse king. This corpse king was one of the strongest experts on the bone boat, second only to primordial chi. The ground trembled and cracked as the corpse king stepped into Immemorial City. Immemorial City's experts were sacrificed like moths to a flame. They couldn't block it anymore, really, they couldn't block it anymore. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3256. His godly power surged into the zombie king's body, bringing him an even greater power. This power came at the cost of sacrificing the only true deity's godly power, causing the only true deity's prowess to weaken. But now, the only true deity couldn't even leave the Six Paths reincarnation world. Old Monster Yuanqi rang the bell and laughed maniacally. Old Monster Mu, today is the day of Primordial City's destruction, you are all finished, ha 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 ha. Mr. Mu remained unmoved, and his flute continued to play. The one true God looked at the underground of Primordial City. Primordial, are you still not going to make a move? Tai Hong is about to die. Absolute Beginning stared at the Black Mother Tree. He could not move. If he moved, he would release the sequence's string. The Eternals could easily destroy many sequences' strings and cause the universe to expand. However, the universe had boundaries. Once it expanded, it would not be able to withstand the expansion of space. It would eventually collapse and restart. This was the purpose of eternity. Nothing must happen to the sequence of strings. The people of this universe must not be wiped out. Within Primeval City, old Zhongto's forehead was dripping with blood. I'm old. Since I'm going to die anyway, it doesn't matter anymore. Brothers, let's charge once more. Let's fight to the death beneath Primeval City. Old Six, I bet you'll live longer than me. I'll go first. When the six of us became sworn brothers, we said that we would live and die together. Third brother, don't even think about going back on your words. We six brothers came from different spacetimes and even different races, but we were able to reach this step. It's worth it. I feel disgusted just by looking at those scarlet eyes. Charge! Charge! The group of six rushed out of Primeval City and never returned. Old Zhongto was speechless. Wait for me. Old Zhong too, shall we go together? A pleasant voice sounded. Old Zhong looked at a corner in the distance. There stood a woman of peerless beauty. She clutched her shoulder and held a broken sword in her hand. She walked over step by step, obviously seriously injured. Old Zhongto laughed in spite of himself. It's my honor to die with Ice Phoenix Fairy. The woman was the Sky Foothill Ice Phoenix. She was the sect master of the Fourth Continent's Heavenly Gate during the era of the Above Heaven sect. She had cultivated to the level of sequence laws. When the Fourth Mainland was destroyed, she wasn't on the continent. After that, during the Battle of Zhou He in the Third Mainland, she followed the giant tree to Immemorial City and fought until now. Let's go. Ace Phoenix Fairy's eyes were cold, and her beautiful face was bone-chilling. Holding the broken sword in her hand, she raised a colorful light and charged toward the bone boat. Old Zhong too looked excited. It's finally time for this old man to die. Ha ha ha. Primeval City continuously cracked open. In the air above, divine force surged, crashing down with a loud rumble, wanting to completely submerge Primeval City. Corpse kings walked out of the bone boats one after another. It turned the entire starry sky blood red. At this moment, the void trembled, and a figure silently stepped out, appearing in front of the bone boat. Facing the gigantic bone boat, he was like an ant. And outside the bone boat, two corpse kings just happened to walk out. It was all because of the bone grafting that he had obtained a battle prowess strong enough to fight against the experts of the Immemorial City. Seeing the figure, the two corpse kings attacked without hesitation. One of them had 7 swords on his back. The 7 swords attacked together, tearing apart several immemorial city experts. The figure raised his hand and struck out with a palm. Not only did it shatter the two corpse kings, it also struck the bone boat, causing it to shake. Immediately after, the bone boat was pushed out of archaic city step by step. Along the way, there were corpse kings who tried to stop it, but it was difficult to stop it. The forgotten ruins god turned to look, and his pupils shrank. Xiaoshang. The Eternals, Primeval City. Many gazes fell as they watched the figure forcefully push the bone boat out of Primeval City. The newcomer was Ancestor Qin, Xiaoshang. There was a brief moment of silence. No one had expected Xiaoshang to suddenly appear. Withered, who was fighting against the butterfly, smiled. Xiaoshang was indeed not dead. Xiaoshang stood on the broken walls of Primeval City and looked into the distance, directly facing the one true God. For you, I've stayed in Burial Garden for too long. This battle has finally come. Behind him, the void distorted. Suona took the lead, and a group of dead men appeared, bringing with it a strange feeling. The group of dead men was the manifestation of battle intent. In the current era, when Luin had just started cultivating, the tomb keeper of Burial Garden had only been a half-ancestor. The 4 leaders of the group of dead men had only displayed battle prowess of 1,000,000, but they had all come from the era of above heaven. In that era, Burial Garden had buried a large number of powerhouses. Those who were willing to enter were buried voluntarily, while those who were unwilling were carried away by the group of dead men. Burial Garden's appearance represented a battle that was bound to be lost, but it also represented a new life and the future of humanity. Burial Garden had always been waiting for the final battle, and now that it had arrived, Ancestor Qin had kept his promise and not left Burial Garden. Now, he had appeared in this battle. If Primeval City was defeated, humanity would have no future. This would also be the final battle of Burial Garden. Wandering corpses walked out of Burial Garden one after another. They were all powerhouses from previous eras, including Su Wangtian's descendants, the one-legged eccentric, Tong Lao, Gu eccentric, and others who were filled with malice, such as the Eastern Mountain Tea King. These wandering corpses were also part of Burial Garden's strength, and they were here for the sake of Burial Garden and humanity. Within Burial Garden, powerhouses walked out from the soil one after another. Their eyes were blank, but their bodies were filled with willpower as they charged towards the Eternals. They were powerhouses who had willingly been buried in Burial Garden. This shocking scene shocked both Primeval City and the Eternals. Su Wangtian stared blankly at someone. Xiao, Big Sister panted heavily and looked at a little girl. It was Tong Lao. Her undying scripture contained many cultivation techniques, and Tong Lao's cultivation technique was the foundation of the undying scripture. She didn't expect Tong Lao to be in the Burial Garden. That's the Eastern Mountain Tea King. That evil person. That's the blind god, the disciple of the third continent's ancestor blind. Ku Zhu, who was fighting with the butterflies, looked at a person who walked out of Burial Garden. That person was formed by a strange power and revealed a familiar face. Brother Fu. Many people were recognized. It was as if time had overlapped. The ancient and the current gathered together to kill their fated enemies. Inside Burial Garden, in a city not far from the Yellow Spring Sea, the World Mountain's main seat was dark. The Shangqing and the others were there. They saw the changes in Burial Garden and felt the majestic battlefield outside. This battlefield made them feel distant. Chu Yi sighed. Burial Garden has also appeared. I wonder if we will be buried in Burial Garden or not. The ancient god said in a low voice, the final result will not change. On the broken city wall, Ancestor Qin looked across the battlefield and saw Wang Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu also looked at him. The two of them looked at each other and remained silent. At this moment, a green sword erupted from a point and slashed towards the entire primeval city. It came from Ancestor Shi. The Qing Luo sword's heavenly might appeared again. This was a power that was enough to suppress the battlefield. Ancestor Chen took a step backward and faced Ancestor Shi with a palm strike. This palm caused the void to freeze. The flame suppressed by the river of divine power under primeval city swept towards the palm, causing Ancestor Chen's palm to be as dazzling as the sun. The palm struck towards Ancestor Shi, directly shattering the green sword light and landing on her body. Ancestor Shi's body was hit. An indescribable heat instantly swallowed her and she disappeared into nothingness. The Forgotten Ruins God, Archer God, and the others were shocked. How was this possible? On the Black Mother Tree, the only true God's face was gloomy. Xia Shang was the most talented person he had ever seen in battle. There had never been someone as talented as him. If Lu Yin was the most talented in cultivation, then Xia Shang was the most talented in battle. He was too suitable for the battlefield. He had once possessed the strength to suppress the 7 sky gods. After living in seclusion in Burial Garden for so many years, he had finally created a battle technique that even the only true God was wary of. That palm was definitely not his former sequence law. The Forgotten Ruins God was shocked. Xia Shang's sequence law had changed. He had actually destroyed the sequence law that he had comprehended and started anew. This madman. Once one comprehended a sequence law, no one could easily destroy it. Even Lu Yuan, who had comprehended a sequence law that could not be used in battle, would find it difficult to destroy it. However, during the era of the Daosor sect's 9 mountains and 8 seas, progenitor Qin, Xia Shang, had repeatedly cultivated a sequence law. They had originally thought that Xia Shang's sequence law had been fixed after his 8 clones had been killed, but now, it had actually changed again. Who would be as crazy as him? What was the sequence law this time? He had actually killed Ancestor Shi with a single palm strike. Ancestor Shi was a primordial realm powerhouse, so the sequence law should not have been able to get close to her, even if her strength had declined significantly. Progenitor Chen's palm strike caused the battlefield in Immemorial City to fall silent, as it was just too shocking. Kong Tianzhao had always been suppressed by Ancestor Shi, so he was very clear about Xi Shang's strength. Although he could not use the full strength of a primordial realm expert, he should not have been killed by a single palm strike. Kong Tianzhao looked at Xia Shang's palm. The flames came from Immemorial City, and Xia Shang had borrowed the city's power. Xia Shang had indeed borrowed the power of the flames beneath Immemorial City, or else he would not have been able to kill Xi Shang with a single palm strike. But so what? This was Xia Shang's method. He raised his hand, and his palm was as dazzling as the sun. Below Immemorial City, flames formed a tornado that swept towards him. He raised his hand, Eternity, this was created for you. Only the undying flames of war can incinerate you. The one true God praised, Xia Shang, you truly are the most talented in battle, but it's still not enough. The appearance of Burial Garden cannot change the outcome. Whether it is Burial Garden or Immemorial City, I have been waiting for the moment you appear. If I don't bury you, there will always be trouble. With that, the one true God's gaze changed. He faced Immemorial City and Burial Garden and gently tapped the air, True God, Immortal Technique. Out of the 3 supreme skills of the True God, the True God's Freedom Technique and the True God's Heaven-Changing Technique had appeared. Now, the last supreme skill had appeared, and it was called the True God's Immortal Technique. It was specially prepared for this final battle. Before this, no one had seen it. Even in the battle that destroyed above heaven, no one had seen it. As the one true God tapped the air, streaks of light appeared. They slowly expanded and twisted, forming human figures. In the end, a scene that shocked all the experts in Immemorial City appeared. This is Immemorial City. It's really been a long time. There are so many familiar faces. Thank you, my lord, for allowing us to appear again. This is not resurrection. It's just the seed of immortality that was left behind. It will still wither. But it's also allowed us to shine once again and watch the extinction of humanity. Where's that brat Luin? Is he not qualified to come to Immemorial City? Oh right, Huiwen, my lord, Huiwen has been hiding in our clan. My consciousness, Luin, give me back my consciousness. Where's Hongyen Mavis? Where's Luin? Where is he? The battlefield was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the people that had appeared on the one true God's fingertips. No matter who it was, they were all shocked by this scene. If you have it, then return it. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3257. Even Mr. Mu and the primogenitor did not expect that the dead would appear again. Big Sister couldn't believe it. The immortal god, the corpse god, Di Qiong, Wuling god, Ruins, Uncle Feng, they had all appeared again. How could this be? The only true god of the Eternals, Ling Kong, had 3 pillars, 6 boundless, and 7 sky gods under his command. The humans had paid a huge price to kill them one by one. Now, even if there were only a few left, they were still extremely difficult to deal with. But now, these experts had all been resurrected. That aura was definitely not an empty shell, but a true consciousness and strength that had been resurrected. How could this be? The one true God's gaze was cold. Let's end this era. Black clouds surrounded Ruin's body. His consciousness swept through the entire primeval city like a tsunami. The zombie god punched out. Di Qiong held a long spear in his hand and pointed it at primordial ancient city. At this moment, the Eternals had a crushing advantage over primeval city. No matter how confident Ancestor Qin was, it was also impossible to stop so many powerhouses. In the next moment, endless killing intent collided. The starry sky was torn apart, and only blood and fire remained on the battlefield. On the Black Mother Tree, the only true god looked back at the Grand Empyrean. You still want to persist? The human race has no future. Your persistence is meaningless. You can't survive this calamity in this universe. You can only wait for the arrival of a new universe. I'll give you this chance. The Grand Empyrean sneered. Eternal, I'm a crazy woman. Crazy people don't listen to advice. The one true God's gaze turned cold. What a pity. You won't even be able to see the end of the human race. As more and more experts died and joined the battle, the archaic city was on the verge of collapse. Within the burial garden, the yellow springs poured out in torrents, but they were also stopped by the Divine Force River. That place also began to shatter. I'm still one step behind, one step behind. Eternals, this blood feud will continue for generations to come. As long as the will of my primordial city is not destroyed, there will be a day when it reappears. My burial garden has inherited the future of humanity and will eventually lead humanity down this path. In the second domain of disaster, a corner of the card cracked the true God heaven-changing technique, causing the crack to widen. Lu Yin was overjoyed, it had finally been broken. The cards continued to descend, and Lu Yin stared at them. If this card was able to break through the true God sky-switching technique, then it had to be at least bitter disaster or even higher. What kind of card was this? What kind of power did he possess? Great Elder Shangu was very excited. He finally came down. Lu Yuan and the rest were shocked. That card seemed pretty amazing. Suddenly, the card stopped. Everyone's expression froze, and an indescribable chill appeared. At this moment, those who remained in the second calamity region were all experts, but they all felt the chill. Wu Tian's expression changed drastically. Fate, this was the gaze of fate. He shouted, "Give up the card." There was no need for him to remind Lu Yin, as the card had already disappeared. It was just like how it had appeared in the Lost Clan's upper three realms. The only difference was that it had appeared more obviously this time, but the result was the same. Lu Yin could not draw it down. When the card disappeared, the chill also disappeared. Wu Tian's face was pale. Hongyan Mavis, Lu Yuan, and the others exchanged glances, and they could see the disbelief in each other's eyes. Why did he have such a feeling? Lu Yin slowly turned around and looked at Wu Tian, as well as Great Elder Shan Gu. Great Elder Shan Gu's hands and feet were ice cold. He muttered to himself, "It's him, that omnipotent existence. His attention has been drawn here." Wu Tian looked at Great Elder Shan Gu. Fate was an omnipotent existence. Was it so? Yes, that should be the case. Lu Yin took a deep look at Tianqiong. He didn't care about Tianqiong anymore. Right now, the most important thing was Primeval City. Everyone, let's return to the sect and head to Primeval City. Tearing through the void, Lu Yin and the others suppressed their fear and returned to the sect. They gathered all the experts and headed to Primeval City. They had long since known the path to Primeval City. To the current sect, Primeval City was no longer a secret. Lu Yin arrived at the sect and rode Su Wang. The beast sat on his shoulder as he gave an order to the entire sect. 3 realms, 6 Daos, 3 sons, 6 lords, and 8 Daos. Follow me to Primeval City. We will destroy the everlasting tribe and return humanity to its former glory. It was a simple sentence, but it caused the entire universe to tremble. Lu Yin had used the mortal world to speak, so everyone could hear him. Whether it was the Genesis space, the Hexagon Society, or the parallel universe outside, countless people were stunned and looked towards the Genesis space. Setting off for Primordial City. Was this the decisive battle? There were no words to boost morale, and there was no need to do so. At this moment, the fated showdown had finally begun. One figure after another arrived at the sect and boarded Su Wang. The heavens trembled, and the powerful auras were enough to make anyone's scalp go numb. Even the sect's Shaowu Martial School had not had so many experts because of the addition of some, such as He Wuxian and the Second Anima. Several powerhouses from the parallel universe had also arrived, requesting to follow the sect into battle. At this moment, no less than 30 progenitors had gathered on Su Wang's back. With Lu Yin in the lead, they set off towards Primeval City in the shortest time possible. Countless people watched as Su Wang disappeared. They knew that the true master of this universe would be decided soon. The sect also had experts overseeing it. Elder Chan, Ling Qing, and the others did not go. Not all progenitors wanted to go, as the sect would only send experts from the sequence laws. Only the powerhouses from the outside would not be asked about their cultivation. Not daring to delay, Su Wang followed Lu Yin's instructions and headed towards Primeval City, instantly disappearing from the sect. Su Wang was not fast, but Primeval City was not that far away. It was just that its location was difficult to find. It was above the sequence laws, and it was impossible to find it without knowing the path. If one knew the path, it would not be difficult to reach it. Lu Yin's gaze grew solemn. Beside him, Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Hongyan Mavis, Zhelan Zhilua, and the others were all silent. How was Primeval City now? Black Wuxian looked up, his eyes flickering with black lines as he stared ahead. After a while, Primeval City appeared in the distance. Within Primeval City, a woman looked at Ruin from afar. Who knew what she had done, but her consciousness was blocked. The woman's appearance was ordinary, or even slightly ugly. She was not human in the first place. Instead, she was the strongest life form of a parallel spacetime. She had joined Primeval City out of pure coincidence. Ruin stared at the woman. Lanterns hovered in the air. True God's freedom technique. The woman vomited blood. In the surroundings, the experts of Primeval City and Burial Garden all vomited blood. The roaming corpses exploded one after another, dyeing the ground red. Within Primeval City, 2 attacks shot towards Ruin, but it was useless. Ruin's talent made it difficult for people to attack him unless they directly used worlds of nothingness. Endless corpse kings emerged from the bone ships. Through the transplanted bones, every single corpse king possessed the battle prowess of the transplanted master. They could have fought against Primeval City before, but now that they had increased the peak battle prowess of the Eternals, Primeval City fell apart. The addition of Burial Garden could not change the outcome of Primeval City. Endless strings of sequence were vibrating. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3258. Corpse kings appeared around the ancestor one after another, charging towards him. They were all blocked by a man, but the man could not last much longer either. Thunder boomed, and the trapped ancient thunder locust used this opportunity to escape. He fled Immemorial City without any hesitation. Staying here was just courting death. The ancestor of the giant stood up and looked around Immemorial City. With a furious roar, he threw a punch downwards, reducing the ground around the ancestor to dust. The corpse kings were directly smashed to death. The ancestor raised his head, "Be careful." Another giant walked out from behind the ancestor of the giants. It was the corpse goddess. The ancestor of the giants threw a punch, and so did the corpse goddess. The 2 huge fists collided, causing Immemorial City to shake. Ancestor, helping the humans is just courting death, the corpse goddess voice boomed through the stars. The ancestor of the giants bellowed furiously, "You're already dead, but I'm still alive." Who's courting death? How stubborn. The giant race has already vanished, so you can disappear as well. The corpse goddess body completely dispersed. Against the primordial realm ancestor of the giants, laws could not approach him, so sequence laws were useless. However, he did not need sequence laws either. The giants had their own way of fighting. The 2 giants fought in Immemorial City. Every drop of blood was like a lake to the bystanders. Blood dyed the entire city red. In the distance, a figure entangled the Count of the Wind. The Count of the Wind studied it in surprise. Remnant power. The figure was the symbol ancestor. The one left behind in the cemetery was not himself. He had died long ago, and only his remnant power remained. As a result, the symbol ancestor's power could once appear on the 5th continent, causing the 6th continent to suffer heavy losses. The power in the cemetery was the symbol ancestor's final remnant power. The dead should not have appeared. The Count of the Wind's eyes widened. Who knew if he was talking about the symbol ancestor or himself? The experts of Immemorial City died one by one, and the wandering corpses in the cemetery were destroyed one by one. Tong Lao, Gu Eccentric, Su Xiao, and even the expert of the Liu family who liked to construct the general platform and crush it all vanished one by one. The yellow springs and the river of divine force entangled in outer space, colliding like 2 dragons. The only true God watched on calmly from the Black Mother Tree. He Wuxian walked out from beside him. "Sir, they won't be able to come." He Wuxian said respectfully. The only true God sighed. The 3rd divine commandment is the final battle. The people of the above heaven sect no longer have the right to participate. Next, the universe will restart. You can also break through to the primordial realm in the new universe and take that step. He Wuxian's eyes were burning. He was not from this universe, nor was he a corpse king. He came from another universe. His objective was very simple. He wanted to reach the primordial realm. This was because the universe he resided in, including himself, had been imprisoned by a certain power, making it difficult for him to break through to the primordial realm. Rebooting the universe was the only way, which was why he had joined the Eternals. And now, the time had finally come. He Wuxian was excited. Immemorial City is about to be destroyed. These people will not be able to struggle for long. Let me send them on their last journey. After he finished speaking, he took a step forward and left the Black Mother Tree. He charged towards Immemorial City, his black lines covering the sky. Any expert at the level of 3 masters and 6 boundless was terrifying. Originally, Immemorial City was already on the verge of destruction. When He Wuxian joined, Immemorial City and Burial Garden suffered even more casualties. Endless chains wanted to stop He Wuxian from escaping. However, it was pierced through by the black lines. He Wuxian was originally stronger than Qiu. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. Now, Qiu was right in front of him. Since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. After he finished speaking, black lines pierced through Qiu's body, forming a black flame. Qiu roared, and the chains covered the sky. The ancestral world, inescapable net, wrapped around him and He Wuxian. Let's die together. With that, he dragged He Wuxian towards the flames below Immemorial City. Although the flames were contained by the river of divine power, some of them were still burning. Qiu dragged He Wuxian towards the flames, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into a wisp of green smoke. The void distorted, and He Wuxian stepped out, looking down coldly. You want to die with me? How is that possible? Behind him, Su Wangtian suddenly appeared and kicked He Wuxian. Countless black lines appeared behind He Wuxian to block, but they could not stop the kick, and he was sent flying. Su Wangtian's eyes were ferocious. Old Qiu is dead, so you should die too. He Wuxian sneered, a deserter of the era wants to kill me. Around Su Wangtian, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a total of 5 corpse kings appeared, staring at Su Wangtian with their scarlet eyes. Kill. In the past, Immemorial City and the corpse kings in the bone ship fought fiercely, and they were almost evenly matched. If Su Wangtian was surrounded by 3 corpse kings, he would definitely die. But now, Su Wangtian was surrounded by 5 corpse kings. In the distance, a corpse king with a triangular head appeared in front of Big Sister. It tilted its head, almost lying on the ground as it looked at Big Sister. It let out a series of strange laughter, which was terrifying. Run, that's one of the top 5 monsters in the bone ship. An expert from Immemorial City shouted. Big Sister stared at the corpse king with a triangular head. Under the dark red light of the divine power, it was like a painting of death. Chu Yi and the ancient god fought fiercely, and a figure walked out. He had no arms, only 2 legs. His legs were 5 meters long, and looked extremely uncoordinated. However, it was this person that made Chu Yi's face sink. This person was enough to rank in the top 5 on the bone ship, and he had the strength to fight the ancestor of giants. In other words, he was in the primordial realm. He was not a corpse king, and no one knew where the Eternals had found such an expert. With the true god's ability to transplant bones, he possessed unparalleled battle prowess, but he just happened to not appear in many battles. Now, in the final battle, he had walked out of the bone ship. The ancestor of giants fought the corpse god, while he targeted Chu Yi. Surrounded by 2 primordial realm experts, Chu Yi was in dire straits. It was not just them. Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Chin, and other experts from the bone ship had appeared around them. These experts could have been fought by the experts from Immemorial City, but because Di Qiong and the others had revived and stalled the experts from Immemorial City and Burial Garden, a group of experts from the bone ship were free to kill them. The entire Immemorial City was in dire straits. A woman walked out from above the progenitor. Her face was delicate, and her eyes were lively. No matter how one looked at her, she seemed like a young girl around 20 years old. However, the appearance of this young girl made the man beside the progenitor completely pale. She was called Zhan Yen, and she was ranked second on the bone ship, only second to primordial qi. Mu Zhu, come out. Immemorial City is about to be destroyed. How much longer do you want to hide? Zhan Yen, your opponent is me, the progenitor called out. The young man beside the primogenitor roared and rushed over. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Zhan Yen with a speed even faster than him. This was also a young woman and was the same as Zhan Yen, looking extremely young. The only difference was that this young woman had a cold aura, completely different from Zhan Yen, who was filled with vitality. She was like a pool of stagnant water that would never flow. With a boom, space was destroyed. The world of nothingness spread out from underground, spreading in all directions. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The man landed helplessly. He stood beside the progenitor and stared up. Mu Zhu was the last force protecting the progenitor. Once Mu Zhu took action, it meant that there was no one left to protect the progenitor. The man clearly could not hold on. Numerous gazes were cast towards the underground. The bone ship moved in outer space, charging towards Immemorial City once again. Ancestor Chin had pushed it out earlier, but this time, no one could push it away. There were no more experts in Immemorial City. The only true God clasped his hands behind his back. It's over. Tai Hong, look at Immemorial City's last moment. It's also Inception's last moment. The Grand Empyrean looked past the only true God and saw Immemorial City being torn apart. His resolute gaze was filled with sorrow. The humans had persevered, but in the end, they had still lost to the Eternals. No matter how resplendent above heaven's sex development was, or how ruthlessly Lu Yin had suppressed the Eternals, they had forgotten that the Eternals relied not only on their absolute strength, but also on their intelligence. They had caused the extremely resplendent above heaven to collapse, and even though they were at a disadvantage, they had still managed to turn the situation around. This was the true Eternals. Immemorial City, Inception, the above heaven, and the humans. Everything was coming to an end. The bone ship charged towards Immemorial City. Along the way, human powerhouses tried to stop it, but they were all stopped. Whether it was Ancestor Ku, Ancestor Chin, Chu Yi, or even Mr. Mu, none of them could stop the ship. The bone ship was the final attack that would destroy Immemorial City. Below the primordial city, flames engulfed the area. Ancestor Chin struck with his palm, but it was stopped by Di Qiong's martial god scripture for a moment. Count of Wind used the god of defense of the 9 heavens to envelop Ancestor Chin. Ancestor Chen's palm struck the outside of the tower and penetrated it. Count of Wind was shocked. How many flames could there be under Immemorial City with just one palm? Ancestor Ku charged towards the bone ship. Butterflies flashed past, making him feel like he was in a dream. The 4 captains of the undead regiment were stopped by the powerful corpse kings in the bone ship. Even the mausoleum keeper appeared and charged towards the bone ship with all his might, but he was still stopped by the undying god. Mr. Mu looked at the bone ship and felt powerless once again. Once upon a time, his universe had been like this as well. In the end, they had lost to their nemesis. Now, the people of this universe were still like this. Humans were the most intelligent creatures in this universe, but they were also the most targeted creatures in this universe. Primordial Origin laughed. Old Moo, your persistence is a joke. I've said it before, it's useless. Ha ha ha. The sound of bells echoed, sending off Immemorial City. This place that had suppressed the sequence's string and protected this universe for countless years was finally facing its end. The bone ship crashed into Immemorial City. At this moment, the battle stopped. Everyone looked at this scene as if they were witnessing the moment Immemorial City was completely destroyed. At this moment, a huge force crashed out from the darkness and knocked the bone ship to the side, causing it to deviate from Immemorial City. The only true God's gaze turned cold. Mr. Moo heaved a sigh of relief. It had finally arrived. Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor smiled. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. A ship emerged from the realm of nothingness and slowly appeared in the starry sky before everyone's eyes. The words, "Boundless," were carved on the ship. Blackless God's eyes narrowed. Boundless. That ship is still here. The Eternals were no stranger to this ship. If Burial Garden was an item left behind by humans during the first battle of the Divine Commandment, then Boundless was an item left behind by the people of the Daosaur sect during the second battle of the Divine Commandment. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3259. In the past, the fifth mainland had fought fiercely against the sixth mainland on the boundless void. They had fooled the Eternals into thinking that the boundless void was just a battleship. Only later did they realize that the boundless void was the same as the Burial Garden. And now, the one who came out of the world of nothingness and knocked the bone boat away was Boundless. Boundless could travel through the world of nothingness, just like the bone boat. Above Wu Jiang were Lu Yin and the other above Heaven Sect Masters. Their terrifying auras soared into the sky. Lu Yin looked at the Dark Mother Tree. "Eternal, sorry to keep you waiting." Kill, kill, kill. The remaining experts of Primordial City were stunned. Why were there so many experts on that ship? Black Wuxian's mouth was wide open. Impossible, how could they have broken through his path? Impossible. Lu Yuan, Hongyan Mavis, Wu Tian, Sapphire Zhilua, and the rest of the experts charged towards the Eternals. 3 realms and 6 paths, 3 suns and 6 lords, 8 paths and 8 paths. More than 10 sequence precepts experts and a few progenitors, a total of more than 20 experts emerged from the boundless void and charged towards Primeval City. Lu Yuan stared at the ancient god and said, "Leave Dechang to me. We haven't decided who the winner is yet." Hongyan Mavis, Sapphire Zhilua, and Wu Tian all looked towards the underground of Primordial City. The ancestor saw them and was delighted. They finally came. It was good that they didn't die, it was good that they didn't die. Above the ancient city, Zhang Yan and Mu Zhu both looked over. There were actually so many experts. The abandoned ones, Yi Rou, and the others realized that this was the most magnificent battlefield in the universe. Even the second battle of Disaster Region could not compare. Zun Di charged towards the corpse god and slashed down with his sword. Yi was now the one controlling Zun Di. Wo's gaze was ferocious. After Ji's death, he replaced her and became one of the outer 8 paths. Mimi Na rushed towards Immemorial City. "Teacher Babar, where are you?" On the Eternal side, Sorcerer Spirit God was stupefied. When he died, how could the above heaven sect have so many experts? Where did so many experts come from? Fengbua stared at Lu Yin with a ferocious expression. "Brat, I've found you." He gave up on progenitor Qin and charged straight at Lu Yin. Lu Yin stood at the bow of Boundless and surveyed the entire battlefield. He had finally caught up. Black Wuxian had sealed off their path, making it impossible for them to find Primeval City. However, in the critical moment, Endless World appeared, and the person who brought endless world with him was none other than ancient mist ancestor. Not only did Shi Wei bring Wu Jiang, she also brought the location of immemorial city. Wu Jiang was just a tool. It was impossible to rely on Wu Jiang to find immemorial city. The one who truly helped them find immemorial city was Ancestor Hui. Ancestor Hui had always been in contact with Shi Wei. The method of communication was Shi Wei's mist. The mist in the past wasn't real mist, but rather the micro-lead technique. Anyone who cultivated the micro-lead technique could use the micro-lead technique to change the form of the mist. For example, it could turn into words for another cultivator to see. Through the Wei incantation, Ancestor Hui was able to connect with Shi Wei. Of course, the number of times they contacted each other was extremely small. The reason why Shi Wei went to the Six Directions Guild was not only because of Long Tu's death and the battle in the primordial space, but also because she wanted to connect with Ancestor Hui. This was a tacit understanding between the 9 mountains and 8 seas that no one knew of. Shi Wei brought Wu Jiang here under Ancestor Hui's guidance, so Wu Jiang's timely arrival was all part of the plan. He Wuxian had pretended to join the humans, and Lu Yin and the rest had not been able to tell at first. He Wuxian could fool everyone and pretend to join the humans, but he could not fool Ancestor Hui. Lu Yin had always tolerated He Wuxian's existence because he wanted to see what He Wuxian wanted to do. He Wuxian definitely represented the one true God's plan, and if this plan could not be figured out, then it would continue to exist. Only a plan that was exposed could not be called a plan. Otherwise, even if He Wuxian was exposed, this plan would continue to exist. The endless path led Lu Yin and the rest to truly be trapped. Lu Yin had not expected He Wuxian to have such an innate gift that could prevent all of the experts from finding immemorial city. This was not a comparison of strength, but rather more like He Wuxian had pulled an endless parallel spacetime path together. They would eventually reach immemorial city, but it would be too late by then. This was He Wuxian's final plan to join the humans. Fortunately, everything had gone according to plan, and Wu Jiang had arrived in time. This matter caused Lu Yin to sweat profusely. He had been careless and underestimated He Wuxian. However, the Eternals had also underestimated the humans. The Grand Empyrean had given the Eternals the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, and Lu Yin had also given the Eternals a gift through He Wuxian. Now that he had arrived at the immemorial city battlefield, the first person Lu Yin wanted to find was Progenitor Hui, who was also at the immemorial city battlefield. Progenitor Hui had exposed immemorial city's location, which made it easy for the Eternals to target him. Suddenly, Lu Yin looked at the shattered city wall. Lu Yin's body vanished. Fengbui had ascended Wu Jiang, but where was that brat? The timely appearance of the above heaven sex experts had reversed the situation, and the Eternals had been suppressed. The humans had too many experts. Previously, it had been several Eternals fighting one human, but now, it was several humans fighting one Eternals. Atop the shattered walls of immemorial city, Big Sis panted heavily. The phantom of Pluto had long since disappeared, and she had reached her limit. She had killed 2 corpse kings from the bone galleys, and both had been powerhouses of the sequence laws. It had been a difficult fight, but there was an endless supply of corpse kings. And now, this triangular-faced corpse king was ranked in the top 5. The corpse king had the ability to break the sequence laws, and the moment he stared at Big Sis, she felt as if her body was being stripped away. An indescribable pain spread through her, and even though she was clearly not injured, the pain was real. This was the sequence law of the triangular-faced corpse king, body stripping. He could strip away the body of any creature he saw in another form, or rather, in his mind. Once he completely stripped away the creature's body, it would be equivalent to having its body stripped away and dying completely. This was an extremely cruel sequence law. There was an agreement in Immemorial City that once the Corpse King appeared, it had to be killed no matter the cost. Unfortunately, no one had succeeded so far. The Corpse King was ranked in the top 5 of the Bone Galleys, and there were very few in Immemorial City who could fight against him. In fact, quite a few had died at his hands. This was the Corpse King that Immemorial City wanted to kill the most. At this moment, Big Sis was enduring the pain of her body being stripped away, a pain that could make one's soul tremble. At this point, Luin appeared behind the Corpse King and pressed a hand on its shoulder. The Corpse King's sequence particles shot towards Luin in an attempt to strip him of his body as well. Luin's eyes went wide as an indescribable force crashed down, instantly shattering the Corpse King into pieces as blood splattered across the ground. Big Sis stared blankly at Luin. One attack. Just one attack. How had Little Seven become so powerful? When they had first arrived at Immemorial City, Luin had not used Mortal World to break through his ancestral seal, but now, he was completely different. Big Sis, rest for a bit. Leave the rest to me. Luin's expression was gloomy as the Divine Seal catalog appeared above his head. He waved his hand, and Hongyan, Wu Tian, and Hongyan walked out. The strength beast leapt down from his shoulder and charged towards the corpse god under Luin's orders. Su Wang also charged into Immemorial City. At this point, Fengbua arrived. Die, brat. The tower-shaped sword slashed towards Luin, who looked up. Will I revive if I die again? He then raised his hand and stabbed out with the soil spear, colliding with the sword. With a bang, the sword shattered, and Fengbua's pupils shrank. How could this be? Lu Yin's footsteps lightly brushed past Fengbua, who hurriedly expanded time to avoid Lu Yin's attack. But in the next moment, his body shattered, and Lu Yin did not even look at him. He charged towards Huiwu, who was behind the river of divine power. The only true god's gaze landed on Huiwu, so it's you. The moment Blackless God appeared, Huiwu froze on the battlefield. He was trying to contact Shi Wei. It was difficult to communicate with the outside world in Immemorial City, and Huiwu could not do so, but Ancestor Hui could. Ancestor Hui had predicted some things a long time ago. He had schemed against the sorcerer god, causing him to die tragically. He had also schemed against the Sixth Mainland and the Eternals. He had even schemed against the Wang family and the Yellow Springs out of curiosity. Immemorial City had been the most important part of his plan. In order to send messages to the outside world in this endless battlefield filled with sequence particles, he had spent his entire life creating a sourcebox array. He had used this array to contact Shi Wei, allowing Limitless to rush over at the last moment and knock away the Bone Galleon, saving Immemorial City. However, he had been exposed. The only true god had observed the entire battlefield, so how could he not see Huiwu's abnormality? Huiwu looked up at the only true god. Eternals, I said that if someone can make up for the human race's lack of martial power, then I can make up for the human race's lack of wisdom. I won. The only true god's expression sank. He had missed a step, and this step had always been under Huiwen's control. A long time ago, he had tried to rope in Huiwen because he had taken a liking to Huiwen's wisdom, but Huiwen had rejected him. He had invited him several times, and Huiwen had rejected him several times. Not only had Huiwen rejected him, but Huiwen had even made a bet with him. Because of these words, the only true god had tolerated Huiwu's existence. Even though the only true god believed that Huiwen had schemed against Huiwu, the only true god was willing to tolerate it. He was confident that he was the only true god, the most powerful person in the universe, regardless of whether it was in terms of martial power or wisdom. Humans could not defeat him. Therefore, even though Huiwu had been exposed, he had not died. Instead, he had been thrown into a divine power lake and transformed into a berserk corpse. All of this had been done under the only true god's instructions. He could not tolerate Huiwen's arrogance, and he wanted Huiwen's son to personally witness the universe being rebooted. Therefore, even if he had to escape from the tragedy zone, he had taken Huiwu with him. However, he had never imagined that Huiwu was actually Huiwen. More accurately, Huiwu was indeed Huiwen's son, but this son had only existed to expose himself. From the beginning, Huiwen had never believed that Huiwu could hide from the Eternals and scheme against them. Even if he did, how much of a threat could he pose to the Eternals and the only true God? Huiwu's true plan had been after Huiwu had been exposed. In order to make the only true God keep Huiwu, Huiwu had deliberately made a bet with the only true God. He had calculated step by step, and if he had made a single mistake, he would not have been able to achieve what he had today. However, he had been confident that he would succeed. Huiwu had been kept, and even though he had been exposed, he had only been thrown into a divine power lake and transformed into a berserk corpse. The moment Huiwu had been thrown into the divine power lake, Huiwen's plan had succeeded. He had told Lu Yin where Chu Qin was, and he had even given the location of Immemorial City to Wu Jiang. All of his calculations had been for this moment. He had succeeded. The only true God had been completely tricked by him. The Eternals had failed at the last moment, and Huiwen had retreated. The only true God sighed, "You even gave up on your own son." Huiwen's eyes dimmed. "I have not let down the entire human race, but I have let down little Wu. He has never enjoyed the happiness of his peers since he was young. His entire life, he has been running around for my schemes. From the moment he was thrown into the divine power lake, his consciousness was gone, and I replaced him. Even if I am his father, this debt still has to be repaid." He then looked at Lu Yin, who was rushing over, and smiled, "Master Lu, I'll leave the rest to you. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Follow Wind is working hard to make up for the chapters 1-0. Thank you." Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3260. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. "Wait, Huizu." Boom. Huiwu's body exploded, and he died completely. Lu Yin stared blankly at this scene. Huiwu's body wasn't the only thing that had exploded. Huizu's consciousness had also disappeared completely. An indescribable feeling spread through Lu Yin's heart. Huizu was not strong in terms of battle power, but without him, the current battle would not have happened. He was the person who had truly changed history. He had contributed greatly to the human race, but he could not overcome the barrier in his heart. Regardless of whether it was Huizu or Huiwu, they were both great people in Lu Yin's eyes. However, there was no time to be sentimental. Several corpse kings appeared around him and charged towards him. These corpse kings all possessed great strength because of bone grafting. Bone grafting was too miraculous. Even the laws of sequence could be grafted onto these corpse kings, allowing the bone galleon to face Immemorial City head-on. Lu Yin clenched his fist and punched out, shattering a corpse king in front of him. This corpse king used sequence particles to block Lu Yin's punch, but Lu Yin had the strongest power in this universe. The only ones who could compare to him were Di Qiong, who had used the martial god transformation, and the one true god, who had used the true god's freedom technique. Other than that, Lu Yin was invincible in terms of strength. After killing the corpse king with a few punches, Lu Yin raised his hand. Countless black dots appeared in the sky and spread out. More and more of them appeared like continents. In the distance, Di Qiong, who was fighting progenitor Qin, was shocked. "Watch out!" Everyone looked up and saw spears of soil stabbing downwards. Those who had participated in the second realm of calamity were all too familiar with this scene. Lu Yin had used this technique to suppress the entire battlefield and silence the Eternals. Now, he was using the same technique to attack the entire battlefield of Immemorial City. When he had disguised himself as Yi Bo and entered the immemorial city battlefield, Lu Yin had never imagined that he would one day use absolute strength to attack the entire immemorial city battlefield. The corpse kings were pierced through one by one. If the sequence particles that covered the entire immemorial city battlefield were like fog, then these soil spears could pierce through the fog. Each of these soil spears had the power to tear apart sequence particles, and their destructive power was close to that of the primordial universe. The soil spears fell down like raindrops. Su Wangtian stared blankly at the 5 corpse kings surrounding him. 4 of them were pierced through by the earth spear while the last one fell to the ground. Further away, the corpse kings were pierced through one after another. Some of them had their heads pierced through, while others were pinned to death within primeval city by the soil spears. This scene was extremely spectacular. Other than Mr. Mu, the colossal giant ancestor, and a limited number of other powerhouses, who else could strike down the entire ancient battlefield, especially when facing so many powerhouses? Primordial Fiend stared at Lu Yin with a solemn expression. The spear of soil posed no threat to him, but Lu Yin's move had rendered the bone galleon useless. Aside from the top 5 on the galleon, the rest of the corpse kings were rendered useless. Old man Mu, is that your little disciple? Mr. Mu let out a rare laugh. Primordial origin, the true battle has only just begun. On the other side, the Witcher spirit god and the undying god were both stunned. Lu Yin's strength had completely refreshed their understanding of him, and they wondered just how much time had passed since their deaths. Even they were injured by the soil spear. This was especially true for the witch spirit god, who was unable to evade the spatial sequence rules and had his calf pierced through. He stared blankly at Lu Yin. How was this possible? It couldn't have been 1,000,000,000,000 years, right? How could that brat's strength be so terrifying? The corpse god was just as shocked. In the past, Lu Yin had needed to gang up on him to kill him, but now, he could feel Lu Yin's invincible strength. That powerful aura was enough to suffocate the entire region. Progenitor Chen laughed. Well done, Lu Yin. The desolate ancestor's lips curled up. This battle had involved all of the geniuses from the distant above heaven sect, the ancient Daosor sect, and the current above heaven sect. There was no reason for them to fail. Zhang Yan and Mu Zhu stared at Lu Yin in shock, even though they had to admit that Lu Yin was a threat to them. The rain of soil spears had dealt a heavy blow to the entire primeval city battlefield, reducing the bone galleon's usefulness. It had also dealt a blow to the morale of the entire Eternals. This was still not enough, far from enough. Lu Yin scanned the battlefield. All of the Eternals had to die. His first target was Fingbua, who had just exchanged blows with Lu Yin. Fingbua's body had been shattered, and he did not dare to approach Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin had found him. It was not just Lu Yin, Hongyan Mavis had also gone after Fingbua. Leave him to me. Hongyan Mavis wanted revenge. Lu Yin turned to leave, only to find that all of the Eternals had been surrounded by human powerhouses. Wu Jiang had brought so many sequence law powerhouses, especially the 3 realms, 6 Daos, and 3 suns 6 lords. The Eternals simply did not have enough opponents. Originally, Di Qiong and Fingbua had been attacking Progenitor Qin, but now, the tables had turned. Wu Tian and Progenitor Qin were attacking Di Qiong, and Di Qiong could not hold on for long. The original powerhouses of Primeval City had experienced many ups and downs, and now, they were completely invigorated. The ancestor of the giants punched the zombie god, causing him to bend over. Then, the strength beast punched the zombie god's back, causing him to straighten up again. The ancestor's sword slashed the zombie god's chest, leaving a bloody mark. The zombie god's eyes were bloodshot. There were 3 of them attacking him, which was even worse than when he had been surrounded in the giant's hell. The Wang family was from the 5th mainland, and the Forgotten Ruins god was an ancestor of the Wang family. Lu Tianyi wanted to get rid of him. Mu Ji continued to spin the samsara roulette. It was over, it was over. There was no chance of victory. The Eternals were doomed, and he did not want to die. Woof! The Heavenly Hound was once again targeted by Su Wuwei. He could not kill the dog, but he could at least delay it. This dog could not be killed even by surpassing Celestial. Just as he thought of surpassing Celestial, a golden light shone from the dark mother tree, and surpassing Celestial charged towards the one true God. No one had expected surpassing Celestial to be so irrational. The one true God's strength was still a mystery. Only the primogenitor, Mr. Mu, and the great heavenly venerate understood. No one else knew the one true God's bottom line. Under the premise that those three could not act, even Lu Yin had not thought of finding trouble with the one true God. Everyone thought that Ancestor Ku had been able to survive the one true God's attack because things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme, including Lu Yin. However, after Ancestor Ku had awakened, they realized that Ancestor Ku had been able to fight the one true God alone without dying because things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. It was also because of his sequence rule, vanish. Although the desolate ancestor had lost his memories, he was still aware of the sequence law that he had comprehended. Even if it was the other way around, he was certain that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. He still did not have the ability to survive the one true God's attacks. Only his sequence law could do that. The so-called disappearance meant that everything, including people, things, and objects that were enveloped by the sequence law would instantly disappear from the universe. If the one true God had known about the desolate ancestor's sequence law, then the desolate ancestor would not have been able to survive. With the one true God's strength, it would not have been difficult to disperse the sequence law, but no one had known about it beforehand. No one, including progenitor Chen's generation, knew what kind of sequence law the desolate ancestor had comprehended. This was the only way for the desolate ancestor to escape from the calamity zone. Unfortunately, he had encountered the butterfly Tianan and had been killed once. If not for the mountain sea battle technique, he would have really died. The desolate ancestor had been able to create the sequence law that things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. In everyone's opinion, his sequence law should be inclined towards killing or immortality, but no one had thought that his sequence law would be most suitable for escaping. This was the desolate ancestor's greatest secret. If not for the fact that he wanted to remind Lu Yin and the others not to impulsively fight the one true God, he would not have revealed it. The desolate ancestor watched as surpassing celestial charged towards the dark mother tree. The one true God remained calm. The great heavenly venerate shouted, "Fool, back down." The great heavenly venerate was furious. He did not want to defeat the one true God, he wanted to save the great heavenly venerate, his master. In the reincarnation spacetime, everyone referred to the great heavenly venerate as their master. This was because the great heavenly venerate's reincarnation ancestral world could bestow power to others in the reincarnation spacetime. However, the great heavenly venerate's only true disciple was the great heavenly venerate. For example, Chu Jian, Bai Xiener, and the others were not true disciples of the great heavenly venerate. The great heavenly venerate was the only true disciple she had truly accepted. Even though this disciple had turned against her, she had never expelled the great heavenly venerate, much less hurt him. The great heavenly venerate did not like the great heavenly venerate's way of doing things, but he had to admit that the great heavenly venerate was his master and was like a mother. Now that he saw the great heavenly venerate in such a pitiful state, he rushed forward to save the great heavenly venerate. "I told you to back down, fool," the great heavenly venerate shouted angrily. Even when she had been injured by the one true God and the others, she had not lost her composure. The great heavenly venerate raised his golden staff and stepped into the 6 paths of reincarnation. He swung his staff at the one true God. The one true God looked up. No one saw him move, but his hand grabbed the great heavenly venerate's golden staff without anyone noticing. This prevented the golden staff from smashing down. At this moment, the one true God was less than a meter away from the great heavenly venerate. He calmly looked at the other side. You should have listened to her. With that, he exerted force in his hand and the golden staff cracked. The great heavenly venerate's pupils shrank and he roared. The great heavenly venerate circulated like crazy and self-detonated his body. His blood flowed and his sequence particles shot into the sky. His body continued to expand. He only had one chance. He knew that he only had one chance against the one true God. He would use everything he had learned in his life to launch that attack. A terrifying aura spread out from the dark mother tree. Golden shockwaves swept out and the great heavenly venerate was drenched in blood. He clenched his fist and punched the one true God. The one true God raised his left arm and placed it in front of him. The great heavenly venerate's fist landed on his left arm. The void trembled and waves swept out. Following that, the void shattered, revealing a world of nothingness. The one true God did not take half a step back. This scene left the great heavenly venerate in disbelief. How could the one true God not even move when he erupted with his full combat strength? The one true God's pupils disappeared. The eyeless transformation. At this moment, he was extremely powerful. No matter what, the great heavenly venerate had not reached the limit of this universe's strength. How could he so easily shake the one true God? The one true God loosened his right hand and the golden staff shattered. The one true God grabbed at the great heavenly venerate. Before his palm even arrived, the terrifying destructive force that caused the void to collapse had already shattered a small portion of the great heavenly venerate's body. Just as the one true God was about to grab the great heavenly venerate, a figure appeared behind him and punched the one true God. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3261. It was just a single punch, but this punch caused only true God's expression to change slightly, and he raised his right hand to block. Bang! The dark mother tree shook, and the cracks on its bark widened once more. Only true God was forced back several steps. Next to him, Wu Tian and Hong Yan Mavis phantoms that had been conjured by the God's sealing catalog charged towards the sole true God. Lu Yin pushed the celestial out of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm's range as spears made of soil appeared in front of him and stabbed towards the sole true God. Only true God smiled as he faced Wu Tian, Hong Yan Mavis, and the spears of dirt. His gaze swept past the 3 attacks and landed on Lu Yin. You're finally here. This was the moment he had been waiting for. If he did not kill Lu Yin, then this battle would not be resolved. Only by killing Lu Yin could he win. Myriad Daos, returned to sword. A sword slowly condensed in only true God's hand. It looked very ordinary, but in the next instant, it slashed out and shattered the power that Wu Tian and Hong Yan Mavis had summoned from the God's sealing catalog. At the same time, it cut through all of the dirt spears. This scene stunned Lu Yin. He knew that only true God was extremely powerful, and even the Grand Empyrean had warned him not to attack. However, he had never imagined that only true God would be this powerful. Wu Tian and Hong Yan Mavis were experts of the 3 realms and 6 Daos, and they were only second to primordial realm powerhouses. No, to a certain extent, they could even contend against primordial realm powerhouses. Only true God took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lu Yin, slashing down with his sword. Lu Yin's arm shook the void as he tried to use his absolute strength to stop the sword, but the sword seemed to be unstoppable. It cut through the void and cut through the power as it continued towards Lu Yin. This scene was all too familiar. That blood-red figure had heavily injured Hong Yan Mavis and Startoed in the Mirage domain. Was only true God that blood-red figure? No, the sword's shape was not right. Lu Yin stepped backwards in an attempt to avoid only true God's sword. Everything around him stopped, but the sword did not stop. It slashed into Lu Yin's shoulder, almost severing his arm. A piece of land formed by the mortal world appeared in front of Lu Yin. The one true God casually slashed out with his sword and sliced apart the land. Behind the land was a punch that Lu Yin had unleashed with all of his strength. This punch surpassed the strength of the strength beast and the void, and it was the limit of this universe's strength. The one true God continued to slash out with his sword, and an indescribable sense of danger appeared in Lu Yin's heart. Mr. Mu's warning rang out in his ears, retreat. Lu Yin forcefully twisted his body so that his fist did not collide directly with the sword's edge. The sword brushed past Lu Yin's arm and slashed right below his neck. The only true God's lips curled up, and just as he was about to turn his sword and behead Lu Yin, two people appeared behind him. One of them was Progenitor Qin, and he struck out with a palm at the only true God. Within his palm, a scorching fiery light could annihilate everything in the universe. This was a battle technique that Progenitor Qin had created for the only true God. The other was Lu Yuan. His eyes cracked as he pushed the stage towards the sole true deity. The only true God did not care, and his sword continued to spin. Lu Yin felt a chill seep into his bones from his neck. Suddenly, the 6 paths of reincarnation realm turned golden, and the only true God's movements paused as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Behind him, Progenitor Chen's palm and Lu Yuan's stage slammed into the only true God's back, sending him flying and crashing into the border of the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Lu Yin panted heavily. He had just escaped death. The battle had been very short, and he had not even seen the only true God's power, but he had almost died. The only true God had used a single sword strike to destroy all of Lu Yin's strength. Lu Yin did not even know how he had managed to survive. In the distance, the only true God coughed up blood and gripped his sword tightly as he looked in a certain direction. There, the Grand Empyrean lowered his head, and his golden robes turned into motes of light that merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. Tai Hong, you. The only true God's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin and the others all looked at the Grand Empyrean. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. Self-sacrifice. Progenitor Qin was shocked. Merge with a battle technique. Lu Yin stared at the Grand Empyrean in a daze. The Grand Empyrean's golden robes turned into motes of light that slowly merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm, causing it to turn golden. Based on his many years of cultivation, the Grand Empyrean seemed to want to merge his entire body into the 6 paths of reincarnation realm. This was self-sacrifice. Tai Hong, you would actually do such a thing? The only true God was surprised. The Grand Empyrean looked up at the only true God. Either you die, or I die. Eternal, I told you before that you don't understand me. The only true God narrowed his eyes and gripped his sword tightly. I understand you, but I didn't expect you to be so crazy. You're a powerhouse who survived the bitter adversity. In your eyes, victory is already within our grasp, but you're still willing to sacrifice yourself. Ha 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 ha, victory is within our grasp. If we don't get rid of you, how can we win? With that brat. The Grand Empyrean laughed and looked at Lu Yin. Brat, this is payback. Lu Yin looked at the Grand Empyrean. The Lu family's dead. I said that I don't owe your Lu family anything, and I really don't owe your Lu family anything. Everything in the cultivation world has a cycle of karma. Has your Lu family not harmed any innocent people? Why should I care about your Lu family? What I'm paying you back is Do Xing. You saved his life, so I'm paying you back. She looked at Lu Yuan and then at the entire immemorial city battlefield. I thought that the 6 paths of reincarnation realm could strip away Eternal's power, but I miscalculated. He is my bitter adversity, and I will never be able to overcome it. However, I will not be defeated. Even if I die, I will drag him down with me. Tai Chu, do you hear me? I will not be defeated. I will never be defeated. Beneath Immemorial City, Tai Chu looked up at the sky without saying a word. Mr. Mu sighed. Chu Yi, Wu Tian, Jiao Lanjilua, and the others all looked at the black mother tree with complicated gazes. This crazy woman had never changed. Even if she died, she would not admit her wrongs, much less admit defeat. Master. Heavenly Sovereign Doshing collapsed in the starry sky. His eyes were bloodshot as he shouted with great difficulty. His injuries were too severe, and if it weren't for the fact that things tend to go in the opposite direction when pushed to the extreme, he would already be dead. The Grand Empyrean raised his head and his eyes blurred. His body turned into golden light and slowly entered the 6 paths of reincarnation. At this moment, she was the most beautiful scenery in the universe. I'm Tai Hong. All of you are dead. Only I can protect this universe. I'll kill the Eternal. I'll definitely. His voice gradually faded away and Tai Hong completely turned into a golden light spot that merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation. Golden rain fell from the dark universe, dripping onto the battlefield of Primeval City and onto everyone's faces. Lu Yin felt the bone-chilling cold of the rain. A Grand Empyrean was gone, just like that. How many times had he scolded this crazy woman? How many times had he hated her? But why did he feel empty in his heart now? Below ancient city, Absolute Beginning closed his eyes and golden rain formed before his eyes. The Grand Empyrean appeared and squatted before Absolute Beginning, looking at him. Absolute Beginning looked at the golden rain in front of him. You won't lose. You won. I lost. Wait for me. I'll find you. The golden rain slowly fell and seemed to wash away the blood in Primeval City, causing the city to regain its ancient color. Master, Father. Dual Victor shouted, but no one answered him. On the Black Mother Tree, Lu Yin and the others looked at the one true God. The one true God's sword was stained with gold and then cracked. The mottled gold on his body came from the 6 paths of reincarnation. The Grand Empyrean had sacrificed himself and completely merged into the 6 paths of reincarnation, causing a problem with the one true God's power. The 6 paths of reincarnation was originally created for the one true God. Now was the best time to kill the one true God. Lu Yin took out Death God Go Lien. The starry sky around his heart spread out as he prepared to kill the one true God. Lu Yuan and Progenitor Chen's expressions changed. Everyone looked at the Black Mother Tree. If Lu Yin died, it would be a disaster for the humans. But if the one true God died, the Eternals would completely disappear. The one true God let go of the sword hilt and let out a long breath. He looked around the 6 paths of reincarnation. Tai Hong, the outcome has not been decided yet. But you will never lose. Then, he looked at Lu Yin and the others. You want to kill me? You can't do it. He raised his hands and drew a circle above his head. A dark red power covered his entire body. This was the true God sky-switching technique. Tai Hong's 6 paths of reincarnation does prevent me from using many of my powers. But can you break the true God sky-switching technique? Lu Yin used Death God transformation. He took out Death God's left arm, held Go Lien tightly, and slashed. Lu Yuan pushed horizontally and knocked the stage out. The God's ceiling catalog's golden light burst out. Progenitor Chen struck out with his palm. The weak flames below Primeval City were drawn out again. The three's attacks all landed on the true God sky-switching technique. Just like how the second disaster zone was sealed, the true God sky-switching technique couldn't break it. The one true God was unmoved. His gaze was cold. Who do you think I am? You want to kill me with just Tai Hong? Lu Yin's gaze was cold. If I can't kill you, then I'll deal with the Eternals, the Bone Boat, and the Black Mother Tree first. Eternal, let's see how long you can hide here. With that, he turned and charged towards the primeval city battlefield. You too, go do your work. Lu Yin shouted into the distance. He was naturally shouting for Su Wang and Li Shou. The two giants were pressing the zombie god to the brink of death. When she heard Lu Yin calling for them, she turned around and praised him. The surrounding people were dumbfounded by what they saw. Not long after, the Black Mother Tree shook. The one true god looked down and saw Su Wang and Li Shou. These two giants were holding the Black Mother Tree back, preventing the one true god from uprooting the Black Mother Tree like in the second disaster zone. The one true god frowned. These two were the strongest in this universe. If Tai Hong hadn't sacrificed himself, the one true god could have used the true god freedom technique and martial god transformation to force his way out. No one would be able to keep him here. But now, he couldn't use that power. He looked at the primeval city battlefield with a piercingly cold gaze. The one true god couldn't escape. What the humans needed to do now was to completely annihilate the other powerhouses of the Eternals and gather everyone's strength to think of a way to kill the one true god. Lu Yin looked forward and saw that the giant ancestor had completely suppressed the zombie god. The zombie god was very close to death. Lu Yin reversed his steps and appeared directly above the zombie god's head. He slammed his palm down, and a terrifying strength forcefully pressed the zombie god into the ground of Primeval City. He then snapped the zombie god's neck. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3262. The ancestor of the giants was stunned. He looked at Lu Yin and clicked his tongue. Master Lu, is it? Your strength is a bit exaggerated. He had been forced back by Yu Wei earlier, so he could imagine that Lu Yin's strength wouldn't have made him feel any better. Even though he was in the primordial realm, he had no advantage against a monster that hadn't even reached the level of the sequence laws. How did this kid cultivate? Lu Yin looked at the ancestor of the giants. Back then, he had disguised himself as Yebwa and taken Qi away with a single arm. He should have been the one to fight primordial eccentric. Senior, please hold down the bone ship. The ancestor of the giants looked outside Primeval City. Understood. Please wait a moment. He looked underground. It's over. From the moment you joined the everlasting race, our race removed you. With that, he clenched his hands and smashed down. Primeval City shook and a huge crack appeared. Underground, the corpse god's head shattered. She was completely dead. The ancestor of the giant sighed and walked out of Primeval City, heading towards the bone ship. Lu Yin headed towards the primogenitor at the center of Primeval City. Just as he left, an oval-shaped seed flew out from where the corpse god had died and headed towards the Black Mother Tree. The corpse god's corpse had completely disappeared. He had originally come from the immortal art. That seed was the immortal art seed. Lu Yin looked back and saw the seed. He hurriedly chased after it, but it disappeared and then reappeared before the true god. The true god looked at the seed. The first seed. Lu Yin frowned. Don't kill those who have come back from the dead. Just control them. The true god was calm and expressionless. Lu Yin felt that something was off. The three ultimate techniques of the true god had their own uses. He already knew that the corpse god and the others had been revived by the immortal art, but since they had been revived and died, there was no corpse. Only a seed remained. There was definitely something wrong. The only thing he could do was stop those who had come back from the dead from becoming seeds. Lu Yin looked deeply at the true God before heading to the center of Primeval City to meet the primogenitor. A person stood beside the primogenitor. His name was Yi Wei. He was the first force that protected the primogenitor, while Mu Zhu was the second. Lu Yin had come to find the primogenitor to return Chu Qin. When he saw Yi Wei, his eyes narrowed. Yi Wei was confused. Have we met before? Lu Yin looked at him, thought for a moment, and then shook his head. I've never seen him before. He then walked towards the progenitor. The progenitor looked at Lu Yin. Zhu Zi, you're here. Yi Wei laughed. Pillars. Progenitor, my name is Lu Yin. I know. Zhu Zi, well done. Without you, Primeval City would be finished. The primogenitor's voice rang out. Lu Yin sighed and suddenly attacked Yi Wei, placing a hand on his head. Yi Wei reacted quickly, as he was an expert who was qualified to protect the primogenitor. However, Lu Yin had already predicted his actions, and he used his absolute strength to push aside the particle and place his hand on Yi Wei's head. Yi Wei subconsciously stood in front of the progenitor and stared at Lu Yin. The progenitor watched calmly as Lu Yin attacked Yi Wei and bit down on the sequence's string. What's your relationship with the ancient gods? Lu Yin asked. He had met Yi Wei before, but Yi Wei had never met him. In the Mirage domain, when he was fishing the river of time with his strength, he saw ancient. This chapter is not finished, please turn the page. The ancient gods were fighting with someone, and in the end, that person was knocked unconscious but not killed. Instead, that person was thrown into a parallel universe. That person was Yi Wei. Lu Yin had not expected to meet this person here. There were only two possibilities for this person to be spared by the ancient gods. First, this person had betrayed humanity and joined the eternal race, so the ancient gods spared him. Second, there was something wrong with the ancient gods joining the eternal race. Otherwise, why would they let this person go? Since this person could protect the progenitor, Lu Yin's worst guess was that this person was a spy of the eternal race who had approached the progenitor in an attempt to attack him. Of course, this possibility was not high. Otherwise, the ancient gods would not have waited until now. However, Lu Yin had no choice but to guard against this situation. Yi Wei stared at Lu Yin. Guizhi. I saw Guizhi sparing your life and throwing you into a parallel universe, Lu Yin said. Yi Wei understood, so the aura of time back then came from you. You were the one who saw our battle through the river of time. You knew. Guizhi said so. Lu Yin was stunned and looked at Yi Wei. The progenitor's voice rang out, Zhu Zi, let go. He's fine. Lu Yin looked at the progenitor and slowly released his hand. Guizhi joined the eternal race. Is there a problem? The progenitor sighed, my disciples are all very good, and De Chong is no exception. He's being controlled by the one true God, Lu Yin said. The progenitor was helpless, yes, so a lot of sacrifices were made. Lu Yin understood that there had always been human spies in the seven sky gods. This was the truth. When He Wuxian had pretended to betray the eternal race, they had believed that He Wuxian was a human spy. However, this was not the case. He Wuxian had been ordered by the one true God to act against them at the critical moment. The real human spy was the ancient god, Guizhi. Lu Yin had thought of many people, but he had never thought of the ancient god. The ancient god was one of the top powerhouses of the three realms and six paths. Why would he deliberately seek refuge with the eternal race? If he had not sought refuge with the eternal race, the human race's situation would have been much better. Later, when he found out that the ancient god was being controlled by the one true God, it was even less likely that he was a spy. How could someone who was being controlled by the one true God be a spy? Even the one true God would not have thought of this. However, the ancient God really was a spy. He was the highest-ranking spy that the humans had placed in the eternal race. He was the leader of the 7 sky gods and one of the 3 chiefs. What was he trying to do? Humans were a strange race. Their weaknesses were obvious, but their strengths were also obvious. When humans were above the rest of the universe, they would unconsciously look further and higher. They would not be able to see the darkness that grew in the dark corners of the universe. As a result, they had been schemed against by the eternal race and destroyed continent after continent. However, when humans faced a desperate situation, there would always be someone who would stand up. Even if they had to pay a heavy price, whether it was strength or wisdom, they would always be able to make up for their losses. There were 2 words that were branded in the human spirit: inheritance and sacrifice. When the human race appeared in the universe, it was destined that it would not be a flash in the pan. What is Senior Gu trying to do? Luin asked. The progenitor's gaze was melancholy. He wants to find the truth. What truth? The truth behind the destruction of the first continent. The truth behind my defeat to the protectors. Does Senior Gu know that you were besieged by the protectors? Luin asked. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The progenitor looked at Luin. I didn't know at first. He was a very pure person. The above heaven sect was destroyed, and the continents were destroyed one by one. The eternal race was the only one who benefited the most from my disappearance. When he realized this, he let go of everything, including the 3rd continent, and allowed it to be destroyed by the eternal race. He betrayed the humans and joined the eternal race just to find me. By the time I found out, it was already too late. He would rather be controlled by the eternal race to find the truth behind my disappearance. He believed that no one in this universe was my match, even if the protectors worked together. Luin could not help but ask, then, what was the truth? The progenitor smiled. He guessed right, but he also guessed wrong. The protectors of the 4 directions. They were just 4 pieces of trash. Even if they were in the primordial realm, they weren't worthy of my name. Their siege was laughable, and they were no match for me. They couldn't even break out of Sky Palace. Dechang guessed right on this point, but he was wrong on another point. My defeat had nothing to do with the eternal race. Wuda was the first to find out. He personally experienced what it felt like to be watched by that existence. That existence, I call it fate, Luin continued. The progenitor nodded. Yes, fate. It's a very appropriate name. That existence is fate, and it stopped me from breaking through to the eternal life realm. When those 4 besieged me, it was that existence that allowed them to succeed. My hands were sealed, and I had no choice but to cut them off to save my life. If it weren't for Old Man Mu, I would have been dead. Speaking of which, Old Man Mu is still very experienced. After all, he had encountered it before. Luin was surprised. Master. Yes, your master. He is not from our universe. The universe he was in was also destroyed in the final battle. Humans were defeated, but in his words, if it weren't for the intervention of fate, he could have stepped into the eternal life realm at the last moment and turned the situation around. Unfortunately, he was still defeated. I quite admire him. He was defeated by fate, but he was still able to escape and retain his current strength. I was defeated by fate and lost my hands. I am half dead here. I owe your master my life. Luin had not expected things to turn out this way. He finally understood what had happened to the first mainland. The guardians surrounded the progenitor, and Wu Tian arrived. He experienced the extreme coldness of being watched by fate, and the progenitor sent him flying so that he could not get close. The interference of fate caused the progenitor's hands to be sealed by the 4 locks formation. He had no choice but to cut off his own hands to save his life. Fortunately, Mr. Mu arrived and took him away. After the progenitor was taken away by Mr. Mu, Zhelan Zhilua arrived and saw the aftermath of Tian Feng's attack. He followed Tian Feng and was sealed in his body. The destruction of the first mainland had begun the process of the above heaven sex destruction. This was the truth behind the destruction of the first mainland, and it was a cruel truth. The root of everything was fate. In order to find the truth behind the progenitor's disappearance, the ancient gods had targeted the eternal race and betrayed the humans. They were willing to be controlled by the only true God to join the eternal race. How long did Senior Gu know that you were an immemorial city? Lu Yin asked. The progenitor recalled, he was brought here by the Welcoming Mountain. Welcoming Mountain. Lu Yin was puzzled, but then he thought of something and blurted out, that tree that escaped. The progenitor laughed, it is very good at escaping. It is a tree that was planted in immemorial city. It can guide the flames of immemorial city and travel through various battlefields. Those who are fated can follow the tree to immemorial city and preserve the human legacy. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3263. Once, De Chang followed the tree to immemorial city. At that time, there was already a battlefield in immemorial city. The Eternals didn't seem to trust De Chang, so they didn't bring him here. They didn't know that De Chang was already here, and they met me and learned the truth. But it was too late. He was controlled by the Eternals, and even I couldn't break free. Old Man Mu and the others couldn't either. He didn't want to break free, he wanted to find his destiny. Lu Yin understood. Senior Gu has always wanted to find out who harmed you. Whether it's the Eternals or your destiny, he wants to find them. The ancestor's eyes dimmed. I don't want him to find them. If he does, it'll be over. Destiny is the eternal realm. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. This was the first time since he stepped into the cultivation world that he had truly learned that someone was at the eternal realm. It was also the first time he had learned that the eternal realm could be reached. Destiny, the eternal realm, was a realm that made people despair. Even the ancestor and Mr. Mu couldn't resist it and could only escape. Lu Yin didn't understand. It's impossible that destiny doesn't know about immemorial city, but why did it keep it? He didn't finish his sentence, but his meaning was obvious. The ancestor smiled. Keep us. Lu Yin fell silent. The ancestor was confused. I've thought about this for a long time, but I still can't find an answer. I thought that there would never be an answer, but your appearance gave me one. Lu Yin didn't understand. The primogenitor looked him in the eye. If the humans are defeated by the Eternals, this answer will disappear forever. However, if you can win and lead the humans forward, then fate will appear one day. Even if you want to kill us, you should at least let me know the answer, haha. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. The ancestor's words were playful, but they were like the abyss of death that wanted to drag him down. It was as if he was saying that they would all die, and that he was working hard to get an answer. Zhu Zi, are you afraid? The ancestor looked at Lu Yin with a smile. Lu Yin took a deep breath. A little. Don't be afraid. If we die together. You won't be alone. The ancestor laughed. Lu Yin couldn't help but laugh. Your hands are the burial garden and the Wang continent, right? The Wang continent. Oh, did the fifth mainland's Wang family get it? The ancestors seem to only know this now. Lu Yin asked, for seals, how can I help you? Also, the 6 grains of inception dust are with me. I should return them to you, as well as the ancestral sword. The primogenitor stopped him. Don't. Dying together is the end, but I don't want to face this end so soon. Once I recover my strength, fate will target me. Senior Wu Tian is also worried about being targeted by fate, which is why he's trapped himself in the eternal race's third region of calamity, Lu Yin said. The primogenitor sighed. This child is too honest. Why is fate targeting him? He hasn't even reached the primordial realm, let alone overcome the calamity. However, from his perspective, he's not wrong. Fate has seen him before, and I understand that feeling. He's just worried about bringing the gaze of fate to the humans so that they won't even have a chance to resist. As a result, no matter how great of a price he has to pay, he's still trapped in the Eternals. Even if it's only a 1 in a billion chance, he still wants the humans to have the ability to resist. This is very similar to you, Zhu Zi. When you first saw the Eternals' 6 zones of calamity and learned of their full strength, you also felt despair, right? But you still wanted to fight them. Lu Yin stared at the primogenitor, suddenly understanding what the primogenitor had meant. The pressure brought by fate was too great, and some words had to be spoken in a roundabout manner. Fate looks down on us and doesn't care about ants. However, the ants themselves have to do everything they can to avoid it. Even if there's a 1 in a billion chance of being seen, we're actually ants. The primogenitor smiled again. So don't even think about helping me recover my hands, and don't even think about giving me primogenitor. In our universe, I'm the only one most likely to reach the eternal realm. The others like Eternal, Maiden, and the others can't reach the eternal realm in the current universe. It's absolutely impossible. This is also why the Eternals want to destroy the sequence string and start the universe anew. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. So that's how it is. The primogenitor was shocked. You actually guessed it beforehand. Impressive, Zhu Zi. That's why you came in time. If you had come any later, I would have had no choice but to recover Burial Garden's hand and take the risk of being targeted by fate and even intervening in this war. You should know that once fate's attention is drawn to us, the humans will definitely lose this war. I can't take action until the very last moment. It's not that I can't recover. You must know that it's not that I can't recover. I'm very powerful, very powerful. Lu Yin pursed his lips. I know you're powerful, but there's something I want to ask. Do you think now is the time? Zhu Zi, let's deal with the Eternals first. This is a rare opportunity. Once the dust settles, we can slowly talk about it until the end of time. Lu Yin felt an inexplicable chill. Slowly talk to the primogenitor? Just the thought of it was terrifying. Now was not the time to talk, and he already knew what he needed to know. He walked out of Immemorial City's underground and looked around the battlefield, silently counting. Fengbo was dead. He looked at the one true God and saw 2 seeds in front of him. The one who had killed Fengbo was Hongyan Mavis. Only Di Qiong, Ruins, the undying God, and the Witchling God had been revived because of the immortal technique. They could not die anymore. Lu Yin looked up and saw the mortal world appear. Above the stars, black dots appeared once again. They were spears made of earth that covered the sky. The primogenitor looked up with a solemn expression, but he was unusually calm. Opposite him, Chui shouted, "De Chang, are you still not aware?" The primogenitor looked at Chui. The Eternals will not lose. Chui was furious that the primogenitor had betrayed the humans and his master. The Archer God, the Forgotten Ruins God, Di Qiong, and the others all saw the earth spears that covered the sky above their heads. The more there was, the stronger the chilling intent. The Witchling God's face paled. Who would have thought that the brat from back then would reach this level? How long had it been? Suppressing the entire battlefield with his own strength was nothing more than this. In the distance, the primogenitor held a bell that let out an earth-shattering sound. He headed toward the stars, wanting to destroy the Earth spears. Mr. Mu was the first to block him. Primogenitor, it's embarrassing to attack a junior. The primogenitor stared at Mr. Mu, no longer as smug as before. He had thought that Immemorial City would be destroyed, but the tables had turned so quickly. Zhang Yan and Mu Zhu stood opposite each other. The two women were the beautiful scenery on the battlefield. Ever since Zhang Yan joined the Bone Galleon, her opponent had always been Mu Zhu. When one of them appeared, the other would inevitably appear. It seems that this battlefield is about to end. Zhang Yan retracted her gaze and looked at the other side. Mu Zhu, you and I are still undecided. Mu Zhu's aura was lonely and cold. You are not from the Eternals. Where did you come from? Zhang Yan smiled faintly. What's the point? I will die here anyway. She pointed above her head. Your young master has no intention of letting me go. As soon as she finished speaking, countless earth spears pierced down from above. The target was very clear. Apart from the four gods and primogenitor, all the other Eternals were within her attack range. Darkness enveloped the battlefield of Immemorial City. Black rain completely replaced the golden rain as it fell. The entire space was ripped apart, and even the void world struggled to form. This was the greatest power Lu Yin could unleash with the mortal world, enveloping the entire battlefield. Butterfly bore the brunt of the attack. Her opponents were the Desolate Ancestor and Zhelanjilua. She might have been a primordial realm expert, but her presence on the battlefield was actually not that great. She did not possess great killing power, nor was she hated by the humans. Compared to the Eternals, not many people paid attention to her. However, to a certain extent, the protectors of the four directions were even more detestable than the Eternals. They were the fangs and claws of fate, the stumbling blocks that prevented the rise of the humans. They were the main culprits who wanted to replace the humans. Butterfly flapped her wings. Several dozen earth spears pierced down from above her head. The Desolate Ancestor grabbed Butterfly's wing and allowed her to create illusions. He did not move at all. Extreme matter backfires. Zhelanjilua used her 8-star innate gift, directly grafting the Desolate Ancestor's extreme matter backfires onto herself. She grabbed Butterfly's other wing. Butterfly was startled as she forcefully endured the earth spears. Multicolored light flickered from her body, similar to human blood. The hell-suppressing arena appeared above the ancient god's head, blocking the earth spears. Wu Tian retreated, and a large area in front of him was torn apart by the earth spears. Bai Wuxian was here. Up until now, no one had seen Bai Wuxian's true body, but that was no longer important. Bai Wuxian could not turn the situation around. Her strength was not enough to completely block the earth spears. The earth spears were endless, and coupled with Wu Tian's primordial universe, Bai Wuxian's whitewater ancestral world was directly destroyed. Red spread through the void as her aura rapidly declined. In the end, her figure was revealed. She raised her head and looked at Lu Yin in the distance. This person was Luoxin. Lu Yin surveyed the entire battlefield, and he was not surprised to see her. He had suspected her a long time ago, and the most suspicious point was how she had been able to pass through Jupiter to reach the astral tree realm. Jupiter was not a place that just anyone could enter. She was only a melder, so how could she have chased him to the astral tree realm? Even if she had gone to the astral tree realm, how could Lu Yin have coincidentally saved her? The probability of that happening was far too low. After that, Lu Yin had plotted to lure out Bai Wuxian and had ordered people to keep an eye on everyone, especially Luoxin. However, she had not acted strangely, and Bai Wuxian had still appeared. At that time, Lu Yin had been shaken. After that, Luotian had not acted strangely. It could be said that aside from that one time on Jupiter, Luoyin had not had a chance to suspect her. However, one time was enough. Although he had not been able to confirm that Luotian was by Wuxian, it was not surprising that he had found out in the end. Now that he thought about it, many things could be explained, such as Zirong. Back then, Zirong had wanted to absorb Bai Shui's innate gift, and this had been exposed because of Luotian. She had purposely allowed Zirong to expose this, which had led to Lu Yin's attempt to steal the bride. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3264. Actually, Zirong's corpse king transformation had been arranged by Goddess Luo, and everything had been under her control. Also, she had blocked the calamity for him and kept getting closer to him. Also, why did Feng Imo attack Madame Nalan when he was on Aegis? If he hadn't been on Aegis, Feng Imo would have succeeded. Goddess Luo must have been the mastermind behind all of this. Everything Hero Luo did was to get closer to him. On the distant battlefield, Lu Yin and Goddess Luo looked at each other. There was blood at the corner of Goddess Luo's mouth as she looked at Lu Yin with a complicated gaze. For a moment, Lu Yin couldn't understand that gaze. Did Goddess Luo really like him? How was that possible? She was by Wuxian, and she had lived for a long time. How many times had they met? Lu Yin wasn't so narcissistic as to think that Bai Wuxian would fall in love with him. Everything was fake. The earth spear pierced through Goddess Luo's body and stabbed into the ground, causing blood to spurt out. She looked at Lu Yin and said something. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he watched her body being pierced by dozens of earth spears. Lu Yin stood there in a daze. Goddess Luo's words had completely confused him. I know you're Long 7. You owe me a life. Long 7 was the fake name he had used the first time he had gone to the astral tree. At that time, he had indeed encountered many dangers, such as the backside battlefield, Dragon Mountain, and killing his way back to the fifth mainland. When had he owed her anything? Had Bai Wuxian ever helped him? At that time, she had used Goddess Luo's identity to come to the astral tree through Jupiter to meet up with him, but had she been at Mount Supreme most of the time? When had she ever saved him? The black rain was still falling, constantly piercing through the immemorial battlefield. Bai Wuxian's death was just a small part of it. Corpse kings walked out of the bone galleys one after another, either killed by the ancestor giants or killed by the earth spears. Of the top 5 powerhouses on the bone galleys, Lu Yin killed a triangular-faced one. That long-legged creature had been enveloped by rune lines that constantly erased its body, but the rune lines weren't the symbol progenitors. They were just remnants of its power, so it was impossible to kill it. The earth spear pierced through the creature's head and killed it. The arrow god managed to block the earth spear, but he couldn't block Yi Ro's attack. Abandoned Path was surrounded by Su Wangtian and was slapped on the head by Su Wangtian's slipper. He had no choice but to use his innate skill to escape death. Yi Ro and Abandoned Path hastily chased after him. Su Wangtian didn't know about the arrow god's innate gift, so he was one step slower than Lu Yin. The spear of soil shot out towards the arrow god, drowning him in a rain of black spears. Mu Ji's eyes were bloodshot as he stared fixedly at the wheel of life and death. He didn't even look up. Spin, spin, spin. In the next moment, the spear of soil descended. Not far away, Wang Xiaoyu stared blankly at the earth spear falling from above her head. Was she going to die? Lu Yin looked at Wang Xiaoyu. Various signs indicated that she had not betrayed the humans, but if he did not act against her, the Eternals would notice. The best way is to. Progenitor Chen appeared beside Wang Xiaoyu and grabbed her by the waist. He then slammed his palm into the air and knocked the soil spear away. His body was pressed down by the impact, and he turned to look at Lu Yin. Master Lu, let her go. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. She's the main culprit behind the war between the 5th and 6th mainlands. She's the greatest redback in the history of the 5th mainland. If I let her go, how am I supposed to answer to my deceased ancestors? How many people died in that battle? The rune ancestor died in that battle, and all that's left are the remaining rune lines. Progenitor Chen took a deep breath. She didn't betray us. The Eternals used her to incite the war. I'll pay the price of that war. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Progenitor Chen protecting her was the best solution, and it was up to Wang Xiaoyu to reveal her identity. In Progenitor Chen's embrace, Wang Xiaoyu slammed her palm against his chest and left his embrace. He stared at her blankly. He trusted Wang Xiaoyu for no reason other than trust. There was no need to investigate. Xiaoyu. Wang Xiaoyu slowly retreated towards the Black Mother Tree. Suddenly, the Forgotten Ruins god swept past and brought her towards the tree. Progenitor Chen did not chase after them and simply watched. The Forgotten Ruins god looked back at Progenitor Chen. Xiaoshang, Xiaoyu is a member of the Wang family. The wound you left on my face is destined to never return to her. Ha! In the distance, Lu Yin frowned. How could the Forgotten Ruins god escape from the mortal realm's assassination? He looked in a certain direction, where the Forgotten Ruins god and forefather Tianyi had been fighting. At this moment, Lu Tianyi looked at his own hands and fell into a daze. He did not know how the Forgotten Ruins god had escaped. The Forgotten Ruins god was one of the 7 sky gods who had revealed her identity the earliest. Logically speaking, her strength should have been exposed long ago, and Lu Tianyi should have been able to suppress her completely. With the earth spear, killing her would not have been a problem, but why was she unscathed? Not only had she escaped from Lu Tianyi and the earth spear, but she had also silently approached Progenitor Chen and taken Wang Xiaoyu away. This should not be the Forgotten Ruins god's strength. Lu Yin suddenly recalled the Forgotten Ruins god's words. The wound that Progenitor Chen had left on her face should have been caused by that flower. Did Progenitor Chen want to kill her? Of course he did, but the Forgotten Ruins god was still alive, and only a flower had been left on her face. This meant that Progenitor Chen had not been able to kill her. What kind of strength did Progenitor Chen possess? Every era had its own supreme powerhouses. In the ancient era of the Above Heaven sect, the primogenitors, the 3 realms, and the 6 Daos represented the supreme powerhouses. In the modern Daosaur sect era, 9 mountains and 8 seas was just a title, and such a title was not considered the strongest in the Above Heaven sect era. However, Progenitor Chen and Desolate Ancestor were different, as they represented the peak of the Daosaur sect era's power. Desolate Ancestor had killed his way into Calamity Zone and faced the one true god without dying. Progenitor Chen was confident that he could create a battle technique that could face off against the one true god, and he could obliterate Desolate Ancestor with a single palm strike. They were all absolute powerhouses. Even so, Progenitor Chen had not been able to kill the Forgotten Ruins god. The one true god's body was the true god heaven-switching technique, which was used to block external attacks. The second layer was the 6 paths of reincarnation, which trapped his power. Enveloped in red and golden light, he slowly raised his head and swept past Lu Yuan with a single step, appearing beside the Forgotten Ruins god and Wang Xiaoyu. Let's go. The one true god gave up on the Black Mother Tree. The Black Mother Tree was blocked by Shuang and the Power Beast. It was impossible for him to take it away with his current strength, so he could only give up. This battle had clearly started because of the Black Mother Tree. The one true god's actions were equivalent to him being forced into a corner. He had truly reached his limit. The Forgotten Ruins God and Wang Xiaoyu were carried by the one true God. They traversed the battlefield like it was flat ground. Everyone attacked them together. The Eternals died one after another. There were far too many human experts, but none of them were able to hit the one true God. It was like he was walking on time, allowing everyone to attack him without any hindrance. Lu Yin stepped forward to parallel time. The one true God walked in front of him without being affected at all. Lu Yin's understanding of time was far inferior to the one true God's. The one true God appeared beside the butterfly, knocking the desolate ancestor back and taking the butterfly away. He appeared beside Zhang Yan. Mu Zhu attacked, but it was difficult to shake him. He disappeared in an instant. He appeared beside the ancient God and looked at Chu Yi, passing by like a phantom. He appeared beside Black Wushan, and black lines wrapped around him before he disappeared. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3265. No one could stop the sole true God, and he led the remaining Eternals to the bone boat. At this moment, the bone boat was being held back by the ancestor of giants, while Limitless was on the other side. The sole true God led the ancient God and the others onto the bone boat. The ancestor of giants slapped down, but it was like nothing had happened. What kind of power was that? The sole true God had clearly been restricted, or else he would have been able to dominate the battlefield with his sword alone. Even so, no one could stop him if he wanted to leave. You don't seem to understand that the immortal art of the true God does not make others immortal. It makes me immortal. The sole true God stood on the bone boat, facing the entire immemorial city battlefield. Seeds appeared on his forehead once more, transforming into the undying God and the others. The 6 dead powerhouses reappeared. To Lu Yin and the others, it was useless even if they were revived. The Eternals would definitely be defeated in Immemorial City, but the sole true God was not stupid. What the humans could see, he could see even more. Fingbua and the others had been revived a second time, but not for battle. Instead, they had done something that no one could understand. They had used their own strength to pierce through the void. Lu Yin did not understand, but he knew that he had to stop them. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and the others all attacked the bone boat. Tengu appeared, and its body suddenly expanded until it was about the same size as the bone boat. It howled at the sky. Many attacks landed on Tengu's body, and although its expression was pained, it still managed to hold on. Corpse Kings appeared outside the bone boat and unleashed attacks that pierced through the void. Gradually, a familiar building appeared. Lu Yin looked at the bone boat, and his eyes trembled. Was that unlimited power? Undying God, who had been resurrected from the dead, had joined forces with the Corpse King who had walked out of the bone galleon. Together, they had constructed a sourcebox array, unlimited power. Unlimited power was the sourcebox array that the Fifth Mainland had used to resist the Eternals' invasion. It had come from the Hui ancestor, and it had helped the Fifth Mainland block the Eternals for countless years. No one had expected that the Eternals would eventually learn unlimited power and use it to block the bone boat. Tengu howled as its body shrank and was thrown into the bone boat. At this point, unlimited power had completely taken shape and enveloped the bone boat, making it much smaller. The one true God clasped his hands behind his back and looked at the battlefield and primeval city. Huiwen's infinite kinetic energy has blocked us, but it's not like we haven't done anything over the years. We've tested it time and time again, and finally figured out the composition of infinite kinetic energy. Lu Yin recalled what had happened in the top realm. The corpse god had attacked the entire cosmic tree realm. Many half-progenitors and even progenitors had poured endless amounts of astral sources into the cosmic tree realm to resist the Eternals. Back then, he had been suspicious. The Eternals clearly knew that it was useless to do so. Otherwise, they would have broken through infinite power long ago. Why did they still do it? Only now did he understand that the Eternals were trying to figure out the composition of the infinite kinetic energy. The fact that the infinite kinetic energy could help humans resist the invasion of the Eternals showed how powerful it was. At this moment, the infinite kinetic energy constructed by the 7 sky gods and the corpse kings in the bone boat, who could fight against the immemorial city, must be far more powerful than the one in the starry sky tree. They were not on the same level. Beneath immemorial city, the flames were absorbed into progenitor Chen's palm, and he slammed his palm into the limitless power source box array formed by the Eternals experts. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy had 5 array bases, and the infinite kinetic energy in front of them also had 5 array bases: Ruins, Emperor's Dome, Undying God, Sorcerer God, and Windmaster. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy was built on the mother tree, and the infinite kinetic energy in front of them was built on the corpse god's body. The Eternals' corpse kings walked on top of the array bases and faced the outside of the bone boat. Outside the infinite kinetic energy, a barrier formed by the combined power of all the Eternals experts appeared. It was similar to the barrier that separated the battlefield behind the cosmic tree realm from the top realm. No matter how one looked at it, aside from the difference in power and size, there was no difference in the infinite kinetic energy. The difference in power was the biggest difference. The cosmic tree realm's infinite kinetic energy barrier could at most prevent those from the top realm from seeing the battlefield behind it, and it also blocked out divine power. However, the infinite kinetic energy barrier in front of them had been able to withstand progenitor Chen's palm without being damaged. This infinite kinetic energy barrier had absorbed the power of all the Eternals experts, and the infinite kinetic energy source box array converged and circulated. Just as its name implied, the infinite kinetic energy was a single entity. Lu Yuan, Wu Tian, Chu Yi, and the others all attacked together. They used the power of the giant ancestor, Hongyan Mavis, and Lu Yin. None of the human experts could break through the barrier. There were many human experts, but it was impossible for them to form a single entity. They were all scattered, and they were at a disadvantage against the infinite kinetic energy. Who invented this sourcebox array? The flow of power is endless and natural. The giant ancestor bitterly slammed his palm against the bone boat, but his attacks were all blocked by the infinite kinetic energy. At most, the giant ancestor's attacks only caused ripples. The giant ancestor's own strength formed a counterforce that pushed the bone boat even further away. Lu Yin frowned. At this moment, he finally understood what it felt like to be progenitor Huey's enemy. The feeling of being targeted by progenitor Huey's wisdom was very unpleasant. It could be said that the humans had been able to turn the tables in this war thanks to progenitor Hui. Lu Yin had also been able to reach this point because of progenitor Hui. The humans were very fortunate to have progenitor Hui. He walked in front of Lu Yuan and the others, and the starry sky in his heart spread out to encompass the bone boat, boundless, and even immemorial city. He looked at the Eternals experts and the true God on the bone boat. He wanted to see if the infinite kinetic energy or the sky palace was more powerful. Both of them had an endless amount of power. At that moment, a bell rang and shook immemorial city. Lu Yin felt like his head had been hit by a stick, and he almost fainted. He wasn't the only one, nearly half of the human experts on the battlefield fainted as well. In the distance, above immemorial city, Primordial Fiend coughed up blood. In front of him, Mr. Moose stepped on a bell that emitted a cracking sound. That bell had been a mournful wail. Primordial Fiend had been unable to withstand Mr. Moo's attacks and had been heavily injured. He didn't even care about the bell that was about to shatter as he turned and fled. Mr. Moo hurriedly chased after him. If Primordial Fiend had been allowed to escape, it would have been a disaster in the future. Primordial Fiend was an absolute powerhouse on this battlefield, second only to the true God. Not just anyone could fight against Mr. Mu. Even the protectors of the four directions were treated like trash by Mr. Mu, and he hadn't even spared Butterfly Tian in a single glance. Primordial Fiend's bell was about to shatter, and the final boom shook Immemorial City, causing Lu Yin's mind to go blank. It was at that moment that the bone boat fled. By the time Lu Yin came back to his senses, the bone boat was nowhere to be seen. Primordial Fiend and Mr. Mu had both disappeared. The battlefield of Immemorial City fell silent. Everyone stared at the empty sky as their hearts sank. They had disappeared. The bone boat had disappeared. The Eternals still had so many experts left, so they hadn't lost it all. As long as they existed, the humans would have to live in fear. Now that they had broken free from the colossal Eternals, the remaining experts might pose an even greater threat to the humans. Lu Yin was unwilling to accept this. They had clearly fought to such a state, so why should the Eternals escape? Immemorial City, Burial Garden, above heaven. What were the sacrifices of the cultivators? What were the sacrifices of the Grand Empyreans? No, he couldn't let them escape. Lu Yuan went up. Shao Qi, you've done your best. With the bone boat fleeing and its unlimited power, even Lu Yuan, Chu Yi, and the other primordial realm experts could not see any hope of catching up to them. Even if they did, they would not be able to do anything to them. Many people could accept this result. After all, Immemorial City had been on the verge of destruction not too long ago. Now, the Eternals had lost quite a number of experts, and even the Black Mother Tree had been left behind. Lu Yin could not accept this. The era of the above heaven had been destroyed. The human experts had endured hardships and gone through life and death situations to gain an advantage, but this was the outcome. To the one true God, there was no loss at all. They had wasted the ancestor Hui's plans, sacrificed the Grand Empyreans, and the 6 paths of reincarnation world would disappear one day. As long as he did not die, all the losses could be made up with time. This was something Lu Yin could not accept no matter what. Wait, time. Lu Yin's gaze was resolute. He growled, why didn't the founding ancestor tell me to reverse the river of time? Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. Shao Qi, what are you trying to do? Lu Yin looked at Lu Yuan, I'm going to break through to ancestor. Lu Yuan was stunned. Break through to ancestor. Lu Yin had 4 inner worlds, and 3 of them had already broken through to ancestor. There was only one left, and it involved the power of time. You want to use light to reverse the river of time. You can't do that. Shao Qi, Master's words always make sense. You can't reverse the river of time. Lu Yuan hurriedly stopped him. Lu Yin raised his head and looked at the vast starry sky. Eternal immortality makes my heart uneasy. This is a heart demon. Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. A heart demon was an abstract term, but to cultivators, it was a disaster. Once a cultivator had a heart demon, they would have to bear the calamity brought about by it. Why did so many cultivators not dare to break their vows? It was because they could not control the heart demons that came from breaking their vows. Although the heart demons were formless and did not exist from external forces, it was still a denial of oneself. The denial of others could not compare to the denial of oneself. If one denied oneself, how could one break through? Fertile Earth, his path is different from ours, Wu Tian reminded. Hongyan Mavis, Zhelan Jiluo, Chu Yi, and the others all looked at Lu Yin with complicated expressions. Lu Yuan suddenly turned to look at the underground of Immemorial City. Master, Xu Zi wants to reverse the river of time. There was no reply. The founding ancestor had fallen silent. This silence might have been good or bad. No one could say for sure. Or perhaps the founding ancestor knew that he could not stop Lu Yin. Lu Yin exhaled, and a ray of light appeared, turning into a small boat that headed for the stars. It was time for all of his inner worlds to break through to ancestor worlds. The 4 ancestor worlds had broken through one by one, and each breakthrough had brought about a transformation. Lu Yin did not know if the transformation of flowing light would really allow him to reverse the river of time. Logically speaking, Lu Yuan had wanted to reverse the river of time to save his son during the above heaven era, but he had been stopped by the founding ancestor. At that time, Lu Yuan's strength had been about the same as Lu Yin's current strength. Even without flowing light, Lu Yin should have been able to reverse the river of time. However, Lu Yin had never tried it before, and he did not know what to do. The time between each breakthrough was too short, so he could not clearly recognize his own strength. Breaking through to flowing light's ancestor world was the safest method. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3266. I'll reverse the river of time. Lu Yuan suddenly extended his hand towards the sky. Grayness flowed around him. It was the power of time. Lu Yin looked back with a resolute gaze. Ancestor, this is my inner demon. Lu Yuan was stunned and stared at Lu Yin blankly. Lu Tiany's voice rang out, Ancestor, let little seven do it. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth and slowly withdrew his hand, causing the grayness to dissipate. Lu Yin looked away. At this moment, the grayness covered the sky like smoke. Everyone's attention was drawn to the phenomenon as they looked up, not knowing what would appear. Breaking through to the progenitor realm was not a big deal to those who were qualified to participate in the ancient battlefield. Which one of them was not a progenitor? Ordinary progenitors did not have the right to set foot on this battlefield. However, Lu Yin was different. He had broken through to the progenitor realm, and even the primordial realm did not know what would happen. Every time Lu Yin broke through, the universe would be shaken. The grayness grew lower and lower. Lu Yin stared at the grayness as if he could see the time when the mirage domain had turned into fog. This grayness might be similar to time, but it appeared gray in the universe. The river surged, and everyone could hear the sound of flowing water. In the universe, in the ancient battlefield, where would a river come from? The river of time, someone cried out. Everyone looked up. They could not see the source of the grayness, but they could see the flowing river surging over from afar. Lu Yin's gaze was calm. Yes, it should be the river of time. How could the power of time avoid it? He wanted to reverse the river of time, but it had already appeared. The small boat formed from flowing light circled around Lu Yin as he looked at the surging river of time. As long as he rolled 4 pips, he would be able to avoid it, just like breaking through his inner world. However, it was different now. Once he avoided it, he would fail. The river of time drew closer and closer. Falling into the river of time would result in a tragic outcome. Even if Fingbo died, he would not be willing to fall into the river of time. Big Sis had fallen into the river of time, and her luck was already very good. She had only lost her cultivation and memories. However, the probability of this luck happening was extremely low. Lu Yin faced the river of time and casually waved his hand, causing the small boat that had been formed from a stream of light to head towards the river. Everyone watched anxiously as the boat touched the river of time, and it almost capsized. Lu Yuan and the others felt as if their hearts were in their throats. Fortunately, it managed to hold on. The small boat of flowing light hovered in the long river of time with great difficulty. It didn't go down with the current, but it also couldn't go against the current. It just stopped where it was, bobbing up and down, as if it could be overturned at any time. Lu Yin stared intently at this scene, and the waves in the river of time grew increasingly turbulent. This could not continue, or else Lu Guang would be overturned sooner or later. He took a step forward, and under everyone's shocked gazes, stepped into the small boat of flowing light. He was like a fisherman sailing in the sea with difficulty. This scene caused everyone's hearts to palpitate. Once Flowing Light's boat was overturned, Luin would fall into the river of time. That was the river of time, and no one could guarantee that Luin would not appear again. Even if he did, what would he look like? There were no more enemies in the primordial ancient city battlefield. Everyone looked at this scene and nervously held their breaths. Luin stood in Lu Guang's boat, moving up and down along with the river of time. His feet moved as he used reverse step to parallel time. The reason why Lu Guang had been able to transform into a small boat was because he had fished in the river of time in the Mirage domain. He had swallowed a lot of time that did not belong to the river of time, and it had gradually become stronger. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Now that the small boat was undergoing a calamity, it could easily be overturned. The only way Lu Yin could think of was to continue strengthening the small boat, and the way to strengthen the small boat was to create time that did not belong to the river of time. He stood on Lu Guang's small boat, and the river of time flowed under the small boat. Once a time that did not belong to the river of time appeared, the small boat would be the first to come into contact with it. It would not be submerged in the river of time, so there was no need to fish. Lu Yin's guess was correct. As reverse step sped up, Lu Guang's small boat did indeed become slightly more stable. However, this was definitely not enough, far from enough. Back in the Mirage domain, Lu Guang's small boat had swallowed the most time power from Fengbua, so reverse step was insignificant. Lu Yin released the starry sky in his heart, swaying time brought by the time-withering wood. In the distance, the desolate ancestor was astonished. That was his own time-withering wood. This kid had cultivated so much power, but even the time-withering wood could not stabilize that small boat. What was he going to do? The Azure Sky Palace appeared. This technique's greatest benefit was that its power would not dissipate. Lu Yin swayed the time-withering wood while stepping on reverse step, continuously creating time that did not belong to the river of time. He did not intend to let Lu Guang's small boat devour it, as that would be the end of it. Instead, he kept pacing back and forth between Lu Guang's small boat and the starry sky in his heart. As long as he was fast enough, he could fill up the entire starry sky in his heart with time that did not belong to the river of time. Lu Guang's small boat gradually stabilized. Only a small part of the river of time flowed out. Although it was thrilling, Lu Guang's small boat eventually managed to withstand the waves of the river of time. As he watched the river of time disappear into the starry sky, Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. It had been too dangerous. If Lu Yin did not have the Azure Sky Palace to stop the flow of time, he would not have been able to support Lu Guang's small boat. Whether or not it would have been overturned in the end would have been up to fate. Of the 4 inner worlds breaking through to Progenitor Realm, it seemed that the easiest one was actually an infinite inner world. Although Lu Yin had encountered the Power Beast and Su Wang, the others could still hold them back. The other 3 inner worlds were filled with danger. Everyone was worried for Lu Yin. The power of time was the most mysterious, and it was rare for someone to break through to Progenitor Realm using time. Although many powerhouses could touch the power of time after reaching a certain level, there was a fundamental difference between them and Lu Yin. Now, everyone was curious as to what would happen after Lu Guang's small boat broke through to Progenitor Realm. Lu Yin was just as curious. He stared at Lu Guang's small boat. Lu Guang watched as Lu Guang's small boat slowly solidified. Its shape did not change, but it was no longer spatial. Instead, it looked more like some kind of material. Its hull was gray. Lu Yin raised his hand, and Lu Guang's small boat shrank and instantly appeared in his palm. It was heavy. He looked at Lu Guang's small boat in astonishment. This weight gave him a strange feeling. It was heavy, but not heavy at the same time. It did not seem to have any weight on his body, but it felt like it should be very, very heavy. What was going on? Extremely heavy, suppressing time. The progenitor's voice resounded throughout Primeval City. Everyone looked at the bottom of Primeval City. The progenitor looked up at the small boat in Lu Yin's hand. Those who comprehend the laws of the sequence cannot reverse the river of time. Otherwise, karma will be difficult. Those who transcend the progenitor realm cannot reverse the river of time even more. Otherwise, they will fall directly into the progenitor realm. Fertile earth, Qi, you should be able to sense it. Lu Yuan frowned. He had already sensed it. He wanted to reverse the river of time for Lu Yin, but the moment the gray color appeared, his realm became unstable. However, this was not the reason why he had stopped. Even if he fell into the progenitor realm, he would rather do it for Lu Yin. Progenitor, Jr. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It is not one of the two, Lu Yin said. The progenitor sighed. Yes, so you are free. Everyone was stunned. So that was the case. Lu Yuan was overjoyed. Master, Little Seven can reverse the river of time. The progenitor said, yes, but it will still stack karma. The consequences will not be as severe as yours. I do not recommend Zhu Zi to reverse the river of time, but his progenitor realm does not need to do so. He can just cross it. Going against the current is different from crossing it. Zhu Zi, you can do it. Lu Yin was overjoyed. Crossing the river of time was the ability of flowing light after its transformation. He had really done it. When flowing light had transformed into the shape of a boat, he had thought that one day, flowing light would bring him against the river of time. Today, he had really done it. Although it was just crossing it, in his opinion, crossing it was not much different from going against the current. He ignored the fact that the progenitor had called him Zhu Zi. Just as he was about to try crossing the river of time with the boat, a rumble resounded through the battlefield. The void split open, and a familiar starry sky appeared in front of Lu Yin and the others. Was that the primordial space? Boundless astral sources poured in, covering the sky like the gray color from before. Lu Yin was confused. What was happening? An even more familiar scene appeared above his head, a tribulation origin black hole. Everyone was stunned. Origin tribulation. Didn't he successfully break into the progenitor realm? Why is there still an origin tribulation? Is that the primordial space's tribulation origin? What's going on, progenitor? Master. Beneath Primordial City, the progenitor looked up and met everyone's gazes. He said naturally, Zhu Zi is about to break into the progenitor realm. Lu Yin wanted to curse. He had already broken into the progenitor realm, so how could there be another one? Could it be? He looked down at his heart. There was another one here. He had forgotten that the starry sky in his heart was not an inner world, and he had never broken into an inner world before. That was why he had thought that this place would not break into the progenitor realm. However, the appearance of a tribulation origin black hole had shattered his understanding. Had he overlooked this? The starry sky in his heart was shaped by black and white fog, and astral sources were the shell. If he wanted to break into the progenitor realm, then it would indeed attract the progenitor realm's tribulation origin. But this was too exaggerated. It had directly attracted the primordial space. Everyone, retreat. Hongyan Mavis shouted. No matter what the reason was, now that a tribulation origin black hole had appeared, they did not want to be involved. Anyone who understood the primordial space's tribulation origin retreated faster than anyone else. They all looked at Lu Yin in shock. Since ancient times, he was the only one who had broken into the progenitor realm 5 times. The progenitor praised, others break into the progenitor realm in the primordial space. Zhu Zi, you broke into the progenitor realm, so the primordial space came for you. Lu Yin felt bitter. He did not want the primordial space to come for him. He was completely unprepared. Speaking of which, how could he break into the progenitor realm now? What power did he have to break through? Release the starry sky in his heart. The progenitor realm is an achievement that cultivators reach in their lifetime. Humans need to reach perfection. No matter how many paths you walk or how much power you cultivate, you can't escape perfection. Lu Yin's eyes moved. Perfection, perfection. He looked at the ground beneath Primordial City and met the progenitor's gaze. In an instant, the Milky Way flowed and powerhouses appeared in his mind. The progenitor, Mr. Mu, Taihong, the one true God, the three realms, the six paths, the three powers, and the six seas. These powerhouses flashed through his mind one by one. Each of them could walk a different path, but in the end, they all walked the same path. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3267. It was impossible for a person to walk two paths at the same time. He had broken through 4 ancestral worlds and walked 4 paths, but that didn't mean that he had walked all 4 paths at the same time. Instead, he had walked all 4 paths, and in the end, the 4 paths would converge to form the only path he had to walk. He understood, and he also understood. No wonder there were no anomalies when he broke through the 4 ancestral worlds. Logically speaking, when breaking through to the Explorer realm, Enlighter realm, and Envoy's realm, anomalies would appear, so it was impossible for there to be no anomalies when breaking through to the Progenitor realm. It was only now that he understood that the 4 ancestral worlds were just 4 stages of his process of breaking through into Ancestor realm. Now, he was truly breaking through into Ancestor realm. Breaking through the Ancestor realm involved killing tribulations and inquiring about one's heart. The final step was to change the heavens. Mortal world ancestral destruction, the superposition of parallel spacetime, was equivalent to suppressing the heavens. Unlimited ancestral breaker, strength beast, and Huanwang's group of astral beasts were all killing tribulations. Ancestral shattering flowing light, the rise and fall of the river of time, that was also a killing tribulation. The wordless heavenly scripture was a test of one's heart. He had experienced the sky suppression, the killing calamity, and the heart questioning. What was next was heaven changing. When others changed the heavens, that was after they had broken into Ancestor Ascension. But when he changed the heavens, he chose to break into Ancestor Ascension all over again. His path was the main path, and he had to use that main path to break through into the Ancestor realm. Only then would he truly be in the Ancestor realm. Lu Yin smiled bitterly. A long time ago, he had thought that it would be very difficult for him to break through to Ancestral Soul, but he had never thought that it would be this difficult. Others had to go through it once, but he had already gone through it 4 times, and he still had to go through it all over again. This was his path to the Ancestor realm. When he was a half-martial ancestor, he was already able to fight against the 3 powerhouses and the 6 boundless gods. What kind of result he obtained, he would have to bear what kind of cause. His path to becoming an ancestor was even more difficult than breaking through to the primordial realm. Lu Yin took a deep breath and looked up at the tribulation origin black hole. This was an origin tribulation that had been drawn from the starry sky in his heart. After all, he had an astral source as his shell, so it was normal for an origin tribulation to occur. Since the progenitor's origin tribulation was about to descend, he would not shrink back. Lu Yin's eyes grew cold as the mortal world descended from his forehead to the starry sky above his heart. At the same time, flowing light, limitless, and the wordless heavenly tone descended while the starry sky above his heart rose. It was an indescribable feeling. At this moment, everything that he had grasped had converged into one, as if all the tributaries had converged into a river. In the past, his hands were his hands, and his feet were his feet. His entire body was as inflexible as a marionette. But at this moment, he had an additional brain. His hands, feet, and every other part of his body could be used in an instant, just like a real person. In the starry sky at the heart, the mortal world descended and expanded endlessly, forming a land beneath the stars. This land was incomparably vast and unimaginable, and it even encompassed the land formed by the Fates. The streamer boat drifted in the stellar origin ocean above the land, slowly rising and falling. The lines of unbounded ancestors' worlds shuttled through the starry sky, transforming into light, wind, and celestial bodies. The wordless heavenly book became the most dazzling sun, illuminating the entire starry sky in the heart. An unprecedented feeling of comfort came over him, and he couldn't help but shout. He looked up at the tribulation origin black hole. Come, let me see what kind of calamity you've brought. The dark starry sky trembled as the tribulation origin black hole tore apart the void, forming a world of nothingness. The primordial space was connected to Immemorial City's starry sky. Not only could the people in Immemorial City see the primordial space, but they could also see the fifth mainland and the parallel spacetime that was connected to the primordial space. Countless people in the primordial space could also see Immemorial City. Once upon a time, Immemorial City had been extremely unfamiliar with the primordial space. At that time, there hadn't even been a progenitor in the primordial space. Now, countless people looked up and saw Immemorial City. They saw the powerhouses who were fighting for humanity, the flames that burned countless human heroes, and Lu Yin, who was directly facing the tribulation origin black hole. Countless people in Immemorial City, the primordial space, and the universe's starry sky saw this scene. Lu Yin couldn't see them, as there was nothing in his eyes besides the tribulation origin black hole. Breaking through to progenitor was the most difficult thing in his mind, and he wanted to see what the Starsource universe could use to stop him. Before breaking through to progenitor, was there anyone in the Starsource universe who could match him? Was there anyone who could stop his celestial bodies? Lu Yin suddenly thought of the progenitor and smiled. The progenitor had created the Starsource universe, which meant that the Starsource universe had only appeared after the progenitor had broken through. How could the progenitor be lured out before he broke through? It couldn't be the progenitor. If it wasn't the progenitor, then could it be? At that moment, a figure emerged from the tribulation origin black hole and slowly descended. Lu Yin looked at the figure. Who was it? Who could give the Starsource universe the confidence to stop him before breaking through to progenitor realm? Was there such a powerhouse in the primordial space? He wasn't the only one who was curious, as even the progenitor didn't understand. It shouldn't be. At this level, no one except him could stop the pillar. It was impossible, as he understood the primordial space too well. Even when he was in Immemorial City, Old Man Mu had also roamed the universe's starry sky. If there was such a person, he should have mentioned it. There's more. There was more than one figure. A second figure slowly descended, followed by a third, fourth, fifth, and finally, a ninth figure. 8 figures with no faces slowly descended from the tribulation origin black hole in a circle, finally surrounding Lu Yin. There was also a figure that wasn't human, but rather a beast. Everyone stared at this scene. 8 humanoid tribulation origin and 1 beast-shaped tribulation origin. Since ancient times, there had never been so many figures that had appeared to stop a tribulation origin. This wasn't just a matter oh fuck, this is too disgusting. That's us, Lu Yuan cursed. Chu Yi exclaimed, it's actually us, all of the 3 realms and 6 paths. Does the tribulation origin think that only we can stop him from breaking through? Hongyan Mavis was shocked, speaking of which, have the 9 of us ever worked together before? Never. Even when facing Master, we didn't work together. Jalan Jilua's expression turned ugly. This was a matter of dignity. They were the 3 realms and 6 paths. In the above heaven era, they were invincible powerhouses that had long since become legends. But now, the 9 of them were working together to deal with a junior. Wu Tian sighed. In human history, no matter if it's the past or the future, only Pillar has the chance to fight all 9 of us at once. I really want to see if the 9 of us can stop him from breaking through. I want him to succeed, but I also don't want him to succeed, Jalan Jilua said. Chui smiled. Success is a good thing. We have lived for so long, there should be someone who can surpass us. Around them, many people looked at them with strange gazes. The 3 realms and 6 paths, whether in the origin space or the various parallel universes of the universe, everyone who had heard of them knew that they were legends. Any one of them was a legend, and any one of them was enough to change history. 9 of them working together. This scene could not even be described as a legend. It was a myth. Under the ancient city, the ancestor was also stunned for a moment. Then, he laughed. I understand now. Ha ha ha, I see. Mr. Mu returned and saw this scene. I didn't expect that the 3 realms and 6 paths would besiege my disciple one day. Tai Chu, what are you laughing at? The ancestor looked at Mr. Mu. Where's primordial origin? He ran away. Old man Mu, I've said that you are useless in this life except for taking Pillar as your disciple. You actually let him run away. Mr. Mu looked into the distance. What do you understand? The ancestor laughed so hard that he almost spat out the string of the sequence. I created the origin tribulation in the origin space. I know it too well, so I know why it attracted my disciples. Because Pillar cultivated the azure heavenly palace. Mr. Mu was surprised. He cultivated the azure heavenly palace. Yes, the test I gave my disciples was to create the azure heavenly palace. Pillar merged the azure heavenly palace with the starry sky in his heart. In the eyes of the origin tribulation, his most powerful force was the azure heavenly palace. Think about it, my disciples could only complete their apprenticeship after creating the azure heavenly palace. Do you think the origin tribulation would attract them? In its eyes, any one of my disciples could create the azure heavenly palace and stop Pillar from breaking through. The reason why 9 of them appeared at once was because Pillar's stellar source was too majestic. The starry sky in his heart was also very strange. Just in case, 9 of them were attracted. But when they created the azure heavenly palace, they were already in the progenitor realm. Mr. Mu was puzzled. The ancestor said, they were in the progenitor realm, but for the origin tribulation, the realm is not important. As long as they can create the azure heavenly palace, they are qualified to stop Pillar at this moment. Also, he paused, Pillar already has an ancestral world. Mr. Mu looked into the distance. Lu Yin looked around. The 3 realms 6 paths were really ruthless. In order to stop him from breaking through the ancestral world, they had dragged the 3 realms 6 paths in. This should be the most powerful origin tribulation since ancient times. Who dared to say that they could break through the encirclement of the 3 realms 6 paths? Even the Eternals had besieged the 3 realms 6 paths one by one. If the 3 realms 6 paths had joined forces, the outcome would have been different. Lu Yin had created a precedent. And for the 3 realms 6 paths, it made up for their regrets. The legends of the past and the legends of the present. Everyone wanted to know how powerful the 3 realms 6 paths would be if they joined forces, including Lu Yin. After a moment of silence, Lu Yin made his move. 9 spears of earth flew toward the 3 realms 6 paths. The 3 realms 6 paths acted at the same time, each using a different power to block the earth spears. The earth spears were a threat to the 7 sky gods. This time, the Eternals were unable to recover from the setback and killed one expert after another. Lu Yin used this to test the three realms' 6 paths. None of them succeeded, and all of them were knocked down. And this fact made Lu Yin see clearly that the three realms' 6 paths were not half-progenitors, but progenitors. Logically speaking, when he broke through the origin tribulation of the progenitor realm, the origin tribulation should have drawn out a half-progenitor. However, he had already passed 4 progenitor realm tribulations and had 4 ancestral worlds. At this moment, it was not impossible for the three realms' 6 paths to be drawn out. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3268. The three realms 6 Daos of the progenitor realm, what level was that? His realm might not be as high as 3' and 6 Hao, who had reached the sequence laws, but his strength might not be much weaker than 3' and 6 Hao. When Lu Yin was a half-progenitor, he could fight against 3' and 6 Hao. The three realms 6 Daos were extremely talented and could at least challenge those of a higher realm. The three realms 6 Daos of the progenitor realm might not necessarily be weak against 3' and 6 Hao. The 9 earth spears being knocked down was proof of this. One had to know that even the Forgotten Ruins deity and the others would find it difficult to knock down the earth spears. In the distance, Lu Yuan's eyelids twitched. He's still a progenitor. He recalled his strength when he was a progenitor. Wu Tian and the others had solemn expressions. A progenitor. Although he had yet to comprehend the sequence laws, he had still managed to break out of the Sky Palace. Right, the Sky Palace. He had figured it out. No wonder he and the others had been lured out. Shao Qi had cultivated the Sky Palace, and he and the others had fought their way out of it. Could this be karma? The Sky Palace could give him great strength, but he also had to bear the calamities that came with it. 2 figures from the three realms 6 Daos took the initiative to attack. A platform appeared in front of one of them and pushed it towards Lu Yin. It was obviously Lu Yuan. The other instantly appeared behind Lu Yin and punched him. Lu Yin blocked the platform with one hand and grabbed behind him with the other. There was a boom as the figure's fist hit Lu Yin's palm. Lu Yin could not move, his strength was too strong, too strong. Lu Yin thought that the figure behind him was Hongyan Mavis, but he realized that the figure had suddenly become more profound. Was this battle force in the mastery realm? Guizhi. Lu Yin exerted force in his palm, and the platform was pushed back by Lu Yin. Lu Yuan subconsciously supported himself, but Lu Yin's strength had reached the limits of the universe. Half of Lu Yuan's body was crushed by the platform, and he retreated step by step. In the distance, Lu Yuan saw this and was speechless. He was a progenitor, but he did not even have the ability to connect to his own platform. Lu Yin grabbed Guizhi's fist and crushed it, causing the black shadow on Guizhi's arm to dissipate. Lu Yin was about to continue attacking when he suddenly paused. At some point in time, the martial god scripture had appeared around him. It was Wu Tian's ancestral world. It was indeed a progenitor. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold, and he attacked ferociously, directly shattering the battle god scripture. The martial god mantra could fix any technique and make it so that it could only be used once. Di Qiong and Wu Tian both possessed the martial god mantra's ancestral world, but Wu Tian was still a progenitor. No matter how miraculous the martial god mantra was, it would still be difficult for him to control Lu Yin. Lu Yin's strength was enough to cause trouble for the one true god. Without needing anything else, just his strength alone was enough to break through everything. Above his head, an enormous object fell down. Lu Yin used one hand to support himself, but his body did not move at all. This enormous object was very familiar to him, and he finally remembered it. It was the realm mountain, and it was the sky pillar that supported the heavens above heaven's sect. Was Optimus Prime the ancestral world? That person was Chui. In the distance, Chui looked at this scene and sighed. My ancestral world is actually being held up by this little guy with a single hand. Seriously, seriously. He didn't even know what to say. Wu Tian said, my martial god scriptures were shattered by him, but I didn't say anything. Lu Yin braced himself against the skyscraping pillar with one hand and bent his legs before abruptly lifting himself up. On top of the skyscraping pillar, Chu Yi's figure was sent flying along with the skyscraping pillar. Lu Yin looked down from above and punched downwards. Terrifying power spread out in layers, enveloping the 3 realms and 6 Daos. The beastly figure, which was the desolate god, roared at the sky and charged towards the terrifying power. The desolate god was sent flying by Lu Yin's punch, and a large tree was uprooted from the ground. It was the Mavis Divine Tree. Hongyan Mavis took action, using the Mavis Divine Tree to support Lu Yin's strength while she stood on top of the tree and stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. He knew about the Mavis family's innate gift, the rhythm of life. It was impossible for them to control him. In the distance, Hongyan Mavis was helpless. Even if they had reached the sequence laws, they might not be able to do anything to Lu Yin, let alone progenitors. Lu Yin's current strength was just too terrifying, and he could fight against a primordial realm expert. He was qualified to step into the battlefield of the one true god, the primogenitor. Lu Yin was able to suppress all of the 3 realms and 6 Daos with just his strength alone. At first, the shock of the 3 realms and 6 Daos appearance was replaced by another kind of shock. Without comparison, it was impossible to see the gap between them. Lu Yin had metamorphosed time and time again, and he had soared by leaps and bounds. Many had no idea how strong he really was, but now, they had seen it for themselves. So what if the 3 realms and 6 Daos worked together? They could not stop Lu Yin. Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor sighed, since ancient times, the 3 realms and 6 Daos have existed, but Lu Yin is one of a kind in the endless universe. The Mavis Divine Tree was pierced through. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Seniors, I'm sorry for the offense. Hongyan Mavis and the others exchanged glances and smiled bitterly. When they had broken through to the progenitor realm, they had been in high spirits. They had never imagined that countless years later, they would be beaten to the ground by a junior who had also just broken through to the progenitor realm. The prestige of the 3 realms and 6 Daos had disappeared in an instant. A silver-white spear appeared in front of Lu Yin's eyes, and along with the spear came a frigid blizzard. Snow began to fall in the universe. Lu Yin raised a finger and tapped out, fixing the spear with his fingertip. The spear shattered, but another spear formed a few millimeters away. The spear-wielding Zhelan Jiluo took advantage of the momentum to stab at Lu Yin. Lu Yin casually grabbed the spear, and a powerful force caught it, immobilizing Zhelan Jiluo. She simply let go and formed a circle with both hands, causing a mirror to appear. Soon after, more mirrors appeared around them, each containing a Zhelan Jiluo. The white snow formed a spear that was grasped by the Zhelan Jiluo in the mirror. It was as if there were thousands of white spears stabbing at Lu Yin, surrounding him from all directions. Zhelan Mirror. This was a battle technique that Zhelan Jiluo had created. If they were at the same level, this battle technique would be very strong. At the very least, Zhelan Jiluo was not inferior to the other 3 realms and 6 Daos with this battle technique. But if the difference was too great, Lu Yin stood in place, allowing the numerous white spears to stab at him without moving an inch. Zhelan Jiluo's spears were no threat to him. In the distance, Zhelan Jiluo rolled her eyes. Was she, a progenitor, that weak? It wasn't that she was weak, but that the enemy was too strong. Lu Yin took a step forward, reversing spacetime and shattering the Jialan mirror. He appeared in front of Jialan Jiluo and struck out with a palm. Jialan Jiluo couldn't escape, and she couldn't even withstand this attack. Suddenly, a Go Lian slashed horizontally with a cold glint that forced Lu Yin to dodge. The Grim Reaper had made his move. Jialan Jiluo took the opportunity to retreat, and figures surrounded Lu Yin just like before. However, they had already fought once, and Lu Yin had completely suppressed the 3 realms and 6 Daos. Only 2 people hadn't made a move. One was Fate, who had been watching Lu Yin from afar, and the other was the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper had made a final move to save Jialan Jiluo. If not for him, Jialan Jiluo's shadow would no longer exist. Even though it seemed like they had fought once, Lu Yin had only been testing the waters. Next, he would deal with the 3 realms and 6 Daos one by one and survive his origin tribulations. As countless people held their breaths, the 3 realms and 6 Daos attacked once more. The War God scripture surrounded Lu Yin while the Mavis God tree and Optimus pillar attacked him from both sides. Above Lu Yin was the general appointment stage and below him was the purgatory arena. He was surrounded by the 3 realms and 6 Daos attacks. Lu Yin's eyes widened. To show respect, he was going to use his full strength. Lu Yin's body fell rapidly, and he stepped onto the purgatory arena. The purgatory arena was immediately crushed, and Lu Yin punched upwards, causing it to crack. The Mavis God tree and Optimus pillar were shaken by the huge force and retreated. Under the snowy sky, the white spear shot out from the Jialan mirror. Lu Yin used the reverse step to parallel time, but he found that there was no difference. None of the 3 realms and 6 Daos were still. The power of time was ineffective against them. Lu Yin didn't have an innate gift of time. His power of time had come from Ancestor Desolate's time-withering tree, and he had used the reverse step to finally create the flowing light that chased after time. When the 3 realms and 6 Daos reached the progenitor realm, they had also touched upon the power of time. Unless Lu Yin used flowing light, he wasn't stronger than the 3 realms and 6 Daos in terms of the power of time. Progenitor Qin had been able to create the reverse step to parallel time with a single glance, so the 3 realms and 6 Daos understanding of time was no less than Progenitor Qin's. In the distance, many people stopped, as they couldn't see the battle of time. Lu Yin clenched his right fist and punched out, shattering Guiji's and Lu Yuan's shadows. They couldn't withstand a single punch. Next, Lu Yin aimed at the Jialan mirror, but Go Lian appeared in front of him again. Lu Yin grabbed at Go Lian. The closer he got to Go Lian's attack, the more uneasy he felt, as if he was being dragged into an abyss. He was all too familiar with the power of death, but the Grim Reaper's death energy was different. In the end, Lu Yin had learned death energy, while the Grim Reaper had created it. At that moment, Lu Yin felt the death energy in his heart being sucked away, turning into the Grim Reaper's power. Go Lian slashed down, and the black energy tore through the void. Lu Yin grabbed Go Lian's blade and stopped him. He looked up at the Grim Reaper's shadow. Madman Lu's words echoed in his ears once more. The Grim Reaper could have won back then. He had broken through to the primordial realm and was invincible in the universe. He was too strong. His death energy was too strong. It was because of that palm that he lost. He clearly had invincible power, but in the end, he was torn apart and died. Lu Yin stared at the Grim Reaper's shadow in a daze. Why? The Grim Reaper spun, and the black energy tried to break free from Lu Yin's grasp. When a certain ability reached its limit, others would feel powerless. If Lu Yin had been fighting the true 3 realms and 6 Daos instead of tribulation origin, they would have been powerless. No matter what ability it was, once it was exposed to Lu Yin's power, it would be over. Lu Yin released his grip and flicked his finger. With a bang, Go Lian was sent flying. He flitted past the Grim Reaper and appeared in front of Jalanjilua, striking out with a palm. In the distance, Jalanjilua was stunned. Why me? The Grim Reaper was clearly the closest, but he didn't attack the Grim Reaper. Why did he attack me instead? Bullying me. Use an 8-star innate gift. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3269. Under the origin tribulations, Jalanjilua's shadow used an 8-star innate gift, but it was already too late. Sky-propping pillar and the Mavis divine tree pressed down once more. Lu Yin brazenly punched through the Optimus Prime and sent a palm strike towards Chu Yi. Chu Yi's shadow stared at Lu Yin's palm and narrowly dodged it. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Is this a unity incarnation? At this time, Chu Yi had not completely created the path of one heaven, but with the single word incarnation, it was enough to avoid this palm strike without any fancy moves. However, he had learned the Tao of Tianyi. Chu Yi's shadow had barely avoided Lu Yin's palm when it was scattered. Far away, Chu Yi was stunned and subconsciously looked at Lu Tianyi. He knows the Tao of Tianyi. Lu Tianyi felt awkward and bowed to Chu Yi. I'm sorry, Master. I taught him the path of Tianyi without permission. Chu Yi smiled bitterly and waved his hand. Forget it, forget it. Under the origin tribulation, Hongyan's Mavis shadow punched out from behind Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around and punched out as well, their fists colliding. In the distance, Hongyan Mavis covered her face. It was over. Even the beast couldn't compete with Lu Yin in terms of strength. On the other side, the strength beast and Su Wang were holding back the Black Mother Tree, and they were also watching this scene. They watched Lu Yin scatter the tribulations one by one, and they subconsciously raised a hand and gave him a thumbs up. They were afraid of being beaten up. Under the origin tribulation, Hongyan Mavis was unsurprisingly defeated by a single punch. Lu Yin stared at Wu Tian and saw a flash of light appear on the projection's forehead. Was this the embryonic form of the celestial eye? Or did he already have the heaven's eye? Regardless of the situation, Lu Yin had still easily defeated Wu Tian. The heavens eye could see through the weaknesses of battle techniques, and it had even allowed Lu Yin to see sequence particles when he had been an emissary. But so what? Absolute power, even if one could see it clearly, they would not be able to block it. So what if ordinary people saw the planet shatter with their own eyes? So what if he could watch the starry sky collapse? The moment Wu Tian's shadow shattered, a line suddenly appeared. In the distance, the Grim Reaper had long since disappeared, but at this moment, he had appeared behind Lu Yin at an unknown time. His surroundings were filled with dark currents. This was the Grim Reaper's ancestral world, the Grim Reaper's force field. The Death God's force fields had been left behind in the primordial space, and Lu Yin had assumed that they were places where death energy gathered. This understanding was not wrong, as these Death God's force fields had been created based on the Death God's own ancestral world. The true Death God force field was the Death God's ancestral world. The Death God's shadow brandished its Go Lian, draining the Death God's force field as it slashed towards Lu Yin. Lu Yin turned around. So this was how fate fought. Destiny had the ability to see the future. Destiny was a thread that formed a bridge in the river of time. It saw that Wu Tian had destroyed Wu Tian at this moment, so it joined forces with the Grim Reaper to make a move against him. One chance. The Grim Reaper only had one chance to strike. Fate, on the other hand, only had one chance to act. This was how fate fought. Fate did not seek to attack, it only sought opportunities. This slash of the Death God was the strongest attack he had ever used in the Ancestor realm. In that instant, the entire primeval city battlefield turned bone-chillingly cold. Everyone was shocked. The Ancestor Realm Grim Reaper actually brought about an intense sense of danger to these sequence lower realm powerhouses. As expected of the above heavens era's most proficient in killing. Even Lu Yin was cautious. He could sense that the Death God's strike was no weaker than Tian Fa's spear. In other words, the Death God, who had just reached Ancestor, possessed the ability to fend off Tian Fa, a primordial realm expert. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Lu Yin believed that there was no one who could rival him in all of history apart from fate, whose bottom line he could not see. However, the Death God made him sense the aura of someone similar. Both of them could take on a primordial realm expert without having reached the level of sequence law. Lu Yin raised his hand, and the soil of the earthly world turned into a Golian. Bang! A great sound rang through the entire battlefield, turning into a gale that swayed the flames. The Death God's Golian was cut in half. Lu Yin used his terrifying strength and the special characteristics of the earthly world to forcefully smash through the Death God's attack, brushing past the Death God's shadow. As he watched the Death God's shadow slowly disperse, Lu Yin casually tossed the Golian towards Fate. Fate did not dodge at all. The Golian swept past, and Fate vanished. Now, there was only a single shadow beneath the origin tribulation, the Desolate God. Lu Yin had not purposely left the Desolate God behind. Instead, the Desolate God had withstood his punch. Lu Yin knew exactly how powerful that punch was. Only the Desolate God had withstood it with his body alone. The Desolate God's body was extremely tough. In the distance, everyone fell silent. They watched as Lu Yin destroyed the 3 realms and 6 paths one after another. He watched as the legend fell and another legend rose. More importantly, the legend of Luo Mu was still here. Many people stole glances at Lu Yuan and the others. They did not know what these people were thinking. De Huang is the strongest, Wu Tian said. Lu Yuan said, De Huang is an astral beast. His starting point is higher than ours. When he had just broken through to the progenitor realm, De Huang was much stronger than us. At that time, De Huang was the strongest aside from Master and the others. That's why we liked to pester De Huang back then, asking him to take us to the parallel universe. Hongyan Mavis had a complicated look in her eyes. The greed of the humans eventually caused the Desolate God to be disheartened. As a result, the 4th mainland could not resist at all and was directly destroyed by the Eternals. If not for that, the Above Heaven sect would not have been defeated so easily. Since when did we become enemies with Big Yellow? Beneath Immemorial City, the primogenitor sighed, De Huang. I really want to see him again. Under the Origin Tribulation, Lu Yin faced the beast-shaped Origin Tribulation head-on. After a moment of confrontation, they both charged at the same time. Passing by it, Lu Yin punched the beast and sent it flying. The beast twisted its body in midair and stared at Lu Yin from afar. It roared, causing the void to tremble and an indescribable dizziness to spread through the area. However, it was only a slight dizziness. Lu Yin followed closely behind, using the reverse step to appear directly above the beast-shaped Origin Tribulation. He punched out once more, knocking it down. Punch after punch, the beast could not fight back at all. Although its body was tough and could withstand Lu Yin's power, it would still be defeated. Even the Desolate God at its peak was not Lu Yin's opponent, let alone the Desolate God of the past. The Desolate God had been defeated by the Grim Reaper. Its strength was not necessarily weaker than the other 3 realms' 6 Daos, but it was not stronger either. With Lu Yin's current strength, even Lu Yuan and the others who had broken through to the primordial realm were not his opponent, let alone the Desolate God of the past. The beast-shaped Origin Tribulation was beaten to a pulp, and then, under the stupefied gazes of many, it stood up and a strange weapon appeared in its hand, the dagger axe. An indestructible body and an undefeatable weapon. This is Big Yellow's strength, Lu Yuan sighed. Thinking back to that era, Big Yellow had been the most powerful. It had an indestructible body and an undefeatable weapon. It had been invincible in parallel spacetime and suppressed all astral beasts. Even the 3 realms and 6 Daos had feared it. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Admiration. The undefeatable weapon was known as the seamless dagger axe. Space was the shaft and time was the blade. It was clearly in beast form, but it stood up like a human. It pointed the dagger axe at Lu Yin and used a strange footwork to charge forward. Lu Yin found it strange, but that dagger axe was not simple. As the dagger axe stabbed out, the void froze and spacetime became chaotic. Lu Yin used the reverse step, but he was instantly forced out. Whether it was space or time, he could not see through them. The dagger axe stabbed towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin calmly watched the dagger axe stab towards him, and a stream of light appeared. The dagger axe pierced through Lu Yin. The beast-shaped origin tribulation stopped in place. Lu Yin turned around and waved his hand, causing the tribulation to dissipate. This scene was difficult for anyone who had not reached the level of a sequence law to understand. This was a showdown of time. No matter how the seamless dagger axe used time as its blade, it could not stir up the stream of light, which could not be contained in the river of time. The 3 realms and 6 Daos disappeared, and Lu Yin looked up at the black hole. He did not believe that there was another tribulation that could stop him from breaking through to the progenitor realm. No matter what, the origin tribulation had been created by a progenitor, and Lu Yin could already fight against one to a certain extent. The black hole rumbled with thunder as a boundless sea of astral sources poured into Lu Yin's body. Lu Yin's lips curled up, he had passed. The primordial space trembled as an endless amount of astral sources rushed towards Lu Yin. The astral source ocean above Lu Yin's heart swelled, and countless people in the primordial space praised him as they looked towards his heart. The wordless heavenly tome shone brightly. Stars suddenly appeared one after another, but they did not come from Sirius. Instead, they appeared in a form that Lu Yin could not understand. Lu Yin immediately shrank the starry sky around his heart. It was still transforming, but it could no longer be seen by outsiders. Lu Yin himself did not know what would happen to the starry sky around his heart after he broke through to progenitor realm. He only knew that as long as he was willing, he could do many things that he had wanted to do but could not in the past, such as resurrecting Ming Yen or leaving Sirius to the Sirius sect. He knew that he had crossed a critical threshold, and this was what it meant to break through to progenitor realm. The starry sky swayed, and a large tree appeared behind Lu Yin. It stretched out and covered the entire starry sky, covering immemorial city and descending into endless parallel spacetime. Its range was greater than any of the previous times. This was a phenomenon that Lu Yin had seen more than once, and each time, it was bigger than the last. This time, it covered endless spacetime, and its boundaries could not be seen. The tree's branches drooped, and items hung from them. In the past, Lu Yin had never understood what this phenomenon represented, but now he did. He saw dice among the items hanging from the branches, and he also saw Thunder Lord Jiang Feng's 3 divine artifacts. The items hanging from the tree were all turbid treasures. What were turbid treasures? At the beginning of the world, all things were clear, and the river of time was born. The clearer something was, the easier it was to become turbid. Under the river of time, there was something that went against the flow, carrying items from the future. The clarity of the filth was turbid, and this item was called a turbid treasure. What did going against the flow have to do with this tree? Lu Yin did not understand. He only knew that if there were so many turbid treasures in the universe, then where was this tree? And why was it his own phenomenon? Immemorial City was different from other places. There were too many powerhouses here, and at least half of them knew about turbid treasures. Now that they saw Lu Yin's phenomenon, they were all stunned. It was as if they had seen the birth of a turbid treasure. The phenomenon slowly disappeared, but the shock that it brought would never disappear from these people's memories. End of chapter. Welcome aboard. Stay tuned and subscribe to Han Li's Wuxia Adventures for more thrilling content. Chapter 3270. Lu Yin did not have the time to ponder over the phenomenon. A small boat of light appeared beside him, and his gaze was resolute. It was time. As the small boat drifted into the distance, ripples appeared in the void. These ripples were not formed by energy, but rather real ripples that resembled flowing water. As the small boat sped up, the flowing water became more and more obvious. Finally, it vanished before everyone's eyes. Lu Yin also disappeared with it. Little 7. Lu Yuan was worried. To the side, Wu Tian sighed. That's crossing the river of time. Time and space have always been around us and have never disappeared. It's just that ordinary people cannot see them. That small boat can cross the river of time and disappear with the pillar. It's not going in reverse, but rather traveling. Chu Yi's expression was solemn. Crossing the river of time and traveling to any point in time is the ability of that small boat. Everyone in the Immemorial City battlefield sighed in amazement. There really was an ability to cross the river of time. Most of them had reached the level of sequence laws, but very few had actually seen the river of time. The 3 realms and 6 Daos could cross the river of time, but they did not dare to do so because of the primogenitors. However, this did not mean that others would do the same. Most people were unable to cross the river of time, and even if someone did try, they would end up in an extremely miserable state. For example, although Lu Yin could challenge sequence laws and even primordial realm experts and kill the 3 masters and 6 boundless masters, that only meant that his battle prowess was high. It did not mean that he could do what primordial realm experts could do. Before breaking through to progenitor, Lu Yin did not know how to save Ming Yan, but the moment he succeeded, he understood. If one's cultivation realm was completely determined by battle prowess, then it would be too simple. One's cultivation realm determined battle prowess, not battle prowess. Sometimes, even if one's battle prowess was sufficient, it would be useless if one's cultivation realm did not match their battle prowess. Once one's cultivation realm matched their battle prowess, the strength they could unleash would be even more terrifying, and that would be a whole new realm. Lu Yin's battle prowess and cultivation realm were too far apart. Only now could he be considered to have reached the apex and transformed into a progenitor. Hold on, if he travels to the past and crosses the river of time to change the fact that the Eternals escaped, then what will happen now? Won't that change the present? Someone cried out. It was an expert from Immemorial City who had lost his legs and was holding on through sheer willpower. He didn't want the past to be changed. The current situation was already very good. Primordial City was defended. Only then did the protection of his comrades, family, and brothers have meaning. Mr. Mu's voice rang out, traveling through the past is just changing the cause of one's past. What is changed is also the effect of changing the cause of one's future. Just like the long river flowing backwards, it has nothing to do with others. Nothing else will change. Even if the effect of changing the future is changed, it will happen naturally with the flow of time. Don't worry. Many people did not understand Mr. Mu's words, but no one asked further. They felt that it made sense. Mr. Mu's eyes were filled with melancholy. The past and the future could not be changed. If it was possible, how could his universe have failed? On the other side, Lu Yin was standing on a small boat made of flowing light as he materialized the river of time from nothingness. As he crossed the river, many scenes flashed before his eyes. It wasn't easy to cross the river of time. The slightest carelessness could capsize the boat. This scene was very similar to when Big Sis had fallen into the river of time. Big Sis had lost her cultivation in the river of time. Now, Luine had taken the initiative to enter the river of time. Seeing this, the boat suddenly stopped. Everything around Luine changed. Scenes flashed before him, and he finally stood in a dark corner. Around him, scenes flashed before him. They were the scenes that he had just seen while crossing the river of time. Previously, they had been played in reverse, but now, they were played sequentially. They flashed by as if his future self had been inserted into a scene from the past. When Luine came back to his senses, he was still standing in that dark corner. He was no longer surrounded by the immemorial battlefield. Instead, he was surrounded by pairs of scarlet eyes. At the very front, Wu Lingshan looked at him in shock. His face was filled with disbelief. Crossing the river of time, Tao Lord Lu. You really have guts. The one true God's voice rang out. This was the bone vessel, surrounded by everlasting powerhouses. Luine had crossed the river of time and changed his position in the past to that of the bone vessel. When the everlasting race fled, he had disappeared with the bone vessel. Everything had flowed down the river of time, and the process could not be changed unless someone else crossed the river of time. Although Luine had changed his position in the past, the fact that he had broken through to the progenitor realm had not changed. It was like the waves of the river of time flowing backwards. The one who had flowed backwards was Luine. Otherwise, he would not have been able to return to the past if he had really changed the fact that he had broken through to the progenitor realm. He left the immemorial battlefield with the bone vessel. At this moment, aside from the everlasting powerhouses, Luine was the only one on the vessel. He faced the countless pairs of scarlet eyes around him and looked at the person cloaked in golden light deep within the vessel. Eternal, I've come to send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, he punched forward. The bone vessel had continuously given birth to powerful corpse kings, and the reason for this was the bones of powerful creatures. With the one true God's innate gift of bone grafting, the vessel had been able to directly face immemorial city and even suppress it for a time. Luine had not only chased after the one true God, but also for the bone vessel. As long as the bone vessel was not destroyed, the everlasting race would be able to bring immemorial city with them as they roamed the universe. This powerful force was enough to make countless people despair. In the current universe, a single punch brought about by the ultimate strength of a living being shattered more than a dozen corpse kings in front of him. These corpse kings were all powerhouses of the sequence laws. When Luine had entered the immemorial battlefield as Yibwa, these corpse kings had been able to kill immemorial cities' powerhouses one-on-one. But now, they had all been annihilated by a single punch. Several corpse kings appeared behind him, and various laws of sequence immediately filled the entire bone vessel. Luine released the cosmos in his heart, and the sky heavenly palace appeared around the bone vessel. At that moment, all the laws of sequence were repelled, and cracks appeared on the bone vessel. This came from a world of nothingness that had appeared due to the rejection of the cosmos in his heart. The one true God's eyes narrowed. The laws could not approach him. How was this possible? No one had imagined that Luine, who had not reached the primordial realm, could actually prevent the laws from approaching him. Even Luine himself had never thought that the cosmos in his heart would transform into the progenitor realm and contain all four ancestral worlds, reaching the level of the primordial realm. The laws could not approach him. This was equivalent to making up for the absolute difference between him and primordial realm experts of the laws of sequence. The laws of sequence were Lu Yin's weakness, but this weakness no longer existed now. There were no longer any laws of sequence in the bone vessel. The laws that could rival the primordial realm were extraordinarily domineering. No, it's not the laws that can't approach him. It's the rejection of the laws. The one true God stared at Lu Yin's cosmos. This kid has created a universe that can give birth to its own laws. Any laws that he doesn't accept will not exist in that universe. He's actually done something that even Grand Primordial failed to do. The ancient god walked out from beside him. I'll deal with him. Even though the corpse kings on the bone vessel were powerful, they were unable to withstand Lu Yin's absolute strength due to the rejection of laws. Through the cosmos in his heart, Lu Yin saw a tremendous region in the depths of the bone vessel. It was filled with countless skeletons that were nurtured in white water. Corpse kings would constantly take out skeletons and place them on themselves, allowing their strength to evolve. There were hundreds of thousands of skeletons. That was Lu Yin's target. Before him, a huge hand slammed over. It came from the corpse god, who glared at Lu Yin with her scarlet eyes. The corpse god was extremely powerful. With the laws of sequence in her body, she was basically indestructible. Lu Yin raised his hand, causing countless spears of soil to appear and shoot towards the entire bone vessel. The corpse god was immediately pierced by the soil spears and turned into an immortal seed that flew towards the one true god. Without the laws of sequence and the Mavis god tree, the corpse god was so weak in Lu Yin's eyes that he could easily kill her. As he watched the immortal seed fly towards the one true god, Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. The stars in his heart suddenly trembled, and one of them blocked the path of the immortal seed and slammed into the one true god. Boom! The bone vessel shook, and the star shattered. The immortal seed also shattered. The one true god's eyes went wide. Lu Yin took a step forward and appeared beside the seed, reaching out to grab it. In the end, this was just a technique, so how could it escape from his universe? The seed shattered, and Lu Yin grabbed it and crushed it. The one true god's gaze turned gloomy. The true god's immortal technique was an extremely powerful technique. Any creature that was implanted with an immortal seed would be able to revive infinitely. It was an undefeatable power, but the stronger the technique, the more restrictions it had. If the seed was destroyed, the one true god would be injured. Thus, he would not use the true god's immortal technique unless it was absolutely necessary. He wanted to survive the bitter adversity and step into the eternal realm after the universe was rebooted. Any flaw could cause him to fail. If the human race was destroyed and the universe could be rebooted, he would rather disperse the true god's immortal technique. The universe had its limits, and this technique had reached its limits to a certain extent. It might not be accepted by the universe. However, during the battle at Immemorial City, he had been forced to use this technique. He could not attempt to survive the bitter adversity for the time being, even if the universe was rebooted. The one true god's expression turned ugly as he watched Lu Yin wantonly destroy the bone vessel. He had destroyed the sect above heaven, which was at its peak, and suppressed the human race to the point where they could not even raise their heads. He had gotten closer and closer to rebooting the universe, but in the end, he had been defeated by this brat. How old was this brat? Did he really want to stop the Eternals? Stop the spiritualization of the universe? Impossible, he could not do it. Lu Yin seemed to sense the one true god's gaze, and he looked up to see a figure standing in front of him. It was the ancient god. The ancient god's body was covered in a dark gray substance, and his realm of the gods brought about an extremely powerful pressure. The spear stabbed out, piercing through the void and tearing a dark streak through space where Lu Yin's heart was. It extended into the distance, shattering star after star. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn as he grabbed the earth spear and stabbed it at the ancient god. The spear collided with the spear, causing a thunderous explosion that spread out in all directions and destroyed a large area within the bone vessel. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.